with those spell slots. Level 18, Spell Mastery. You've achieved such mastery over certain spells that you can cast them at will. Choose a first level wizard spell and a second level wizard spell that are in your spellbook. You can cast those spells at their lowest level without expending a spell slot when you have them prepared. If you want to cast either spell at a higher level, you must expend a spell slot as normal. By spending 8 hours in study, you can exchange one or both of the spells of your choice for different spells of the same level. At 20th level, you get signature spells. When you reach 20th level, you can master over 2 powerful spells, and you can cast them with little effort. Choose 2 third-level wizard spells in your spellbook as your signature spells. You always have these spells prepared. They don't count against the number of spells you have prepared. You can cast each of them once at 3rd level without expending a spell slot. When you do so, you can't do so again until you finish a short or long rest. If you want to cast either spell at a higher level, you must expend a spell slot as normal. So we'll never really get to these because you never really play at that high of a level. But it's an interesting thing to think about. So, Arcane Tradition. When you reach 2nd level, you get your subclass of Arcane Tradition, shaping your practice of magic through one of the 8 schools: Abjuration, Conjuration, Divination, Enchantment, Evocation, Illusion, Necromancy, or Transmutation, all detailed at the end of the class description. So Arcane Traditions. The study of wizardry is ancient, stretching back to the earliest mortal discoveries of magic. It is firmly established in the worlds of D&D, with various traditions dedicated to its complex study. The most common arcane traditions in the multiverse revolve around the schools of magic. Wizards through the ages have calculated thousands of spells, grouping them into 8 categories called schools, as described in Chapter 10. In some places, these traditions are literally schools a wizard might study at the School of Illusion, while another studies across town at the School of Enchantment. In other institutions, the schools are more likely academic departments, with rival faculties competing for students and funding. Even wizards who train apprentices in the solitude of their own towers use the divisions of magic into schools as a learning device. The spells of each school represent mastery, different techniques. So, in 2nd edition, there's Handbook. So this is AD&D's book. In 5th edition, you can always learn spells from any school of magic because of based on your it doesn't matter which school you're specializing in. In 2nd edition, it did. Classes. And there was a little table that I like to follow when playing my wizards. Classes 2, class 1. There we go. Here is the little table. I don't know if you can read it. I'm going to make myself bigger, actually. Just so... And then... Hi. All right. Here's the table. Bam. Okay. Here's the table. Take a good long look at this. So, like, Abjurer, the Authorization schools are, as an Abjurer, School of Abjuration, the Opposition schools are Alteration, Transmutation now, transmutation, and illusion. So they wouldn't be able to learn spells from those schools of magic. They'd just be, there was percentage chances of learning spells up by your stuff, but those are fine. But if you're planning on playing like certain type of specialist of wizard, I would self-nerf yourself by just following the second edition Schools of Magic kind of opposition schools rules, which opens up a really fun wizard type, a new wizard subclass called the Generalist, which I will outline. The Generalist wizard, I will outline now. So new wizard subclass, Generalist. Level 2. They can learn any spell. They can learn spells from any school of magic. And they can add 3 spells to their spell book per level instead of. So they just like learn more magic, but they don't get like any like special abilities, but they can just learn. They just like learn all of the magic, and they get no like they don't get no discounts on learning certain spells. At level 6, they get another use of arcane. At level 6, they get a feat. At level 10, level 10, right? Level 10, yes. Level 10, they get another. They can use arcane recovery 2 times per day. Arcane recovery 2 times per day. And at 14th level, 14th, level 14, they get another feat. / ASI. So this subclass doesn't really isn't very good if the other subclasses don't follow table 22 in AD&D. There you go. But it makes Generalist Wizard. But it makes sense if they do. If someone wanted to play this and just be like, I'm doing the base wizard things, but I do more of them, and I get feats faster. It's kind of awesome. We get like the same feat amounts as fighters do, but they don't get any of the special abilities based on certain schools of magic. Yeah. And then there's a bunch of subclass stuff I'm not going to read. I guess. Okay. Whew, I got past that one. Chapter 4. Personality and background. Characters are defined by much more than their race and class. They're individuals. They are individuals with their own stories, interests, connections, and capabilities beyond those that class and race define. This chapter expounds on the details that distinguish characters from one another, including the basics of name and physical description, the rules of background and languages, and the finer points of personality and alignment. Character details. Your character's name and physical description might be the first thing the other players at the table learn about you. It's worth thinking about how these characteristics reflect the character you have in mind. Name. Your character's race description includes sample names for members of that race. Put some thought into your name, even if you're just picking one from a list. Sex. You can play a male or female character without gaining any special benefits or hindrances. Think about how your character does or does not conform to the broader culture's expectations of sex, gender, and sexual behavior. For example, a male drow cleric defies the traditional gender divisions of drow society, which could be a reason for your character to leave that society and come to the surface. You don't need to be confined to binary notions of sex and gender. The elf god Coraline Lathain is often seen as androgynous or hermaphrodite, for example, and some elves in the multiverse are made in Coraline's image. You could also play a female character who presents herself as a man who feels trapped in a female body, or a bearded female dwarf who hates being mistaken for a male. Likewise, your character's sexual orientation is for you to decide. Height and weight. You can decide your character's height and weight using the information provided in your race description or on the random height and weight table. Think about your character's ability scores. Think about what your character's ability scores might say about his or her height and weight. A weak but agile character might be thin. A strong and tough character might be tall or just heavy. If you want to, you can roll randomly for your character's height and weight using the random height and weight table. The dice roll given in the height modifier columns determines the character's extra height in inches beyond the base height. That same number multiplied by the dice roll or quantity given in the weight modifier determines. So this just kind of explains how to use this chart. Teak and Artemis, contrasting characters. The details in this chapter make a big difference in setting your character apart from every other character. Consider the following two human fighters. Hailing from the Dragonlance setting, Tika Wayland was a brash teenager who had a rough childhood. The daughter of a thief, she ran away from home and practiced her father's trade on the streets of Solace, where she tried to rob the proprietor the inn of the last home. He caught her and took her under his wing, giving her a job as a barmaid. But when the dragon armies laid waste to the town of Solace and destroyed the inn, necessities forced Tika into adventure, alongside the friends she'd known from her childhood. Her skills as a fighter, a frying pan remains one of her favorite weapons, combined with her history on the streets, gave her skills invaluable in her adventuring career. Artemis and Triti grew up on the streets of Kalimport in the Forgotten Realms. He used his wits, strength, and agility to carve out his own territory in one of the city's hundreds of poor shanty towns. After several years, he attracted the notice of one of the most powerful thieves guild in the city, and ascended the ranks of the guild quickly despite his youth. Artemis became the famous favorite assassin of one of the city's pashas, who sent him to far-off Icewind Dale to recover some stolen gems. He's a professional killer constantly challenging himself to improve his skills. Tika and Armis are both human and both fighters, with some experience as rogues, possessing similarly high strength and dexterity scores. But there the similarities end. Other physical characteristics. You choose your character's age and the color of his or her hair, eyes, and skin. To add a touch of distinctiveness, you might want to give your character unusual or memorable physical characteristics, such as a scar, a limp, or a tattoo. Tika and Artemis, character details. Considering how the names Tika Whalen and Artemis Entreaty set these characters apart from each other and reflect their personalities, Tika is a young woman determined to prove that she's not just a kid anymore, and her name makes her sound young and ordinary. Artemis Entreaty comes from an exotic land and carries a more mysterious name. Tika is a 19-year-old at the start of her adventuring career and has auburn hair, green eyes, fair skin, with freckles and a mole on her right hip. Artemis is a small man, compact and all wiry muscle. His angular features and high cheekbones, and he always seems in need of a shave. His raven black hair is thick and full, but his eyes are gray and lifeless, betraying the emptiness of his life and soul. Alignment. A typical creature in the world of Dungeons & Dragons has an alignment, which broadly describes its moral and personal attitudes. Alignment is a combination of two factors. One identifies morality, good, evil, or neutral, and the other describes attitude towards society and order, lawful, chaotic, or neutral. Thus, 9 distinct alignments define the possible combinations. These brief summaries of the 9 alignments describe the typical behavior of a creature with that alignment. Individuals might vary significantly from the typical behavior, and few people are perfectly and constantly faithful to the precepts of their alignment. Lawful good. Creatures can be counted on to do the right thing as expected by society. Gold dragons, paladins, and most dwarves are lawful good. Neutral good. Folk do the best thing they can to help others according to their needs. Many celestials, some cloud giants, and most gnomes are neutral good. Chaotic good. Creatures act as their conscience directs, with little regard for what others expect. Copper dragons, many elves, and unicorns are chaotic good. Lawful neutral. Individuals act in accordance with law, tradition, or personal codes. Many monks and some wizards are lawful neutral. Neutral is the alignment of those who prefer to steer clear of moral questions and don't take sides, doing what seems best at the time. Lizard folk, most druids, and many humans are neutral. Chaotic neutral. Creatures follow their whims, holding their personal freedoms above all else. Many barbarians and rogues, and some bards are chaotic neutral. Lawful evil. Creatures methodically take what they want within the limits of a code of tradition, loyalty, or order. Devils, blue dragons, and hobgoblins are lawful evil. Neutral evil is the alignment of those who do whatever they can get away with, without compassion and qualms. Many drow, some cloud giants, and Yugolos are neutral evil. Chaotic evil. Creatures act with arbitrary violence, spurred by their greed, hatred, or bloodlust. Demons, red dragons, and orcs are chaotic evil. Alignment in the multiverse. For many thinking creatures, alignment is a moral choice. Human, dwarves, elves, and other humanoid races can choose whether to follow the paths of good or evil, law or chaos. According to myth, the good aligned gods who created these races gave them free will to choose their moral paths, knowing that good without free will is slavery. The evil deities who created other races, though, made those races to serve them. Those races have strong inborn tendencies that match the nature of their gods. Most orcs show the violent, savage nature of the orc god Grunch, and are thus inclined toward evil. Even if an orc chooses a good alignment, it struggles against its innate tendencies for its entire life. Even half-orcs feel the lingering pull of the orc god's influence. Alignment is an essential part of the nature of celestial and fiends. A devil does not choose to be lawful evil, and it doesn't tend toward lawful evil, but rather it is lawful evil in its essence. If it somehow ceases to be lawful evil, it would cease to be a devil. Most creatures that lack the capacity for rational thought do not have alignments. They are unaligned. Such a creature is incapable of making a moral or ethical choice and acts according to its bestial nature. Sharks are savage predators, for example. They are not evil. They have no alignment. Languages. Your race indicates the languages your character can speak by default, and your background might give you access to one or more additional languages of your choice. Note these languages on your character sheet. Choose your languages from the standard languages table, or choose one from the one that is common in your campaign. With your DM's permission, you can instead choose a language from the exotic language table, or secret language such as Thieves' Cant or the Tongue of Druids. Some of these languages are actually families of languages with many dialects. For example, the primordial language includes the Aquan, the Orion, Aquan, Iguan, and Terran dialects, one for each of the 4 elemental planes. Creatures that speak different dialects of the same language can communicate with one another. And then it goes on to list languages. Tika and Artemis alignment. Tika Wayland is neutral good, fundamentally good-hearted, striving to help others where she can. Artemis is lawful evil, unconcerned with the value of sentient life, but at least professional in his approach to murder. And as an evil character, Artemis is not an ideal adventurer. He began his career as a villain and only cooperates with heroes when he must, when it's to his own best interests. In most games, evil adventurers cause problems in groups alongside others who don't share their interests and objectives. Generally, evil alignments are for villains and monsters. Personal characteristics. Fleshing out your character's personality, the array of traits, mannerisms, habits, beliefs, and flaws that give a person a unique identity will help you bring him or her to life as you play the game. 4 categories of characteristics are presented here: personality traits, ideals, bonds, and flaws. Beyond those categories, think about your character's favorite words or phrases, tics and habitual gestures, vices and pet peeves, and whatever else you can imagine. Each background, presented later in this chapter, includes suggested characteristics that you can use to spark your imagination. You're not bound to those options, but they are good starting points. Personality traits. Give your character 2 personality traits. Personality traits are small, simple ways to help set your character apart from every other character. Your personality trait should tell you something interesting and fun about your character. There should be self-descriptions that are specific about what makes your character stand out. I'm smart is not a good trait, because it describes a lot of characters. I've read every book in Candlekeep. It tells you something specific about your character's interests and disposition. Personality traits might describe the things your character likes, his or her past accomplishments, things your character dislikes or fears, your character's self-attitude or mannerisms, or the influence of his or her ability scores. Tika and Artemis, personal characteristics. Tika and Artemis have distinct personality traits. Tika Wayland dislikes boastfulness and has fear of heights, resulting from a bad fall during her career as a thief. Artemis and Tika is always prepared for the worst and moves with a quick, precise confidence. Consider their ideals. Tika Wayland is innocent, almost childlike, believing in the value of life and the importance of appreciating everyone. Neutral good in alignment, she clings to ideals of life and respect. Arsman Treaty never allows his emotions to master him, and he constantly challenges himself to improve his skills. His evil alignment gives him ideals of impartiality, and a lust for power. Tika Whalen's bond is to the Inn of the Last Home. The inn's proprietor gave her a new chance at life, and her friendship with her adventuring companions was forged during her time working there. Its destruction by the marauding dragon armies gives Tika a very personal reason to hate them with a fiery passion. Her bond might be phrased as, I will do whatever it takes to punish the dragon armies for the destruction of the Inn of the Last Home. Artemis Entreaty's bond is a strange, almost paradoxical relationship with Dritz O'Durin, his equal in swordplay and grim determination. In his first battle with Dritz, Artemis recognized something of himself in his opponent, some indication that if his life had gone differently, he might have led a life more like the heroic drows. From that moment, Artemis is more than a criminal assassin. He is an anti-hero, driven by his rivalry with Dritz. His bond might be phrased as, I will not rest until I have proved myself better than Dritz O'Durin. Each of these characters also has an important flaw. Tika Whalen is naive and emotionally vulnerable, younger than her companions, and annoyed that they still think of her as a kid that they knew years ago. She might even be tempted to act against her principles if she's convinced that a particular achievement would demonstrate her maturity. Artemis Entreaty is completely walled off from any personal relationship and just wants to be left alone. A useful place to start thinking about personality traits is to look at your highest and lowest ability scores, and to find one trait related to each. Either one could be a positive or negative. You might work hard to overcome a low score, for example, or be cocky about your high score. Ideals. Describe one ideal that drives your character. Your ideals are the things that you believe in most strongly, the fundamental moral and ethical principles that compel you to act as you do. Ideals encompass everything from your life goals to your core belief system. Ideals might answer any of these questions. What are the principles that you will never betray? What would prompt you to make sacrifices? What drives you to act and guides your goal and ambitions? What is the single most important thing you strive for? You can choose any ideal you like, but your character's alignment is a good place to start defining them. Each background in this chapter includes 6 suggested ideals. 5 of them are linked to the aspect of alignment, law, chaos, good, evil, and neutrality. The last one has more to do with the particular background than with moral or ethical perspectives. Bonds. Create one bond for your character. Bonds represent a character's connection to people, places, and events in the world. They tie you to things from your background. They might inspire you to heights of heroism or lead you to act against your own best interests if they are threatened. They can work very much like ideals, driving a character's motivation and goals. Bonds might answer any of these questions. Whom do you care about most? To what place do you find a special connection? What is your most treasured possession? Your bonds might be tied to your class, your background, your race, some other aspect of your character's history or personality. You might also gain new bonds over the course of your adventures. Flaws. Finally, choose a flaw for your character. Your character's flaw represents some vice, compulsion, fear, or weakness. In particular, anything that someone else could exploit to bring you to ruin or cause you to act against your own best interests. More significant than negative personality traits, a flaw might answer any of these questions. What enrages you? What's the one person, concept, or event that you are terrified of? What are your vices? Inspiration. Inspiration is a rule in the Dungeon Master can use to reward you for playing your character in a way that's true to his or her personality traits, ideal, bond, or flaw. By using inspiration, you can draw and your personality trait of compassion for the downtrodden to give you an edge in negotiating with the beggar prince, or inspiration that can let you call on your bond to the defense of your home village, or push past the effects of a spell that has been laid on you. Gaining inspiration. Your DM can choose to give you inspiration for a variety of reasons. Typically, DMs award it when you play out your personality traits, give in to the drawbacks presented by a flaw or bond, and otherwise portray your character in a compelling way. Your DM will tell you how you can earn inspiration in the game. You either have inspiration or you don't. You can't stockpile multiple inspirations for later use. Using inspiration. You have inspiration, you can spend it when you make an attack roll, saving throw, or ability check. Spending your inspiration gives you advantage on that roll. Additionally, you have inspiration, you can reward another player for good role-playing, clever thinking, or simply doing something exciting in the game. When another player's character does something that really contributes to the story in a fun and interesting way, you can give up your inspiration to give that character inspiration. This is a optional rule people can use. Instead of giving experience rewards, giving people rewards of inspiration as to give them some mechanical benefit of what you think constitutes good play. You can run into problems of favoritism using it here, or people feeling left out. But it's all just talking to your party and talking to the people you're playing with, depending on how you use inspiration. I currently don't really use inspiration in my games because our goal is to have fun playing D&D, and I don't need to give someone a point of inspiration to tell them that they're doing a good job. I'll let the game stand on its own. They're not having fun. Just talk to your dungeon master, or you should be having fun. But it's an interesting mechanic. Backgrounds. Every story has a beginning. Your character's background reveals where you came from, how you would begin an adventure, and your place in the world. Your fighter might have been a courageous knight, or a grizzled soldier. Your wizard could have been a sage or an artisan. Your rogue might have gotten by as a guild thief, or commanded audiences as a jester. Choosing a background provides you with important story cues about your character's identity. The most important question to ask about your background is, what changed? Why did you stop doing whatever your background describes and start adventuring? Where did you get the money to purchase your starting gear? Or if you come from a wealthy background, why don't you have more money? How did you learn the skills of your class? What sets you apart from ordinary people who share your background? Tika and Artemis backgrounds. Tika Wayland and Artemis Entreaty both lived their earliest years as street urchins. Tika's later career as a barmaid didn't really change her, so she might choose the urchin background, gaining proficiency in the sleight of hand and stealth skills, and learning the tools of the thieving trade. Artemis is a more defined-based criminal background, giving him skills in deception and stealth, as well as proficiency with the tools of thievery and poison. The silent backgrounds in the chapter provide both concrete benefits, features, proficiencies, and languages, and role-playing suggestions. Each background gives character a proficiency in 2 skills. In addition, most backgrounds give a character proficiency with 1 or more tools. If a character would gain the same proficiency from 2 different sources, he or she can choose a different proficiency of the same kind, skill or tool instead. Some backgrounds allow a character to learn additional languages beyond those given by race. See languages earlier in the chapter. You get some equipment from your background. Mostly Backgrounds are flavor-oriented. Tool proficiencies don't really come into play except for like thieves' tools most of the time. And getting the 2 skill proficiencies is mainly what you come to a background for, but you can customize them as you want. Yeah. Oh, there's a bunch of... This is a bunch of like flavor text, pretty much. That helps inform how you roleplay your character. I'm glad these exist. Chapter 5. Equipment. A marketplace of a large city teams with buyers and sellers of many sorts, dwarf smiths and elf wood carvers, halfling farmers, and gnome jewelers, not to mention humans of every shape, size, and color, drawn from a spectrum of nations and cultures. In the largest cities, almost anything imaginable is offered for sale, from exotic spices and luxurious clothing to wicker baskets and practical swords. For an adventurer, the availability of armors, weapons, backpacks, ropes, and similar goods is of paramount importance, since proper equipment can mean the difference between life and death in a dungeon, or the untamed wilds. This chapter details the mundane and exotic merchandise that adventurers commonly find useful in the face of threats in the world of D&D. When you create a character, you get like starting equipment, but you can also choose start with starting gold, and it's described in this chart here, starting with my class. Wealth appears in many forms in a D&D world. Coins, gemstones, trade goods, art objects, animals, and property can reflect the character's financial well-being. Members of the peasantry trading goods, bartering for what they need and paying taxes in grain and cheese. Members of the noble race either trade in legal rights such as the rights to a mine, a port, or farmland, or in gold bars, measuring gold by the pound rather than by coin. Only merchants, adventurers, and those offering professional services for hire commonly deal in coins. Coinage. Common coins come in several different denominations based on the relative worth of the metal from which they are made. The 3 most common coins are the gold piece, the silver piece, and the copper piece. With 1 gold piece, a character can buy a belt pouch, 50 feet of good rope, or a goat. A skilled but not exceptional artisan can earn 1 gold piece a day. The gold piece is the standard unit of measure for wealth, even if the coin itself is not commonly used. When merchants discuss deals that involve goods or services worth hundreds or thousands of gold pieces, the transactions don't usually involve the exchange of individual coins. Rather, a gold piece is a standard measure of value, and the actual exchange is in gold bars, letters of credit, or valuable goods. 1 gold piece is worth 10 silver pieces, the most prevalent coin among commoners. A silver piece buys a laborer's work for a day, a flask of lamp oil, or a night's rest in a poor inn. 1 silver piece is worth 10 copper pieces, which are common among laborers and beggars. A single copper piece buys a candle, a torch, or a piece of chalk. In addition, unusual coins made of other precious metals sometimes appear in treasure hoards. The electrum piece and the platinum piece originate from fallen empires and lost kingdoms, and they sometimes arouse suspicion and skepticism when used in transactions. An electrum piece is worth 5 silver pieces, and a platinum piece is worth 10 gold pieces. A standard coin weighs about 1/3 of an ounce, so 50 coins weigh a pound. Selling treasure. Opportunities abound to find treasure, equipment, weapons, armor, and more in the dungeons you explore. Normally, you can sell your treasures and trinkets when you return to a town or other settlement, provided that you can find buyers and merchants interested in your loot. Arms, armor, and other equipment. As a general rule, undamaged armor and other equipment fetch half their cost when sold in a market. Weapons and armor used by monsters are rarely in good enough condition to sell. Magic items. Selling magic items is problematic. Finding someone to buy a potion or a scroll isn't too hard, but other items are out of the realm of most but the wealthiest nobles. Likewise, aside from a few common magic items, you won't normally come across magic items or spells to purchase. The value of magic is far beyond simple gold and should always be treated as such. Gems, jewelry, and art objects. These items retain their full value in the marketplace, and you can either trade them for coin or use them as currency for other transactions. For exceptionally valuable treasures, the DM might require you to find a buyer in a large town or a larger community first. Trade goods. On the borderlands, many people conduct transactions through barter, like gems and art objects. Trade goods, bars of iron, bags of salt, livestock, and so on retain their full value in the market and can be used as currency. Armor and shields. D&D worlds are vast tapestries made up of many different cultures, each with its own technology level. For this reason, adventurers have access to a variety of armor types, ranging from leather to chainmail to costly plate armor, with several other kinds of armor in between. The armor table collects the most commonly available types of armor found in the game and separates them into three categories: light armor, medium armor, and heavy armor. Many warriors supplement their armor with a shield. Variant equipment sizes. In most campaigns, you can use or wear any equipment that you find on your adventures, within the bounds of common sense. For example, a burly half-orc won't fit a halfling's leather armor, and a gnome will be swallowed up in a cloud giant's elegant robe. The DM can impose more realism. For example, a suit of plate armor made for one human might not fit another one without significant alterations, and a guard's uniform might be visibly ill-fitting when an adventurer tries to wear it as a disguise. Using this variant, when an adventurer finds armor, clothing, and similar items that are made to be worn, they might need to visit an armorsmith, tailor, leatherworker, or similar expert to make the items wearable. The cost for such work varies from 10 to 40% of the market value of the item. The DM can either roll 1d4 times 10 or determine the increase in cost based on the extent of the alterations required. Kind of a cool variant. The armor table shows the cost, weight, and other properties of the common types of armor worn in the worlds of Dungeons & Dragons. Armor efficiency. Anyone can put on a suit of armor or strap a shield to an arm. Only those proficient in the armor know how to wear it effectively. However, your class gives you proficiency with certain types of armor. If you wear armor that you lack proficiency with, you have disadvantage on ability checks, saving throws, or attack rolls that involve strength or dexterity, and you cannot cast spells. Armor class. AC. Armor text is wear from attacks. The armor and shield you wear determines your base armor class. Heavy armor. Heavier armor interferes with the wearer's ability to move quickly, stealthily, and freely. If the armor table shows strength 13 or strength 15 in the strength column for an armor type, the armor reduces the wearer's speed by 10 feet unless the wearer has a strength score equal to or higher than the listed score. Stealth. If the armor table shows disadvantage in the stealth column, the wearer has disadvantage on dexterity stealth checks. Shield. Shield is made from wood or metal and is carried in one hand. Wielding a shield increases your armor class by 2. You can benefit from only one shield at a time. Light armor. Made from supple and thin materials, light armor favors agile adventurers since it offers some protection without sacrificing mobility. If you wear light armor, you add your dexterity modifier to the base number from your armor type to determine your armor class. Padded. Padded armor consists of cloth layers of cloth and padding. Leather. The breastplate and shoulders protectors of this armor are made of leather that has been stiffened by being boiled in oil. The rest of the armor is made of softer and more flexible materials. Studded leather. Made from tough or flexible leather, studded leather is reinforced with close-set rivets or spikes. Medium armor. Medium armor offers more protection than light armor, but also impairs movement more. If you wear medium armor, you add your dexterity modifier to maximum of +2 the base number for your armor type to determine your armor class. Hide. This crew armor consists of thick furs and pelts. It is commonly worn by barbarian tribes, evil humanoids, and other folks who lack the access to tools and materials needed to create better armor. Chain shirt. Made of interlocking metal rings. A chain shirt is worn between layers of clothing or leather. This armor offers modest protection to the wearer's upper body and allows the sound of the rings rubbing against one another to be muffled by outer layers. Scale mail. This armor consists of a coat and leggings and perhaps a separate skirt of leather covered with overlapping pieces of metal, much like the scales of a fish. This suit includes gauntlets. Breastplate. This armor consists of a fitted metal chest piece worn with subtle leather. Although it leaves the legs and arms relatively unprotected, this armor provides good protection for the wearer's vital organs, while leaving the wearer relatively unencumbered. Half plate. Half plate consists of shaped metal plates that cover most of the wearer's body. It does not include leg protection beyond simple greaves that are attached with leather straps. Heavy armor. Of all the armor categories, heavy armor offers the best protection. These suits of armor cover the entire body and are designed to stop a wide range of attacks. Only proficient warriors can manage their weight and bulk. Heavy armor doesn't let you add your dexterity modifier to your armor class, but it doesn't penalize you if your dexterity modifier is negative. Ring mail. His armor is leather armor with heavy rings sewn into it. The rings help reinforce the armor against blows from swords and axes. Ring mail is inferior to chain mail, and it is usually worn only by those who can't afford better armor. Chain mail. Made of interlocking metal rings, chain mail usually includes a layer of quilted fabric worn underneath the mail to prevent chafing and to cushion the impact of blows. The suit includes gauntlets. Splint. This armor is made of narrow vertical strips of metal riveted to a backing of leather and is worn over cloth padding. Flexible chainmail protects the joints. Plate. Plate consists of shaped interlocking metal plates to cover the entire body. A suit of plate includes gauntlets, heavy leather boots, a visor helmet, and thick layers of padding underneath the armor. Buckles and straps distribute the weight over the body. Getting into and out of armor. The time it takes to don or doff armor depends on the armor's category. Don. This time it takes to put on armor. You benefit from the armor's AC only if you take the full time to don the suit of armor. Doff. This is the time it takes to take off armor. If you have help, reduce this time by half. So an interesting thing to note, that it takes one action to don a shield and one action to doff a shield. So you can't just be throwing your shield in combat to the ground if you want to maintain the benefit of the shield's +2 AC bonus. Weapons. Your class grants proficiency in certain weapons, reflecting both the class focus and tools you are most likely to use. Whether you favor a longsword or longbow, your weapon and your ability to wield it effectively can mean a difference between life and death while adventuring. The weapons table shows the most common weapons used in the world of D&D. Their price and weight, the damage they deal when they hit, Every deal when they hit, and any special properties they possess. Every weapon is classified as either a melee or ranged. Melee weapon is used to attack a target within 5 feet of you, whereas a ranged weapon is used to attack a target at a distance. Weapon proficiency. Your race, class, and feats can grant you proficiency with certain weapons or categories of weapons. The 2 categories are simple and martial. Most people can use simple weapons with proficiency. These weapons include clubs, maces, and other weapons often found in the hands of commoners. Martial weapons, including swords, axes, and polearms, required more specialized training to use effectively. Most warriors use martial weapons because these weapons put their fighting style and training to best use. Proficiency with a weapon allows you to add your proficiency bonus to the attack roll for any attack you make with a weapon. If you make an attack roll using a weapon with which you lack proficiency, you do not add your proficiency bonus to the attack roll. And then it goes on to weapon properties. I guess I should read them. Okay. Many weapons have special properties related to their use, as shown in the weapons table. Ammunition. You can use a weapon that has the ammunition property to make a range attack only if you have ammunition to fire from the weapon. Each time you attack a weapon, you expend 1 piece of ammunition. Drawing the ammunition from a quiver, case, or other container is part of the attack. At the end of the battle, you can recover half your expended ammunition by taking a minute to search the battlefield. If you use a weapon that has the ammunition property to make a melee attack, you treat the weapon as an improvised weapon. See improvised weapon later in this section. A sling must be loaded to deal any damage when used in this way. So you might have to put a rock in the sling to hit someone with it. You can't just hit someone with a slap of leather and do any damage. That's kind of funny. Finesse. When you make an attack with a finesse weapon, you use your choice strength or dexterity modifier for the attack and damage rolls. You must use the same modifier for both rolls. Heavy. Small creatures have disadvantage on attack rolls with heavy weapons. A heavy weapon's size and bulk makes it too large for a small creature to use effectively. Light. A light weapon is small and easy to handle, making it ideal to use when fighting with 2 weapons. See the rules for 2-weapon fighting in Chapter 9. Loading. Because of the time required to load this weapon, you can fire only 1 piece of ammunition from it when you use an action, bonus action, or reaction to fire it, regardless of the number of attacks you can normally make. This usually affects crossbows, and you take Crossbow Expert to allow you to ignore these features. You can use it with use crossbows with multi-attack or extra attack. It's called here. Range. Weapon can be used to make a range attack. It has a range shown in parentheses after the ammunition or thrown property. The range lists 2 numbers. The first is the weapon's normal range in feet, and the second indicates the weapon's maximum range. When attacking a target beyond normal range, you have disadvantage on the attack roll. You can't attack a target beyond the weapon's long range. Reach. This weapon adds 5 feet to your reach when you attack with it. Special. A weapon with special property has unusual rules governing its use, explained in the weapon's description. Thrown. If a weapon has a thrown property, you can throw the weapon to make a ranged attack. If the weapon is a melee weapon, you can use the same ability modifier for the attack and damage roll that you would use for a melee weapon with melee attack with the weapon. For example, if you throw a hand axe, you can use your strength, but if you throw a dagger, you can use either your strength or your dexterity, since the dagger has the finesse property. Two-handed. This weapon requires 2 hands to use. Versatile. This weapon can be used with 1 or 2 hands. A damage value in parentheses appears with the property. The damage with the weapon is used with 2 hands to make a melee attack. So a longsword is a D10, instead of a D8. Improvised weapons. Sometimes characters don't have their weapons and have to attack with whatever is close at hand. An improvised weapon includes any object you can wield in one or two hands, such as broken glass, a table leg, a frying pan, a wagon wheel, or a dead goblin. In many cases, an improvised weapon is similar to an actual weapon and can be treated as such. For example, a table leg is akin to a club. At the DM's option, a character proficient with a weapon can use a similar object as if it were a weapon and can use his or her proficiency bonus. An object that bears no resemblance to a weapon deals 1d4 damage. The DM assigns the damage type appropriate to the object. The character uses a ranged weapon to make a melee attack, or throws a melee weapon that does not have the thrown property and also deals 1d4 damage. An improvised thrown weapon has a normal range of 20 feet and a long range of 60 feet. Silvered weapons. Some monsters have immunity or resistance to non-magical weapons, susceptible to silver weapons, so cautious adventurers invest extra coin to plate their weapons with silver. You can silver a single weapon or 10 pieces of ammunition for 100 gold. This cost represents not only the price of the silver, but the time and accuracy needed to add silver to the weapons without making it less effective. Special weapons. Weapons with special rules are described here. Lance. You have disadvantage when you use a lance to attack a target within 5 feet of you. Also, a lance requires 2 hands to wield when you aren't mounted. Net. A large or smaller creature hit by a net is restrained until it is freed. A net has no effect on creatures that are formless, or creatures that are huge or larger. A creature can use action to make a DC 10 strength check, freeing itself or another creature within its reach on success, dealing 5 slashing damage to the net. AC 10 also frees a creature without harming it, ending the effect and destroying the net. When you use an action, bonus action, or reaction to attack with a net, you only make one attack regardless of the number of attacks you can normally make. Then it goes on to describe adventuring gear. Here, there's lists, a bunch of stuff. Awesome. You'll notice that some two-handed weapons. So the two-handed weapons are Great Sword, deals 2d6 slashing damage. Maul, deals 2d6 bludgeoning damage. And a Great Axe deals 1d6 slashing. So 2d6 has an average of 7 damage per attack, and 1d12 is an average of 6.5 damage per attack. So it's almost always better to use the 2d6 weapons. Then it's almost always better to use a greatsword or a maul instead of a great axe. And then quarterstaff, as a monk's, I've already gone over, but wielding it in 2 hands, you do 1d8. Oh, sorry. And then using your unarmed strikes as bonus actions is how you maximize melee damage as a monk. Good thing to know about is good thing to have like on hand are ball bearings. As an action, you can spill these tiny metal balls from their pouch to cover a level area 10 feet square. A creature moving across the covered area must succeed a DC 10 dexterity saving throw or fall prone. A creature moving through the area at half speed doesn't make the saving throw. Block and tackle. A set of pulleys with a cable threaded through them and a hook to attach the objects. A block and tackle allows you to hoist up to 4 times the weight you can normally lift. caltrops. As an action, you can spread a single bag of caltrops to cover a 5-foot square area. Any creature that enters the area must exceed a DC 15 Dexterity saving throw or stop moving and take 1 piercing damage. Until the creature regains at least 1 hit point, its walking speed is reduced by 10 feet. A creature moving through this area at half speed does not need to make the saving throw. Crowbar. Using a crowbar grants advantage to strength checks where the crowbar's leverage can be applied. Healer's Kit. This kit is a leather pouch containing bandages, salves, and splints. The kit has 10 uses. As an action, you can spend one use of the kit to stabilize a creature that has 0 hit points without the need to make a Wisdom Medicine check. And then describes equipment packs here. I'm going to read them all. A lamp casts bright light in a 15-foot radius and dim light for an additional 30 feet. Once lit, it burns for 6 hours on a flask. 1 pint of oil. Woolly lantern. Woolly lantern casts bright light in a 60-foot cone and dim light for an additional 60 feet. Once lit, it burns for 6 hours on a flask. Lantern hooded. Hooded lantern casts bright light in a 30-foot radius and dim light for an additional 30 feet. Once lit, it burns for 6 hours on a flask, 1 pint of oil. As an action, you can lower the hood, reducing the light to dim light in a 5-foot radius around you. Lock. A key is provided with the lock. Without the key, a creature proficient with Thieves' Schools can pick this lock with a successful DC 15 Dexterity check. Your DM may decide that better locks are available for higher prices. Oil, it's like a pint of oil. Potion of Healing. A character who drinks the magical red fluid in this vial regains 2d4 plus 2 hit points. Drinking or administering a potion takes an action. Portable Ram. You can use a portable ram to break down doors. While doing so, you gain a +4 bonus to the strength check, giving one other character can help you use the ram, giving you advantage on this check. Torch. Torch burns for 1 hour, providing bright light in a 20-foot radius and dim light for an additional 20 feet. You can make a melee attack with a burning torch and hit, it deals 1 fire damage. Then it describes tools and tool efficiencies. Mounts and vehicles. A good mount can help you move more quickly through the wilderness, but its primary purpose is to carry the gear that would otherwise slow you down. Mounts and Other Animals table shows each animal's speed and base carrying capacity. An animal pulling a carriage, cart, chariot, sled, or wagon can move up to 5 times its base carrying capacity, including the weight of the vehicle. If multiple animals pull the same vehicle, they can add their carrying capacities together. Mounts other than those listed here are available in the world of D&D, but they are rare and normally not available for purchase. Those include flying mounts, Pegasi, griffins, hippogriffs, and similar animals, and even aquatic mounts, giant seahorses, for example. Acquiring such a mount often means securing the egg and raising the creature yourself, making a bargain with a powerful entity, or negotiating with the mount itself. Barding. Barding is armor designed to protect an animal's head, neck, chest, and body. Any type of armor shown on the armor table in this chapter can be purchased as barding. The cost is 4 times the equivalent armor made for humanoids, and it weighs twice as much. Saddles. A military style braces the rider, helping keep your seat on an active mount in battle. It gives you advantage on any check you make to remain mounted. An exotic saddle is required for riding any aquatic or flying mount. Vehicle proficiency. If you have a proficiency with a certain kind of vehicle, land or water, you can add your proficiency bonus to any check you make to control that kind of vehicle in difficult circumstances. Road vehicles. Keelboats and rowboats are used on lakes and rivers. If going downstream, add the speed of the current, typically 3 miles per hour, to the speed of the vehicle. These vehicles can't be rowed against any significant current, but they can be pulled upstream by a draft animal on the shores. A rowboat weighs 100 pounds in case adventurers carry overland. It goes and lists this and trade good and does both in coin and lists those as various tables for those things. Expenses. When not descending into the depths of the earth, exploring rooms for lost treasure, or waging war against the encroaching darkness, adventurers face more mundane realities. Even in a fantastical world, people require basic necessities such as shelter, sustenance, and clothing. These things cost money, although some lifestyles cost more than others. And then it goes over to describe lifestyle expenses and what it gives you. Like wretched, you live in inhumane conditions with no place to call home. You shelter wherever you can, sneaking into barns, huddling in old crates, and relying on the good graces of people better off than you. A wretched lifestyle presents abundant dangers. Violence, disease, and hunger follow you wherever you go. Other wretched people cover your armor, weapons, and adventuring gear, which represents a fortune by their standards. You are beneath the notice of most people. Squalid. You live in a leaky stable, a mudded-floored hut just outside town, or a vermin-infested boarding house. In the worst parts of town, you have shelter from the elements, where you live in a desperate and often violent environment, in places rife with disease, hunger, and misfortune. You are beneath the notice of most people and have few legal protections. Most people at this lifestyle level suffered some terrible setback. They might be disturbed, marked as exiles, or suffer from disease. 4. A poor lifestyle means going without the comforts available in a stable community. Simple food and lodging, threadbare clothing, and unpredictable conditions result in a sufficient, though probably unpleasant experience. Your accommodations might be a room in a flophouse, or in a common room above a tavern. You benefit from some legal protections, but you still have to contend with violence, crime, and disease. People at this lifestyle tend to be unskilled laborers, costermongers, peddlers, thieves, mercenaries, and other disreputable types. Modest. A modest lifestyle keeps you out of the slums and ensures that you can maintain your equipment. You live in an older part of town, renting a room in a boarding house, inn, or temple. You don't go hungry or thirsty, and your living conditions are clean, if simple. Ordinary people living modest lifestyles include soldiers with families, laborers, students, priests, head wizards, and the like. Comfortable. Choosing a comfortable lifestyle means that you can afford nicer clothing and easily maintain your equipment. You live in a small cottage in a middle-class neighborhood, or in a private room at a fine inn. You associate with merchants, skilled tradespeople, and military officers. Wealthy. Choosing a wealthy lifestyle means living a life of luxury. Though you might not have achieved the social status associated with the old money of nobility or royalty, you live in a lifestyle comparable to that of a highly successful merchant, a favored servant of the royalty, or the owner of a few small businesses. You have respectable lodgings, usually a spacious home in a good part of town, or a comfortable suite in a fine inn. You likely have a small staff of servants. Aristocratic. You live a life of plenty and comfort. You move in circles populated by the most powerful people in the community. You have excellent lodgings, perhaps a townhouse in the nicest part of town, or rooms in the finest inn. You dine at the best restaurants, retain the most skilled and fashionable tailor, and have servants attending your every need. You receive invitations to social gatherings with the rich and powerful, and spend evenings in the company of politicians, guild leaders, high priests, and nobility. You must also contend with the highest levels of deceit and trickery. The wealthier you are, the greater the chance you will be drawn into political intrigue as a pawn or participant. And it goes over the list: food, drink, and lodging. Self-sufficiency. The expenses and lifestyles described in this chapter assume that you are spending your time between adventures in town, availing yourself of whatever services you can afford, paying for food and shelter, paying townspeople to sharpen your sword, repair your armor, and so on. Some characters, though, might prefer to spend their time away from civilization, sustaining themselves in the wild by hunting, foraging, and repairing their own gear. Maintaining this kind of lifestyle doesn't require you to spend any coin, but it is time-consuming. If you spend your time between adventures practicing a profession, as described in Chapter 8, you can eke out the equivalent of a poor lifestyle. Proficiency in the survival skill lets you live at the equivalent of a comfortable lifestyle. It goes on to describe services you can buy, like coaches and hirelings, skilled or unskilled, messengers, road or gate tolls, ship passage. Spellcasting services. People who are able to cast spells don't fall into the category of ordinary hirelings. It might be possible to find someone willing to cast a spell in exchange for coin or favors, but it is rarely easy, and no established pay rates exist. As a rule, the higher the level of the desired spell, the harder it is to find someone to cast it, and the more it costs. Hiring someone to cast a relatively common spell, a first or second level, such as a cure wounds or identify, is easy enough in a city or town. It might cost 10 to 50 gold pieces, plus the cost of an expensive material components. Finding someone able and willing to cast a high-level spell might involve traveling to a large city, perhaps one with a university or prominent temple. Once found, the spellcaster might ask for a service instead of payment, the kind of service that only adventurers can provide, such as retrieving a rare item from a dangerous locale, or traversing a monster-infested wilderness to deliver something important to a distant settlement. And there's like a trinket page. Chapter 6. Customization Options. The combination of ability scores, race, class, and background defines your character's capabilities in the game, and the personality details you create set your character apart from every other character. Even within your class and race, you have options to fine-tune what your character can do, but this chapter is for players who, with the DM's permission, want to go a step further. This chapter defines two optional sets of rules for customizing your character: multiclassing and feats. Multiclassing lets you combine classes together, and feats are special options you can choose instead of increasing your ability scores as you gain levels. Your DM decides whether these options are available in a campaign. Multiclassing. Multiclassing allows you to gain levels in multiple classes. Doing so lets you mix the abilities of those classes to realize a character concept that might not be reflected in one of the standard class options. With this rule, you have the option of gaining a level in a new class whenever you advance in level, instead of gaining a level in your current class. Your levels in all your classes are added together to determine your character level. For example, if you have 3 levels in Wizard and 2 in Fighter, you're a 5th level character. As you advance in level, you might primarily remain a member of your original class with just a few levels in another class, or you might change course entirely, never looking back at the class you left behind. You might even start progressing in a third or fourth class. Compared to a single class character of the same level, you'll sacrifice some focus in exchange for versatility. Multiclassing example. Gary is playing a 4th level fighter. When his character earns enough experience points to reach 5th level, Gary decides that his character will multiclass instead of continuing to progress as a fighter. Gary's fighter has been spending a lot of time with Dave's rogue, and has even been doing some jobs on the side for the local Thieves Guild as a bruiser. Gary decides that his character will multiclass into the rogue class, and thus his character becomes a 4th level fighter and 1st level rogue, written as Fighter 4, Rogue 1. When Gary's character earns enough experience to reach level 6, he can decide whether to add another fighter level, becoming a Fighter 5, Rogue 1, another rogue level, becoming Fighter 4, Rogue 2, or a level in a 3rd class, perhaps dabbling in wizardry thanks to the Tomb of Mysterious Lore he's acquired, becoming a Fighter 4, Rogue 1, Wizard 1. Prerequests. To qualify for a new class, you must meet the ability score prerequest for both your current class and your new one, as shown in the multiclassing prerequest table. For example, Barbarian who decides to multiclass into the Druid class must both have Strength and Wisdom scores of 13 or higher. Without the full training that a beginning character receives, you must be a quick study in your new class, having a natural aptitude that is reflected by higher than average ability scores. Here are the multi-class requirements chart. The only thing on this chart I really disagree with is Barbarian ability score minimum of 13 to multiclass into or out of it. I think it should be Constitution of 13 to multiclass in or out of Barbarian, because they're mainly Constitution based characters, and you can either choose to go Dexterity or Strength as your second attribute. There we go. Multiclassing. Barbarian Quest 13 Constitution. Also, multiclassing into Barbarian, you get a d12 hit die, which only really makes sense if you have a pretty high Constitution to begin with. So yeah, that's not how you spell Constitution, but spell checker is amazing. Okay. Experience points. The experience point cost to gain a level is always based on your total character level, as shown in the character advancement table in Chapter 1, not your level in a particular class. So if you are a Cleric 6 Fighter 1, you must gain enough XP to reach 8th level before you can take your 2nd level as a fighter or your 7th level as a cleric. I hope most people already knew that. Hit points and hit dice. You gain the hit points for your new class as described for the level after first. You gain the first level hit points for a class only when you are 1st level character. You add together the hit dice granted by all your classes to form your pool of hit dice. If the hit dice are the same die type, you can simply pool them together. For example, both the fighter and the paladin have a d10. So if you're a paladin 5, fighter 5, you have 10 d10 hit dice. If your classes give you hit dice of different types, keep track of them separately. If you're a paladin 5, cleric 5, for example, you have 5 d10 hit dice and 5 d8 hit dice. Proficiency bonus. Your proficiency bonus is always based on your total character level, as shown in the character advancement table in Chapter 1, not your level in a particular class. For example, if you're Fighter 3, Rogue 3, you have the proficiency bonus of a 5th level character, which is +3. Proficiencies. When you gain a level in a class other than your first, you gain only some of the class's starting proficiencies, as shown in the multiclassing proficiencies table. So Barbarians, you get shield, simple weapons, martial weapons, so you don't get any armor proficiencies when you multiclass into Barbarian, because they get first level Barbarians get light armor and medium armor, and when you multiclass into it, you don't get that. You just get shields and all weapons. Bard, light armor, one skill of your choice, and one musical instrument of your choice. So you're missing the Bard's you're missing like rapiers and I think long swords in Bard, and it doesn't really matter. Cleric, you get light armor, medium armor, and shields. Druid, you get light armor, medium armor, shields, and Druids don't wear armor or shields, or use shields made of metal. Fighter, you get light armor, medium armor, shields, simple weapons, and martial weapons, so you're missing heavy armor if you multiclass into a fighter. Monk, you get simple weapons and short swords. Paladins, get light armor, medium armor, shield, simple weapons, martial weapons, so you don't get heavy armor when you multiclass into a paladin. Ranger, light armor, medium armor, shields, simple weapons, martial weapons, and one skill from the class's choice. So if you want to get a bunch of like armor proficiencies and weapon proficiencies, and still it's one skill from the class's skill list, Ranger is your best multiclassing option for like one level dip. If you want to get like the most just base proficiencies, it's not really good past that, but you know. And in 1D&D, you get like expertise, I think, at level 1 as a ranger. Yeah, you get like expertise and favorite enemy and some spellcasting if you multiclass like into ranger like 1 level, which is pretty good. That was like ranger is in like it's a good dip kind of instead of rogue if you're just looking for expertise. Rogue, you get light armor and 1 skills from the class's skill list and thieves tools. Sorcerers, you don't get anything but like some spells. Warlock, you get light armor and simple weapons. Wizards, you don't get like anything except for like they're starting 6 spells and some spell slots. And I think arcane recovery is at level 1. Maybe it's level 2. Wizard. Get you get arcane recovery. Is that based on wizard spell level? I think it is. Oh yeah, wizard level. Okay. So it's like not cool. Class features. When you get a new level in a class, you get its features for that level. A few features, however, have additional rules when you're multiclassing. Channel Divinity, Extra Attack, Unarmored Defense, and Spellcasting. Channel Divinity. If you already have the Channel Divinity feature and gain a level in a class that also grants the feature, you gain the Channel Divinity effects granted by that class, but getting the feature again does not give you an additional use of it. You gain additional uses only when you reach a class level that explicitly grants them to you. For example, if you're Cleric 6 Paladin 4, you can use Channel Divinity twice between rests because you're high enough level for the Cleric class to have more uses. Whenever you use the feature, you can choose any Channel Divinity effect available from 2 classes. So I'll go back to think about this. Paladins, yeah. So I think. Sorry. So I think Channel Affinity uses should stack from Paladin and Cleric levels, because you can only get one more, and that's only if you're like, get Paladin 6, Paladin 3, Cleric 6. Then you can get 3 uses per short rest, which is still a level 9 character, and getting 3 uses of Channel Divinity, while strong, level 9 characters, instead of just being like a level 9 Cleric or a level 9 Paladin, I think it kind of makes up for it. Yeah. I would feel free to just give them multiple uses if someone wanted to do this multi-class. Extra attack. If you gain the extra attack class feature for more than one class, the features don't add together. You can't make more than 2 attacks with this feature unless it says you do. Like when you have the fight, when you go more levels in fighter, you get more extra attacks. Similarly, the Warlock's Eldritch Evocation, Thirsting Blade, doesn't give you an additional attacks if you also have extra attack. So extra attacks don't stack, and I think this is a good like balance point. Forcing you to go fighter levels if you want to make tons of attacks per round. Unarmored Defense. If you already have the Unarmored Defense feature, you can't gain it again from another class. So like the Monk and the Barbarian both have this feature. So if you multi-classed into like, if you were playing a Barbarian Monk, you wouldn't add your armor class from Constitution, Dexterity, and Wisdom modifiers to 10. You have to choose one or the other. You have to choose which unarmored defense feature you wanted to use. I think I would just play it that way instead of having them. You just can't gain it again, because if someone went like, I don't know, I would just choose which one is higher, and let people play like that. Spellcasting. Your capacity for spellcasting depends partly on your combined levels in all your spellcasting classes and partly on your individual levels in those classes. Once you have the spellcasting feature for more than one class, use the rules below. If you multi-class but have the spellcasting feature for only one class, you follow the rules as described in that class. Spells known and prepared. You determine what spells you know and can prepare for each class individually, as if you were a single class member of that class. If you're a Ranger 4, Wizard 3, for example, you know 3 first level Ranger spells based on your level in the Ranger class. As a 3rd level Wizard, you know 3 Wizard cantrips, and your spellbook contains 10 Wizard spells, 2 of which, the 2 you gain when you reach 3rd level as a Wizard, can be 2nd level spells. If your intelligence is 16, you can prepare 6 Wizard spells from your spellbook. Each spell you know and prepare is associated with one of your classes, and you use the spellcasting ability of that class when you cast a spell. Similarly, a spellcasting focus such as a Holy Symbol can be used only for the spells in the class associated with that focus. So the first part of this paragraph, each spell you know and prepare is associated with one of your classes, and you must use the spellcasting ability of that class when you cast a spell. Wizard's spellcasting ability is Intelligence, and Ranger's is Wisdom. So if you tried to cast a Wisdom spell that needed a saving throw, you'd use the your Wisdom modifier in that formula. And if you cast a Wizard spell, you'd use Intelligence modifier for that to figure out that DC and to hit modifier. Spell slots. You determine your available spell slots by adding together all your levels in the Bard, Cleric, Druid, Sorcerer, and Wizard classes, half your levels rounded down in the Paladin and Ranger classes, and a third of your Fighter or Rogue levels rounded down if you have the Eldritch Knight or the Arcane Trickster feature. Use this total to determine your spell slots by consulting the multi-class spellcaster table. If you have more than one spellcasting class, this table might give you spell slots of a level that is higher than the spells you know or can prepare. You can use those spell slots, but only to cast your lower level spells. If a lower level spell that you cast, like Burning Hands, has an enhanced effect when you cast using a higher level slot. You can use the enhanced effect even though you don't have any spells of that higher level. For example, if you are the aforementioned Ranger 4 Wizard 3, you count as a 5th level character when determining your spell slots. If you have 4 first level slots, 3 second level slots, and 2 third level slots. However, you don't know any third level spells, nor do you know any second level ranger spells. You can use the spell slots of those levels to cast the spells you do know and potentially enhance their effects. So I like using like this spell slot scaling to play a barded in. So like a paladin to get unlocked divine smites and then just go straight bard. Usually you go like bard 6 into sword or valor bard so you can get extra attack, and then you take 2 levels of paladin to turn those extra attacks into smites. Whenever you hit something, so you have a bunch more spell slots available for smiting things, but don't have to, and are only missing like 1 spell level of spell slot scaling. You are missing 2. You're not casting 4th level spells, but because you're not bard 8 in this example, just only bard 6 and paladin 2, but you have access to a lot of burst damage from your smites, which is, I think, a pretty fun singing paladin build. Pack Magic. If you have both the spellcasting class feature and the Pack Magic class feature from the Warlock class, you can use the spell slots you gain from the Pack Magic feature to cast spells you know or have prepared from classes with the spellcasting class feature. And you can use the spell slots you gain from the spellcasting class feature to cast 4 spells you know. So here's the multiclassing spellcaster chart. Oh, finally, feats. A feat represents a talent or area of expertise that gives a character special capabilities. It embodies training, experience, and abilities beyond what a class provides. At certain levels, your class gives you the ability score improvement feature. Using the optional feats rule, you can forgo taking that feature to take a feat of your choice instead. You can take each feat only once, unless the feat's description says otherwise. You must meet any prerequisite specified in a feat to take that feat. If you ever lose a feat's prerequisite, you can't use that feat until you regain the prerequisite. For example, the Grappler feat requires you to have a strength of 13 or higher. If your strength is reduced below 13 somehow, perhaps by a withering curse, you can't benefit from the Grappler feat until your strength is restored. So, first feat we're going to look at is Alert, which they also changed in 1 D&D. Alert. Always on the lookout for danger. You gain the following benefits. You gain +5 bonus to initiative. You can't be surprised while you're conscious, and other creatures don't gain advantage on attack rolls against you as a result of being hidden from you. So what they did in 1 D&D. 1 second. Feats. So they made feats just part of the game instead of an optional feature, first of all. And they gave the ability score improvement feat. So you take this feat and you can take it multiple times. You can increase your 1 ability score of your choice by +2, or you can increase 2 ability scores by 1. You can't increase ability scores above 20. Sec. So I find it. It's somewhere in here. Okay, here's Alert. So it's in the first UA and not the expert class. It's in the character origins So alert, they've changed it from initiative proficiency. When you roll initiative, you can add your proficiency bonus to the roll. So this is, instead of the +5, just generic bonus. Okay, cool. Initiative swap. Immediately after you roll initiative, you can swap your initiative with the initiative of one willing ally in the same combat. You can't make the swap if you or the ally is incapacitated. So I think this is a weird mechanical thing of this feat. The new one, it just doesn't make any sense. So I understand why they took out "you can't be surprised" part of it, because that part was kind of broken. And I like it scaling with proficiency bonus, but I don't like the initiative swap part of it. I do like the player's handbook. Other creatures don't gain advantage on attack rolls against you as a result of being hidden from you. So if they're invisible, or if they're hiding behind something as a thief or rogue type character, they don't get advantage against you. I think this is a very strong and often overlooked part of this feat. And I think they should keep it like this, because swapping initiative with someone in a combat doesn't make any sense. All right. So here we go. So Feats. Let's make this bold. Control B, underlined. All right. Alert. Should be 1. Should be this. Copy. Sorry. There we go. 1, paste. Oh gosh. Is that formatting? Nope, that was worse. Delete. Sorry, as I format this correctly. Actually, I'll just format this later. And 2, creatures that are hidden from you. How do they word it? Other creatures don't get advantage on initiative rolls against you. Can't copy this. From you don't gain advantage on attack rolls against you. I know I'm formatting. I'm sorry. Okay, cool. And you just did bullet points? Okay. This can be the feat, and then you can get +1 to Dexerity or Wisdom. +1 to Wisdom when you take the feat. In 1D&D, they made like feats level gated, which I think is kind of doesn't make any sense when you use my point buy chart. So we're just gonna not make them gated. We're gonna act like they're not gated. Okay. That was the first feat. Athlete. You've undergone extensive physical training to gain the following benefits. Increase your strength or dexterity score by 1 to a maximum of 20. When you're prone, standing up uses only 5 feet of your movement. Climbing doesn't half your speed. And you can make a running long jump or a running high jump after moving only 5 feet on foot rather than 10 feet. So did they change this at all? Athlete. So they just reworded it to give you a climb speed in 1D&D. And you have advantage on any ability checks you make for the jump action. It doesn't make... So mechanically, this is kind of up to DMs. This gives the player less agency over like what my character can do. Because most of the time you don't need an ability check to make it to jump over something. Like I would almost never call for an ability trying to do that unless you're trying to jump like further than you can normally jump. Or like jumping like off of ice or jumping with something. There's plenty of reasons I would call for like an athletics check for when someone makes a jump action, or like an acrobatics check when someone makes a jump action. So I guess I'm talking myself into this being okay. I would just also add, so like all of this is fine. And then I would add, you can make a running long jump or a running high jump after moving only 5 feet on foot rather than 10 feet. So I'd just add this to the athlete. I'd just stick this onto the end of the laundry list of things you get, because it's like a minor benefit, but it's fun to use if you actually need to use it. So athlete, one D&D rules, and add on that you only need 5 feet. Five feet of movement to make a running long or high jump. Okay, cool. Next. Actor. Skilled at mimicry and dramatics. You gain the following benefits. Increase your charisma score by 1 to a maximum of 20. You have advantage on charisma deception and charisma performance checks when trying to pass yourself as a different person. You can mimic the speech of another person or the sounds made by other creatures. You must have heard the person speaking or heard the creature make the sound for at least 1 minute. A successful wisdom insight check contested by your charisma deception check allows a listener to determine that the effect is faked. So in here, so actor. So while you're disguised as a fictional person or real person, you have advantage on charisma checks performance to convince others. And then you can mimic the sounds of other creatures, including speech. To mimic the sound in this way, you must have heard it for at least 15. Anytime thereafter, you can make a DC 15 charisma check to perform the mimicry. On a success, you can perform it convincingly for up to 1 hour. So they kind of just, in 1D&D, they just codified it better than the original Player's Handbook. Mimic speech. Instead of a contested check, you just have just a DC 15 performance check to mimic stuff. And they kind of just hid the contested check roll in. They just filed it into like, a DM should know this. Like, right? People should be able to make insight checks against this if they have. NPCs should be able to make insight checks into this if they know, if they suspect something's up. So they just hid it in the DM's knowledge. That's fine. It didn't change anything, right? Yeah. Did we just do athlete? Yeah. Okay. Charger. Okay. Charger. When you use your action to dash, you can use a bonus action to make one melee attack or to shove a creature. You must move at least 10 feet in a straight line immediately before taking this bonus action. You either gain a +5 bonus to the attack's damage roll if you choose to make a melee attack and hit, or push the target up to 10 feet away from you if you choose to shove and you succeed. So this feat, the player's handbook, is absolute garbage because it takes your action, which means you can't use extra attack on your turn if you have the extra attack feature, and you have to make, you get it is garbage because it just kills all your like extra attack and damage scaling on a turn and it just gives you like, you can dash in someplace as like a fighter or like a barbarian. It would be fine, but then you like can't rage, and it just takes too much action economy to use like this as written. So they changed it to pre-request. You have to have proficiency with any martial weapon, which is, I think it's a good change, just like to stop it from being used from. Do monks get a martial weapon proficiency? Monks get short swords, which are martial weapons, right? Weapon 5e. Pretty sure short swords are. Yeah, short sword is a martial weapon, so monks can use the charger feat. Okay, sorry, getting off track. Get ability score increase, which you didn't get here, which I think is good. When you improve dash, when you take the dash action, your speed increases by 10 feet for that action, which can also be used by monks and rogues who can bonus action dash. Okay, I don't think this is not a great improvement to the feat. And then I'll just read the whole feat and then get into it. Charge attack. You move at least 10 feet in a straight line immediately before hitting with an attack as part of the attack action on your turn. Choose one of the following effects. Gain a +1d8 bonus to the attack's damage roll, or push the target up to 10 feet, providing the target you want to push is no more than one size larger than you. And you can use this benefit only once on each of your turns. Okay. So to make this usable for multiple classes, I would just turn the improved dash. I would just make that instead, when you take the dash action, your speed increases by 10 feet for that action. I would just change it to you can dash as a bonus action. So Charger +1 to strength, right? Or Dex +1 to strength, or Dex. Improve dash. You can dash as a bonus action. Okay, cool. And then when you hit with an attack, you, after moving 10 feet in a straight line, you can deal d8 extra damage. I'll just move this down to the next. Oh, I have plenty of space. Extra damage. Or shove 10 feet if using the shove. Using the shove. I would just make the extra 1d8 you add to it stackable. Like more, you can do it as many times as you have attacks per turn, and as many times as you can run 10 feet in a straight line at something. Because if you run away from something, usually you're going to take an opportunity attack from it. But this just gives you the character feeling of being able to like run in to combat with your bonus action at 5th level and just like hit something, do a bunch of damage to it, and then if you wanted to do more, if you want to do like 4.5 extra points of damage to another target, you can run outside, take it outside of that creature's range, take an opportunity attack the second one, and then you have 60 feet of movement, so you can run back, take another opportunity attack from that person, attack again, run back. If you have a third attack, you can attack again. It can get really nuts, and just like you're charging all around the battlefield, taking a bunch of opportunity attacks, but dealing a bunch of damage and causing a bunch of chaos. In there as like a melee charging combatant, which sounds really fun to use. Instead of just being able to use it once, and it'll just stack with proficiency bonus. Not proficiency bonus, it'll just stack with kind of like extra attack feature, which I think would be fun. So I would just take off the caveat, you can only use it once per round, and just let them go wild. Let them just charge in there. That'd be great. All right, next. Crossbow Expert. Crossbow Expert. Thanks to extensive practice with the crossbow, you gain the following benefits. You ignore the loading quality of crossbows with which you are proficient. Being within 5 feet of a hostile creature doesn't impose disadvantage on your ranged attack rolls. When you use the attack action, attack with a one-handed weapon, you can use a bonus action to attack with a loaded hand crossbow you are holding. Okay, cool. This kind of just lets you attack with a hand crossbow, reaction, and then attack with again with a bonus action, which is really good when stacked with Sharpshooter. It still is, but now it's less so because they've changed Sharpshooter. The one D&D ones, Crossbow Expert, so they allow you to decrease your dexterity score by 1 because you're using your dexterity modifier when you're attacking with a ranged weapon and crossbows. You ignore the loading property of crossbows. Great. You can now use crossbows with extra attack. Firing in melee, being within 5 feet, an enemy doesn't impose disadvantage on your attack rolls with crossbows. So they remove the ranged attack rolls wording. So now it just works with crossbows, and you can't use this on like Eldritch Blast. Crossbow Expert on like Eldritch Blast kind of shenanigans. I don't even know why you would want to be within 5 feet of someone with a 120-foot Eldritch Blast, but people were using it that way. But they've removed it. Great. Dual wielding. When you make the extra attack with the light weapon property, you can add your ability modifier to the damage. Add your ability modifier to the damage of the extra attack if that attack is with a light crossbow, the crossbow that has a light property. Well, this is some weird wording, but it accomplishes the same thing that the other weird worded, like really weird worded, this thing had. So you always have to use a hand crossbow with two hands, in general, because it's a two-handed weapon. So like a better way of wording this would just be, Crossbow Expert. When you attack with a hand crossbow, you can attack with it as a bonus action. On the same turn. Like, that's all this wording does. Not changing anything. Yeah. And that's good. It's a good feature. Attacking 3 times around instead of 2 times around as a fighter with a hand crossbow at level 5 or a ranger at level 5 is a lot of people's playstyle. And it's fun. You should do it. Right. Defensive Duelist. When you're wielding a finesse weapon with which you are proficient, and another creature hits you with a melee attack, you can use your reaction to add your proficiency bonus to your armor class for that attack, potentially causing the attack to miss you. Fantastic feat. Defensive Duelist. In 1D&D, you now increase your dexterity score by 1 because you're using finesse weapons. So that makes sense. Parry. You can do the same thing. So all they did in 1D&D is gave it a dexterity score bonus because it's a level 4, and that's kind of what they're doing here. In 1D&D. I like this feat a lot. It gives you, if you're dual wielding short swords and you want a defensive reaction option, you already have one as a rogue, but if you're like, say, barbarian and you're dual wielding short swords and you want a defensive option for your reaction instead of not doing anything at all with it, this is a great feat to pick up. And just makes you tankier. It's 1 time per round. I love this. The design of this, of Defensive Duelist. It's just kind of like one of the better designed feats all around. Now we get to one of the worst designed feats. Okay. We get to Dual Wielder. Oh, fun. You master fighting with 2 weapons, getting the following benefits. You get a +1 to armor class while you're wielding a separate melee weapon in each hand. Alright, that's a good passive bonus. Fantastic. Makes up for you not wielding a shield. You can use 2 weapon fighting even when the one-handed melee weapons you're wielding aren't light. So you can wield like 2 longswords or 2 battle axes. The real way to maximize this feat is to wield 2 lances while mounted. But I've never seen anyone do that. And you can draw or stow 2 one-handed weapons when you would normally be able to draw or stow 1. So usually on your turn, you get this thing called a free object interaction, which you usually use as a part of an attack to draw your sword or spear or whatever you're wielding in one hand. This just allows you to draw like 2 swords at the same time, which is fun, which is like you don't really need to say it because you can already kind of do this if you're willing to drop something. But it's good they put it in here. The reason this feat is so terrible is it only adds 1 point of damage per attack you can make. So at level 5, you're attacking 3 times. Twice with your action and once with your bonus action for the 2-weapon fighting. If you do that and hit with all of these attacks, you're going from a D6 weapon to a D8 weapon with dual wielder. So it's giving you like on average 3 damage per round if you hit everything, and that's like on the upper end of the scale because there's armor classes and stuff. But I think this version of it is good because you're doing something with your bonus action and you're doing something interesting with it. Okay, how do they change it in the experts class thing? Dual wielder. So they just give it a strength or dexterity score by 1 increase. When you're holding a weapon with a light property in one hand, you can treat a non-light weapon in your other hand as if it had a light property, providing that weapon lacks a 2-handed property. So that's convoluted as hell. So now like you can hold like a short sword and a long sword. So you're missing 1 point of damage. They took away the damage scaling, and that wasn't even a problem with dual wielding. So now like you can hold a lance in a hand, but you have to be holding like a short sword or a whip or something else in your other hand. I guess it like got away from the dual wielding lance scenario, but that already wasn't like really done, and it's kind of hilarious if someone does it. So I would just make this the exact same as the player's handbook. I would keep it the exact same as the player's handbook, but just add you increase your strength or dexterity score by 1 on top of it. Okay. Dual wielding. Same as player's handbook. Because the +1 armor class for wielding 2 weapons was kind of its saving grace from a balance standpoint. +1 strength or +1 dex. Max of 20. Of course, max of 20, but I have to put it in there. Some people will be like, me. Okay. I'm complaining about people like that, and I'm that guy. Oh no. Okay. Just keep it the same as player's handbook and just add the +1 strength or dex onto it, and that kind of makes it balanced. Okay. Player's handbook. Dungeon Delver. Did they change this at all? No. Dungeon Delver. Alert to the hidden traps and secret doors found in many dungeons gain the following benefits. You have advantage in wisdom perception and intelligence checks, investigation checks to detect the presence of secret doors. You have advantage on saving throws made to avoid or resist traps. You have resistance to damage dealt by traps. And you can search for traps while traveling at a normal pace instead of only a slow pace. Well, this is a good feat when you know you're going to be doing lots of dungeon delving. It doesn't... In practice, while actually playing with mechanics of Dungeons and Dragons and like dungeon delving, having like a +5 on wisdom, on perception checks and intelligence checks Oh, it doesn't give like, it's not. So this gives advantage to your passive perception and investigation checks, like a +5 to them as well. But as a dungeon master, I don't really use passive checks for people finding, or like for finding like secret doors or traps and the like. Yeah, so like, this is pretty cool. I think they changed it in characters' origins actually. Dungeon Delver? Did they? I don't think they did. All right, no worries. Cool. Yeah, this is a fun feat. I think they should add to Dungeon Delver, if they're doing it, if they're just adding it to everything. Dungeon Delver +1 to hints or +1 to wisdom. Yeah. Same as Player's Handbook. Cool. Durable. Hardy and resilient, you gain the following benefits. You increase your constitution score by 1 to maximum of 20. And when you roll a hit die to regain hit points, the minimum number of hit points you regain from the roll equals twice your constitution modifier. So other people have done analysis on this. And their analysis is quite good to how well this is actually. So they changed it in 1D&D to Constitution score by 1. You have advantage on death saving throws, speed recovery. As a bonus action, you can spend one of your hit dice, roll the die, and regain a number of hit points equal to the roll. Okay. And they also changed hit dice to all refresh on a long rest in the 1D&D rules. Do I like this change? I haven't really thought about it. Death saving throws. Having advantage on death saving throws is interesting. And speed recovery, which allows you to use hit dice more actively, which I think is a good change. So I like this change to the durable feat. Yeah. 1D and you should just do the 1D&D version. So I think it offers more play. Durable. Use 1D&D UA version. It adds more play to the feat. Because durable, when you roll a hit dice to regain hit points, it just gives you like a minimum number. And depending on what hit dice you're rolling, what your constitution modifier is, and there's lots of variables here that are hard to like take a bunch of analysis to actually calculate. Not too much, but more than I want to do on the fly. The other one takes 0 analysis and is fun, and if you really want the Death Defy feature, that's awesome. That's awesome for you. Giving advantage on death saves is very powerful. Maybe you just give them like proficiency bonus plus to it, like proficiency in death saves. That doesn't make much sense. Flavor wise, like you're good at not dying when you're dying. Yeah, but I guess they also changed it because the healer feat now uses hit dice. Okay. Elemental Adept. Did they change it over here? Elemental Adept. You gain Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma score by 1. And they didn't change it at all, I don't think. Ignore the resistance of the chosen type. And you can cheat any 1 on a damage die as a 2. Yeah, so just use the 1 D&D version of this because it adds... yeah. Because it adds the ability score scaling. Elemental Adept. Use 1 D&D version. Okay, cool. Grappler. It changes a bunch in 1 D&D. Grappler. They give epic boons in 1 D&D, which I think are not worth talking about because they're level 20. And I think they're mostly... yeah, they're level 20. No, I'm not going to talk about them. And they put the fighting styles in the feat category, which is a weird choice. Grappler. Yeah. Increase your strength or dexterity score by 1 to a maximum of 20. Fantastic change. You have advantage on attack rolls against creatures grappled by you. Already there. Very good. Fast Wrestler. You aren't slowed when you move a creature grappled by you, providing the creature is your size or smaller. They buffed grappling build, so now they can like move people around the battlefield. Pretty awesome. Punch and grab. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike as part of the attack action on your turn, you can deal damage to the target and also grapple it. You can use this benefit once per turn. So you wanted to punch things while grappling it once per turn. That's pretty awesome. This is a great update to this feat. And they buffed the grappled condition as well. So yeah. Grappler. Use 1 D&D version. Because it gives you more play, actually makes the build work, and it's way more useful. Great Weapon Master. So in the player's handbook, you've learned to put the weight of a weapon you've learned to put the weight of a weapon to your advantage. Letting its momentum empower your strikes. You gain the following benefits. On your turn, when you score a critical hit with a melee weapon or reduce a creature to 0 hit points with 1, you can make 1 melee weapon attack as a bonus action. Cool. So this is telling me, this part of the feat is telling me, okay, I should be crit focused or focused on killing things when when I take this feat. Also, and it doesn't specify it has to be heavy. The second part of this feat is, before you make a melee attack with a heavy weapon that you're proficient with, you can choose to take a -5 penalty to the attack roll. If the attack hits, you add +10 to the attack's damage. Okay. So now I'm adding a +10 flat bonus, which crit doesn't affect on it. So now I'm confused. Why should I take this feat? Normally, my attacks with a 2d6 greatsword, with there's 2d6, and we're adding +4 to the attack. So we're doing on an average like 11 damage on a hit. If we give ourselves -5 penalty to the roll, we're doing an average of 21 damage per hit with a greatsword. Just by giving ourselves -5 to the roll, which is almost all our to hit bonus of like, say, +6 at level 5. So now you only have +1 to hit, but you do an average damage. Alright, I'm just going to show you a graph of what this looks like. Here is a bunch of math. Fun. Okay, we'll take... We will remove this, remove this, remove this, remove this, this. Remove this, remove this. And then... Okay. So here's the... No. Down with Slayer's Handbook, Great Weapon Master. Alright. I'm pretty sure I've done this right. -5 here. Mod damage 14. 14. Yeah, okay. Hit 2 more attacks. 2.5. Okay. Here we see against. Can I scroll down further? Oh god. Bolts. Here we go. So, against a monster with an AC of 10, the average damage per round we're doing with Great Weapon Master, and we take Great Weapon Fighting, our level 5, in something with extra attack, and we assume that we're proccing the bonus action attack 15% of the time. So we have a 9.5% chance to crit with two attacks, and then I'm giving an extra 5.5% onto that. Say we kill something, so we have a 15% chance to get our bonus action attack. So against an monster armor class of 10, we're doing an average of like 32 points of damage. Against something with 19 armor class, we're doing an average of around 10 damage. With Okay. Just given. So with 2 long swords, let's see if I have. What if I. Too much crap. 2 weapon fighting. Where? Oh god. 2 weapon fighting longsword. 2 weapon fighting longswords. So you take 3 attacks, plus 7 to hit. You have an 18 strength. All right. How does that compare? So an average, like, before, at like 17.5 armor class, if we're attacking someone with 17.5 armor class, we'll be doing more damage with our, more average damage per round with, when we're dual wielding. But since we're dual wielding and have the dual wielding feat, we have a +1 armor class. So we're slightly tankier than the person wielding, say, a maul or a greatsword. Cool. This balances out. Right. What if we look at, say, we're wielding a halberd, we have Polearm Master, we have Great Weapon Fighting, the fighting style Great Weapon Fighting, and we say we have a 55% chance to trigger our reaction attack with our polearm. How does that? So that's the blue line. No, that is actually the orange line. So it's around 17 is where the break-even point is here. Did I really? I swear it was egregiously better than that. Oh yeah. This line, this orange line is the halberd line. When we don't have our bonus action attack from the halberd, we just like straight up remove it from the equation, it looks pretty okay. You're like, we have a 10-foot range. We're doing about the same damage as someone dual wielding long swords. They have slightly tankier, so they should be doing slightly less damage than us. They're on the kind of the same scale as Great Weapon Master with Great Weapon Fighting attached. Like, cool. This looks balanced. If we add in the bonus action attack to our halberd, we get, even with only a 55% chance of getting a reaction attack with someone coming into our reach or out of our reach, we are getting, it like surpasses the damage output, the average damage output of Great Weapon Master, Great Weapon Fighting, that -5 plus 10 version of it, at like 12.2 armor class. This is egregious. This doesn't. You're always going to be doing more damage with a halberd and Polearm Master. Yeah. Well, this is one reason to remove, like, this line versus the other line. I'll just delete it again. Show you what that looks like. Oop. This looks way better. Way more balanced than yeah, this is just way more balanced. This is way more balanced than giving the bonus action to Polearm Master. Right. But in the expert things, they changed Grappler Master to increase your strength score by 1. Okay, they're adding this to all the feats because they're 4th level, and it's helped to get you through the 18 in your primary ability score. Cool. So cleave when you reduce something to 0 hit points, or crit with a melee weapon. You can make one attack with the same weapon as a bonus action. Cool. They didn't change that part of the feat at all. And then Heavy Weapon Master. When you hit with a creature with a heavy weapon as part of the attack action on your turn, you can cause the weapon to deal an extra damage to the target. The extra damage equals your proficiency bonus, and you can deal it only once per turn. So the way that looks on the graph is... oh god. No, Barbarian. The way that looks on the graph is... Control C, Control V, one D&D, one D&D, and so dice damage is still 7. Modifier to damage is 4 because we have 18 strength. Hit is 7. Number attacks 2.5, and then I know this is to get it close. We're just gonna add like 2.5 instead of the full 3 because we're gonna be missing some of them. But I don't want to. That's complicated math that I don't want to code in right now. Okay. But this is 2.5 is pretty close. Maybe a little overestimated. And then we're going to plot. X and Control V, find one D&D, and label it equals 1 D&D Great Weapon Master. Okay. This is what the 1 D&D your Weapon Master looks like. It's always going to be higher than... It looks where it should be. Like, this looks good. This looks how it should be. But just giving a generic, like, +3 to damage... +3 to damage, like, once per turn, is kind of boring. It doesn't give you much play. Like, when you get a crit, you're like, oh, fun, I get an extra bonus attack, because I have this feat. Awesome. That gives you some mechanical play. When you hit once per turn, you're like, I get an extra 3 damage, because this is the first time I hit this turn. That feels boring as hell at level 5. Like, the -5 +10 was a great mechanic, because you're like, I'm swinging this thing. I'm swinging my sword as hard as I physically can. I'm doing an extra 10 points of damage. And I know that, like, I know as Dale that's doing this math, like, you shouldn't really be doing it. Like, you get more damage. So, like, when you don't take the -5 +10, I'll show you that as well. So here, Control C, Control V. So like, do you get more? Question is, do you get more damage on average if you don't take the -5 plus 10, but still take the Great Weapon Master feat? So the hit is 7, on damage is 4, average dice damage is 7, attack number is 2.15, Great Weapon damage action is 1.33, no -5, Control B, Control C, Control B, blot, X, this, label equals Great Weapon Master, no, -5. Okay. So that looks like. So if you know monsters with the -5 plus 10, if you know the monster's armor class is above like 15. If you know the armor class is like above 15, you should never be taking the -5 plus 10. Because you do more average damage if you don't. Because this line says so. And then you're always doing like, oh, sorry, they changed the blue lines. So the purple line is the one D&D Great Weapon Master. And the orange line, which is very, very close to the Great Weapon fighting Halberd, no bonus action, Polearm Master with a 35% reaction line. They're doing about the same amount of damage. So you know you shouldn't take the -5 plus 10 if the opponent's armor class is like 17 or higher. If you like, I've already figured this out. Okay, how do we keep like the -X plus X damage fun mechanical feature and kind of bring Great Weapon fighting up? Great Weapon, the feat Great Weapon fighting like up in usefulness. Like how do we make it better? My fix would be you can convert your strength to hit modifier into double that in damage. So say if you have like an 18 strength, so you have a +4 modifier to strength, you can, instead of be like, I don't want to have that modifier to hit, I want to have double that in damage. So instead of having a +4 to attack via your strength modifier, you get a +8 to damage on that attack and get a -4 to hit. What does that do? What does that do to the line of a level 5? What does that do? Well, Control C, Control V, Dale, unvaried hit is 12, to hit is 3. So you're taking it all. And then Let's see. Dale. Dale. What does that do to it? So, it kind of pushes it. It allows us to play with that minus X plus X mechanic, which is really fun when you're swinging like a huge weapon against something. Kind of like, but it also allows, it pushes it slightly higher. So the orange line is the one we're looking at. It pushes it, instead of like 17 armor class being the cutoff point, like 18 armor class is the cutoff point, where we're doing about the same damage as, I'm gonna move Great Weapon Master, no, -5. There it is. Remove this from the graph because it's a little cluttered. So we still get to play the same fun mechanic. It's just we get to like fine tune how we want to play with it, and it makes sense to be like, hey, I'm converting my strength modifier to hit. I'm not being as careful, but I'm trying to hit as hard as freaking possible to deal the most damage possible. Yeah. It doesn't deal with proficiency bonus, it just deals with your strength score, which should be reflected in like something that's heavy in the Dungeons and Dragons context. Yeah. So I would change Great Weapon Master, Great Weapon Master. +1 to strength is great when you crit or kill an enemy. You can attack with the same weapon as a bonus action. Fantastic. Doesn't change. And you can convert your strength modifier to hit into ×2 damage modifier instead when you attack with a heavy two-handed melee heavy weapon. There. Fantastic. It should be worded a little better. I'm not going to try to word it better here on the fly, but if Wizards of the Coast wants to use this change, they're welcome to it. I think it's fun, and I have the math to prove it that it's balanced. I think that mechanic is fun. It should be only used by these players, and it's pretty great. It gets a bunch better when you use it with the Barbarian, because they get advantage. So they're getting way more chances to crit. They're getting about double the amount of chance to crit. So they're getting 19% chance to crit with 2 attacks. Well, they're not getting 19. It's 18 something. It's 18% chance to crit instead of 9.5. because it's 9.5 on the first one, and then whatever 90.5, whatever 9.5% of 90.5 is. It's about 18% chance instead of 9.5, and then they have the same, like 5 or probably a little over, like 7% chance to. So they have like a 25% chance to proc the bonus action attack instead of a 15% chance of proccing the bonus action attack on their turn. Great feat, very good for barbarians using reckless attack. I like my change better. 1D&D's changes. Fine if they remove the bonus action attack from Polearm Master to not make it always the better choice. Okay. Off my pedestal. Okay. Healer feat. Healer feat in the player's handbook is ridiculous. But no one picks it because everyone's selfish. Whatever. Healer feats in 1D&D. Healer feat. Battle Medic. You have the training and intuition to administer first aid and other care effectively, guaranteeing the following benefits. If you have a healer's kit, you can expend one use of it and tend to a creature within 5 feet of you as an action. That creature can expend one of its hit dice, and then you roll that die. The creature regains a number of hit points equal to the roll plus your proficiency bonus. Cool! More uses for hit die. That's awesome. Healing rerolls. Whenever you roll a die to determine the number of hit points you restore with a spell or with this feat's battle medic benefit, you can reroll the die if the roll is a 1. You must use the new roll. It makes rolling healing word rolls way more useful. Or like if you're because on a d4, like rolling a 1 is 25% chance. You can now not do that anymore. Like now it becomes like a 12.5% chance of you getting a 1, and then you're getting a bunch of other. Yeah, it just makes your healing spells better. This is cool. And it's not super broken. You like have to use resources to get people to 1 hit point. Fun. This is a great feat. It doesn't give you any ability score improvements, but I would just give it a wisdom, +1 to wisdom. Because that's where the medicine skill is. Like, I don't know why they didn't do that. Healer. 1 D&D. One D&D version of the feat. +1 wisdom. Cool. Do you want to be a healing cleric? Take the healer feat. It makes you better at the healing. Cool. Just do it. Yeah. Heavily armored. You have trained to master the use of heavy armor, getting the following benefits. Increase your strength score by 1 to a maximum of 20. You gain proficiency with heavy armor. Did they change this at all? I don't think they did. Heavily armored. No, they just changed the wording. Changed the wording and allowed you to use your constitution score. Or to increase your constitution score. Cool. Great. This is a great change. So heavy armor master. You can use your heavy armor to deflect strikes, granting the following benefits. You increase your Constitution or Strength score by 1 to a maximum of 20. Damage reduction. When you're hit by an attack while you're wearing heavy armor, any bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage dealt to you by that attack is reduced by an amount equal to your proficiency bonus. Fantastic, this scales. I've already said this in another one of my short videos. Or like, I think it's my feat change video. Like, it should be changed to this, because it should scale with level. I like both of these changes a lot. And they're better than, like, Heavy Armor Master was like, slashing damage is reduced by 3 from non-magical weapons. Like, doesn't make lots of magical stuff in D&D. And it feels bad for your feat just to be worthless. Okay. Heavily armored 1 D&D Heavy Armor Master. Sorry. Armor Master 1 D&D version. That's great. That's great. Perfect. I love those changes. Inspiring Leader. It's over here. Where is it? I know it's here somewhere. Inspiring Leader. You get ability score increased to your wisdom or charisma score of 1 to a maximum of 20. Encouraging performance. At the end of a short rest or long rest, you can give an inspiring performance, a speech, a song, or a dance. When you do so, choose up to 6 friendly creatures, which can include yourself. Within 30 feet of you, who witness the performance. The chosen creatures each gain temporary hit points equal to 2d4 plus your proficiency bonus. So this was changed from 2d4 plus your proficiency bonus instead of Inspiring Leader. Spend 10 minutes inspiring your companions to up their resolve. So they made it part of a short rest or a long rest instead of just like generically 10 minutes. 6 friendly creatures, they didn't change that at all. Within 30 feet of you, okay, that's good. Creatures gain temporary hit points equal to your level plus your charisma modifier. So level 5, this is giving people like 6 people 9 temporary hit points. And you had to finish a short or long rest to be able to do it again. So 6 times 9 is 54. So you're getting 54 hit points from Player Handbook. From the 1 D&D version, you're getting 2d4, which is an average of 5. 5 plus, make this bigger. 5 plus, and then proficiency bonus of 3, so which equals 8 times 6. Which is 6 minus this is which equals 48 total hit points. So it is worse than the Player's Handbook version, but you're getting a +1 to your charisma or wisdom score to offset the 6 temporary hit points you're not getting from this. As you go up in level, the 1 D&D version gets worse, I think that's fine. The 1D&D version is like a different philosophy. I think it should be 2d4 plus charisma mod. Charisma. There we go. Charisma mod. So it'd be the exact same at level 5. It'd be the exact same. Or level 4, it's gonna be the exact same when you pick it up. And then it gets worse in the 1D&D version. But you get a +1 to your stats as compensation. Yeah, but I think it just work off Charisma mod instead of proficiency bonus. Charisma mod. Yeah, because it's a performance. Charisma should help you lead people. Yeah. All right. So the change I would make would be inspiring leader. 2d4 plus charisma mod temp HP when used. Cool. And then +1 charisma. +1 charisma when you do a max of 20 when you get this feat. I don't know why I was always make that type here. This is the change I would make. It makes it a charisma focused feat. Still very good. Yeah. Doesn't work off proficiency bonus, which is not how this should function. Like, it makes it a little worse past level. What is it? Makes it worse than the 1D&D version when you hit level 17, but otherwise it makes it just better when you get to like 20 charisma. No, it's not level 17. It's level... Yeah, it's worse when you hit level 17 because you're not getting +6, you're only getting +5. But this is good. Okay. 2, 6 creatures. Okay. Cool. Come back. No. So sorry. What page was I on? 200 or something? Oh, Jesus. Inspiring leader. There it is. Okay. Keen mind. The feat that Caleb is known for. Liam is known for annoying Matthew Mercer with. The infamous Keen Mind feat. You have a mind that can track time, direction, and detail with uncanny precision. You gain the following benefits. Increase your intelligence score by 1 to maximum 20. You always know which way is north. You always know the number of hours left before the next sunrise or sunset. You can accurately recall anything you have seen or heard within the past month. Okay. It's changed to Keen Mind. Increase your intelligence score by 1, not changed. Great. Lore Knowledge. Choose one of the following skills: Arcana, History, Investigation, Nature, or Religion. If you lack the proficiency in the chosen skill, you gain proficiency with it. And if you have proficiency in it, you gain expertise in it. Cool. Quick Study. You can take the study action as a bonus action. Neat. And study action is explained later in this. So you're no longer a compass. You're no longer a physical compass. You no longer can remember what you've seen in the past month. But it gives you more play in combat with your bonus actions to be like, hey, do I know this thing? Do I know this lore thing? Does my character know this lore thing? That he should know. And it gets you better. It gives you expertise in a thing, which helps you roll better to see if you know lore knowledge that will help you make decisions in a fight. So I like this change. And it gets away from like the annoying Matthew Mercer and DM case of like, hey, my character remembers this. I don't remember this as a player. How about you tell me as a DM? DM's like, I'm already focusing on 20 other things. Can't you remember what your character remembers? Sort of deal. Like, no, I took the Keen Mind feat. You have to tell me. Like, well, I'm not going to go look up my notes because that'll stop play. And it's no fun for anyone if I'm just your encyclopedia. Yeah. It gets away from that. Okay. So we should Keen Mind. Keen Mind. 1 D&D version is great. Lightly armored. You've trained to master the use of light armor, getting the following benefits. Increase your strength or dexterity score by 1 to a maximum of 20. You gain proficiency with light armor. Nice and simple. Want to be a sorcerer or wizard? And have light armor proficiency? Take lightly armored. Cool. It's kind of half a feat. Want to get medium armor and a shield? Take medium armor master. Or not medium armor master. It's moderately armored. After that, and then you get shields and it's for another half feat. How do they do it in this? Lightly armored. So they changed it from like a half feat to a full feat, but instead of only gaining, you gain the following armor training: light armor, medium armor, and shields. So they reduced it from a half feat to like a full feat. Either way is fine with my system. Is exactly the same amount of points. White points cost. They made it a first level feat though, which is interesting. So if you're a first level wizard and you wanted medium armor proficiency and shields, you could just take this. That is interesting. But it doesn't mean anything if you use my point buy system. It has no meaning. So what is my final verdict? Lightly armored and moderately armored. Use either the 1 one D&D version or the Player's Handbook version. They are the exact same. When using my system, except the Player's Handbook version is more customizable. Customizable. Yeah. So if you want both of them and you don't want to write down 2 feats, just take the one D&D one. If you want only one of them, say if you only needed medium armor proficiency. Oh, they are better for things that have light armor proficiency, I guess. The Player's Handbook ones, yeah, just use the Player's Handbook ones. Use the Player's Handbook ones with the one D&D training wording. If you're going to go that deep in the wording matters camp. Okay. Heavily armored, same. Spiderling, Keen Mind, lightly armored. Linguist. Did they change it in Expert? I don't think they did. Nope, they didn't change it. Okay. Linguist. You've studied languages and codes, gaining the following benefits. Increase your intelligence score by 1 to a maximum of 20. You learn 3 languages of your choice. You can ably create written ciphers. Others can't decipher a code you create unless you teach them. They succeed on an intelligence check. The DC equal to your intelligence score plus your proficiency bonus plus 10. Or they use magic to decipher it. Like, yeah. This is a cool feat, like a cool role-playing feat. And it just depends how much your DM uses languages. How much languages matter in your campaign. It's kind of how powerful this feat can be for you. Awesome. The lucky feat. You have inexplicable luck that seems to kick in at just the right moment. You have 3 luck points. Whenever you make an attack roll, an ability check, or saving throw, you can spend 1 luck point to roll an additional d20. You can choose to spend 1 of your luck points after you roll the die, but before the outcome is determined. You choose which of the d20s is used for the attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. You can also spend 1 luck point when an attack roll is made against you. Roll a d20, and then choose whether the attack uses the attacker rolls or yours. If one or more creatures spends a luck point to influence the outcome of a roll, the points cancel each other out. No additional dice are rolled. You gain your expended luck points when you finish a long rest. They changed it in this one. Lucky. Luck points. The number of luck points you have equals your proficiency bonus. Okay, so you get more on average at later levels of play than 3. You can spend the points on the benefits below, and you regain expended luck points when you finish a long rest. Advantage. Immediately after you roll a d20 for a d20 test, you can spend 1 luck point to give yourself advantage on the roll. When a creature rolls a d20 On an attack roll against you, you can spend 1 luck point to impose disadvantage on that roll. Okay. So, lucky in the player's handbook. When you have advantage on... So you can close your... If you wanted to, this is why the wording on this lucky is kind of... is fun. If you want to, you can close your eyes, giving yourself the blinding condition. You can swing your sword. You can have disadvantage on this attack. To get disadvantage on the attack. Cool. You can roll those 2 dice. Oh, you rolled a natural 20 and a natural 1. You take the natural... You're going to take the natural 1 because you got... Because you had disadvantage on this roll, so you take the lower one. But if you have the lucky feat, you can say, I'm going to spend a luck point and roll a 3rd die. Oh, I don't care what this die is. It doesn't matter. I'm going to, out of these 3 dice, I'm going to pick the natural 20 to apply to this roll, because I spent a luck point to do it. And that's why I close my eyes, so I can roll 3 dice instead of 1, instead of 1 to hit. And I have a much better chance of critting on, or hitting, in general, when I'm rolling 3 dice to hit instead of just 1. Some people see this, and you can do this 3 times per day. Some people see this case as cheating. I think it's a fun mechanic to be like, hey, I want to just leave this up to luck and just pick your own fate from like the dice that's given you because you took this feat, and it doesn't give you any pluses to your ability mods. You're doing this to like play with fate. I think that's fun. So I think how it's worded in the player's handbook is the fun way of playing it. And you have 3 luck points per day. It doesn't scale with proficiency bonus. That's fine. You can make it scale with proficiency bonus and use the player handbook thing, but then it gets out of hand a little bit because you have like lots of uses of it. But I don't think they should change it. That's my final kind of verdict. That's Dale's bad take on the lucky feat. Lucky. Keep player's handbook version of the feat because it's fun. And I don't think it's too broken. Yeah. I think it's fun. Yep, it's fun. Mage Slayer. You have practiced techniques useful in melee combat against spellcasters, gaining the following benefits. When a creature within 5 feet of you casts a spell, you can use your reaction to make a melee weapon attack against that creature. Cool. Gives you a reaction attack against mage casters. Yeah, you're built around slaying mages. Fantastic. When you damage a creature that is concentrating on a spell, that creature has disadvantage on the saving throw. Makes student maintain its concentration. Also amazing. You have advantage on saving throws against spells cast by creatures within 5 feet of you. Kind of useless, but okay. What do they change it to? It's over here. Boop. Nope. It's not Mage Slayer anymore, is it? Mage Slayer. Okay. It now gives you a strength or dexterity score increase of 1. Concentration Breaker. Whenever you damage a creature that is concentrating, it has disadvantage on the saving throw it makes to maintain its concentration. Okay, that doesn't change. Guarded Mind. If you fail an intelligence, wisdom, or charisma saving throw, you can cause yourself to succeed instead. Once you use this benefit, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. Okay. But then they removed, when someone casts a spell and you're within 5 feet of them, you can attack them as a reaction. They removed that part of the feat, which is very good for rogues, and like pretty much any melee character who wants to be killing mages, wants to be slaying mages, which the feat is named Mage Slayer. They wanted that part of the feat. Like, that was a major damage increase. It helped them kill magic users next to them. So, and it didn't really happen very often because not very many enemies cast spells. So, what I would do is Mage Slayer. Mage Slayer 1 D&D version. Great. Add back when an enemy casts a spell. So instead of within 5 feet, I'm just going to make it within melee range. Within your melee range, you get an opportunity attack against them. You can use your reaction to take an opportunity attack against them. Great. So this allows people with increased melee ranges to like use that part of their character. And I would remove. So the 1 D&D version removes. You get advantage on saving throws if the spell is cast within 5 feet of you, which is kind of dumb. And you get Guarded Mind instead. So like you can choose to succeed on a saving throw if you fail it 1 time per day, from like an intelligence, wisdom, or charisma saving throw, which is a good change, I think. Because it never punishes you. It only rewards you for picking this. So just adding back in the reaction attack and making it, instead of 5 feet, making it melee range. So you can use like whips and halberds and lances with the feat as well. Okay. Yeah. Magic Initiate. Choose a class that has spells. Learn 2 cantrips of your chosen spell as a spell list. In addition, you choose 1 first level spell. From the same list, you learn the spell. You can cast it at the lowest level. Once you cast it, you must finish a long rest before you cast it again. And then it gives the spell casting modifiers. So that's the Magic Initiate. So they made it repeatable. Was it repeatable in the player's handbook? Magic Initiate. It was not repeatable in the player's handbook, so it is repeatable in 1 D&D. Interesting. So you get 2 cantrips from either the Arcane, Divine, or Primal spell list, and then choose 1 first level spell from the spell list. You have the spell. You always have that spell prepared. You can cast it once without a spell slot, and you regain the ability to cast it that way when you finish a long rest. You can also cast a spell using any spell slots you have. Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma is your spellcasting ability for these spells. chosen when you select this feat. Consult the player's handbook for the rules on spellcasting. Whenever you gain a new level, you can replace one of the spells you chose for this feat with a different spell from the same level from the chosen spell list. I like this a lot. And it does scale because cantrips have damage scaling on them based on your total character level and not based on... Yeah. So this scales. I like the 1D&D version. I don't like Primal, Arcane, Divine, or Primal spell lists change, but I'm not going to talk about that here. Or yet. Magic ish yet. 1D&D version is great. Perfect. Martial Adept. So you have martial training that allows you to perform special combat maneuvers. You gain the following benefits. Oh, this was in the player's handbook? Okay. You learn 2 maneuvers of your choice from among those available to the Battle Master archetype in the fighter class. If a maneuver you use requires your target to make a saving throw to resist, the maneuver's effects, the saving throw DC equals 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your strength or dexterity modifier, your choice. If you already have superiority dice, you gain 1 more. Otherwise, you have 1 superiority die, which is a d6. This die is used to fuel your maneuvers. A superiority die is expended when you use it. You gain the expended superiority dice when you finish a short or long rest. Great. So it takes a fun, unique Battle Master, like super flavor and like unique to your own character's mechanic, and just like puts a feat in and he's like, hey, do you want to get some of this like sometime during a short rest? Here's how you do it. You just pick this feat and it's fun. Did they change it at all? I don't think they changed it. I don't think they touched on it in the Unearthed Arcanas. Nope. I like Martial Adept a lot. Keep doing what you're doing. It's not super powerful, but it is very fun. Especially adding it on to a Battle Master. Okay. Medium Armor Master. Wearing medium armor doesn't impose disadvantage on your stealth checks. When you wear medium armor, you can add 3 rather than 2 to your AC if you have a dexterity of 16 or higher. Okay. They changed it in here. They gave... 1D&D just gave you an option to increase your strength or dexterity score by 1. Sure. Medium Armor Master, just use the 1D&D version because it makes sense. Medium Armor Master, 1D&D version is great. And it helps you scale. When would you use Medium Armor Master? Well, you would use it if you are a barbarian and don't really want to invest more than 16 ability score points into dexterity, and want to wear half plate to get and not have disadvantage on stealth checks. So if you're wearing half plate, you have +3, so you have 16, and you're wearing a shield, so you get to a 20 armor class that way as a barbarian. That's one use I can see for it. Medium armor. If you're like a cleric and want to not really invest many points into dexterity, I think this could be a good feat for you. And still want to be able to sneak around in like half plate, this could be a good feat for you. I guess Cleric Druid. Barbarian. Maybe Ranger. But Rangers really want a high dexterity, so they're not really going to care about most of this feat. Who else gets medium armor? Maybe Artificer. Yeah, there's some edge use cases for medium armor master. I think you'll find them if you're thinking about medium armor master as a feat in general. It's pretty in there, mechanics wise, to like why you would ever take this. Mobile. You're exceptionally speedy and agile. You gain the following benefits. Your speed increases by 10 feet. When you use the dash action, difficult terrain doesn't cost you extra movement on that turn. Usually it slows you down by half. And when you make a melee attack against a creature, you don't provoke opportunity attacks from that creature for the rest of the turn, whether you hit or not. So the last part of this is kind of doesn't make much sense. So they changed it. They changed mobile and they gave it a new name called Speedster. Where is it? It's here somewhere. Speedster. I know it's here somewhere. It's called Speedster. Sentinel, Sharpshooter, Shield Master, Skulker, Speedster. Okay. You possess exceptional speed and stamina, guaranteeing the following benefits. Ability score increase. Your dexterity or constitution score go up by 1. Cool. Speed increase. Your speed increases by 10 feet while you aren't wearing heavy armor. Great. Dash over difficult terrain. When you take the dash action on your turn, difficult terrain doesn't cost you extra movement for the rest of that turn. Cool. And then they just exchanged when you attack something, whether you hit or miss, you don't provoke opportunity attacks. And they allow you to increase your ability score by 1. So this is a good change to that feat. So mobile, change to Speedster. Speedster. Use one D&D version. Cool. Yeah. 10 speed is pretty good. Spell Sniper. Ability score increase. Increase your intelligence, wisdom, or charisma score by 1 to maximum 20. Bypass cover. Your attack rolls for spells ignore half cover and 3/4 cover. Casting in melee. Being within 5 feet of an enemy doesn't impose disadvantage on your attack rolls with spells. Increased range. When you cast a spell that has a range of at least 10 feet and that requires you to make an attack roll, you can increase the spell's range by 60 feet. So what it did in the player's handbook... where is it? Okay, I'm skipping ahead. I shouldn't do that. Yeah. Stupid renaming of things. Okay. Mounted Combatant. You are a dangerous foe to face while mounted. While you are mounted and aren't incapacitated, you gain the following benefits. You have advantage on melee attacks against an unmounted creature that is smaller than your mount. You can force an attack targeted at your mount to target you instead. If your mount is subjected to an effect that allows it to make a dexterity saving throw to take only half damage, it instead takes no damage if it succeeds on the saving throw and only half damage if it fails. Okay. And so Mounted Combatant, they gave it an ability score increase, dexterity, a strength, dexterity, or wisdom score, because animal handling is wisdom, so that's a neat thing they did not forget. Mount Handler. You had advantage on wisdom checks, animal handling made to handle or train horses, and other beasts employed as mounts. Cool addition. Mounted Strikes. While mounted, you have advantage on attack rolls against any creature that is within 5 feet of your mount, and at least one size smaller than it. I would change this to Mounted Combatant. Mounted Strikes. Instead of within 5 feet, be within melee range. You have advantage on those attacks. Oh god, there we go. And then leap aside. If your mount is subjected to effects that allow it to make a dexterity saving throw to only take half damage, so that doesn't change. And Veer. While mounted, you can use your reaction to force an attack that hits your mount to hit you instead. So I love this change. So it doesn't give you like blatant. So you can protect your mount from an attack that's going to hit it if you use your reaction to do it. Fan-freaking-tastic. Instead of always be like, every attack must target me. Why? Because I'm mounted and I have the mounted combatant feat, so I don't have any. You can never target my elephant because I'm riding on it, even though it's fucking huge. I can use one reaction to make you target me, but if 100 goblins are attacking an elephant, I can only redirect one instead of being able to redirect all of them. This is fantastic. One D&D version. Amazing. Observant. Quick to notice details of your environment, you gain the following benefits. Increase your intelligence or wisdom score by 1 to a maximum of 20. If you see a creature's mouth while it's speaking a language you understand, you can interpret what it's saying by reading its lips. Super cool feat. You have +5 bonus to your passive wisdom perception and passive insight investigation scores. Also kind of cool. Observant. Notice the details around you. So they've taken away the Keen Observer. Choose one of the following skills: Insight, Investigation, or Perception. If you lack proficiency with this chosen skill, you gain proficiency in it. And if you have proficiency in it, you're gaining expertise in it. Okay, cool. There's another way to get expertise in Insight, Investigation, or Perception. And Quick Search. You can take the search action as a bonus action. Neat. Very cool. They took away the lip reading part of this feat. I don't think they needed to do that. Let's just add it back in. Observant. 1 D&D version. Add back the lip reading part of the feat because it's fun. Cool, done. Using the search action as a bonus action is really powerful, but I won't get into the mechanics of that. Polearm Master. I've already kind of been over this on like the Great Weapon Master part of it, but like when you take the attack action and attack with only a glaive, halberd, or quarterstaff, you can use a bonus action to make a melee attack with the opposite end of the weapon. Weapon's damage die for the attack is a d4, and the attack deals bludgeoning damage. So this part of this feat player's handbook is completely broken. Completely mathematically busted. Busted to hell. And while you're wielding a glaive, halberd, pike, or quarterstaff, other creatures provoke an opportunity attack from you when they enter your reach. I've recently added spear to this list. This part, awesome. When you're wielding a big pole, when something comes into your melee range, enters your reach, you should be able to attack them. That's what Polearm Masters do. That's like the main reason the feat exists. In the expert class part, they've made it so you can increase your strength score by 1, maximum 20. Cool. The only abilities you're using, except if you're using like a quarterstaff as a monk with Polearm Master, is strength. I think they should be strength or dex. Polearm Master. +1 to strength or dex. Okay. Then Pole Strike. You can attack with the other side of the weapon and it deals a d4 damage. Remove the bonus action attack. Just remove it. Because it's too freaking strong. It's too strong. And not really in the... You should have other things to do with your bonus action. It's easy to find something to do with your bonus action on most classes. And then add lance, trident, spear. Is spear already added in? I'll just list the things that can be used. Weapons that can use this feat: halberd, glaive, pike, spear, quarterstaff, trident, and finally lance. Yeah. Fantastic. In 1D&D, they just made these weapons usable with it, but it still didn't get rid of the bonus action attack, which is the overpowered part of this feat that makes it too strong. Like it really only gets overcome by when like fighters reach 11th level and they get 3 attacks per round with their action. Then it kind of falls off a little bit. But it's just the best. Polearm Master is just the best option because of the bonus action attack you can take with it. And that's not where the real... It's not where the real like mechanical meat and potatoes of this feat comes into play. All right. It's like Polearm Master rant. Resilient. Did they change it at all? No. He's chosen ability score by 1 to maximum 20. You gain proficiency in the saving throws using by the chosen ability. Fantastic. Ritual Caster. So they changed it in the expert class UI. So you can increase your ability score of intelligence, wisdom, or charisma by 1 to maximum 20. You get ritual spells, choose 1. Just 2 first level spells that have the ritual tag from the arcane, divine, and primal spell lists. You always have those 2 spells prepared, and you can cast them with any spell slots you have. The spell's casting ability is the ability increased by this feat. Quick Ritual. With this benefit, you can cast a ritual spell that you have prepared using its regular casting time, rather than the extended time for a ritual. Doing so doesn't require a spell slot, and once you cast a spell in this way, you can use this benefit again until you finish a long rest. It does not give you the ability to learn. One D&D version just like got rid of why this feat is so good, I guess. Because you could like learn rituals and write them in this book. Okay. Ritual Caster. You will caster. Choose a spell list, arcane, primal, or divine. If using 1 D&D per class, if using 5e, learn 2 first level rituals from that list or class. Quick. What is that called? Quick Ritual. Quick Ritual from 1 D&D is great. You can learn rituals from that list or class and write them in this book. Cool. You can only cast them as rituals. It costs 50 gold per spell level and 2 hours per cost. 50 gold and 2 hours per spell level to write a new spell in your book. Great, you're kind of like a wizard. You can like learn rituals from class or spell lists that you've chosen. That's why this thing is good. +1 to int, Wiz, or charisma. Fantastic. Now you can get like a little bit of wizard. Like wizard ritual-ness. Like, meh. That's neat. I don't think you should have them prepared. But you can use like a ritual book. That's fun. Okay. Kind of combines the Player's Handbook version and the 1D&D version and takes the parts I liked from both of them. Savage Attacker. Once per turn, when you roll damage for a melee attack, you can reroll the weapon's damage dice and use either total. Okay, fun. Did they change it? I don't think they changed it. Savage Attacker. +1 to strength or dex. Player's Handbook version. Cool. So we kind of updated it for 1D&D. If I missed it, which I think I'm doing, but I can't really. No. The Sentinel. Okay. Savage Attacker. Sentinel. You've mastered the techniques to take advantage every drop in an enemy's guard, gaining the following benefits. And I'll go over here because this one's better. Increase your strength or dexterity score by 1. Guardian. Immediately after a creature within 5 feet of you takes a disengage action, hits a target other than you with an attack, you can make an opportunity attack against that creature. I like this wording. Within 5 feet should be within melee range. Sentinel. What is that feature called? It is called Guardian. Sentinel. 1 D&D version. Guardian. Place within 5 feet to within melee range. And then halt whenever you hit a creature with an opportunity attack, the creature's speed becomes 0 for the rest of the turn. Fantastic. All you need to change is within 5 feet to within melee range to make use of the 10 feet reach weapons like whip, lance, halberd, pike, glaive. Yes. Cool. Sentinel's an awesome feat. If you're not taking it on like rogues or like big frontline fighters, you also made like people, like multiple frontline fighters or like frontline characters in your party can take this because it no longer, they changed the wording from if someone else also has this, it doesn't proc, to they just remove that. Like it procs all the time. You can like have multiple sentinels in your party and it's great. If you have like 2 frontline people with sentinel, no one's running away from you guys. It's not gonna happen. Yeah. They're screwed. Okay. Sharpshooter. They just removed the -10 +5 parts of the part of the feat. So just use and added that you increase your dexterity score by 1. So the -5 plus 10 was incredibly strong, and overpowered. And they should remove it. Good change. Sharpshooter. Use one D&D version. Fantastic. Shield Master. Take the attack action on your turn. You can use a bonus action to try to shove a creature within 5 feet of you with your shield. If you aren't incapacitated, you add your shield's AC bonus to any dexterity saving throw you make against the spell or other harmful effect that targets only you. If you are subjected to an effect that allows you to make a dexterity saving throw to take only half damage, you can use your reaction to take no damage if you succeed on the saving throw, interposing your shield between yourself and the source of the effect. This is a great feat. Except for like the first bullet point. In this, they in one D&D Shield Master, they gave it a strength scaling. Shield Bash, if you attack a creature within 5 feet of you as part of a melee action attack and hit with a melee weapon, you can immediately bash the target with your shield if it's equipped, forcing the target to make a shield saving throw. Make a strength saving throw against a DC equal to 8 plus your shield strength modifier plus your proficiency bonus. On a failed save, you knock the target prone or push it 5 feet away from you. You can use this benefit only once on each of your turns. So that strength saving throw is just described a shove action. Interpose shield. If you're subjected to an effect that allows you to make a dexterity saving throw to only take half damage, you can use your reaction to take no damage if you succeed on the saving throw and you're wearing a shield, interposing your shield between yourself and the source of the effect. Great. So they didn't change that. They just removed, you get like pluses to dexterity saving throws if it only targets you based on your shield. Which is just a simplification. So how I would fix this. Shield Master. One D&D version. But you can shield bash with a bonus action anytime during your turn, whether or not you've taken the attack action. So shield bash and shove with a bonus action if you have a shield equipped. Range 5 feet. Done. Cool. These are more like a shield-centric playstyle. Like bash someone's head and then attack them with advantage when they're prone. It doesn't make any sense to, like, you can't shield bash something unless you swing your sword at it. Like, what? Or like, if you swing your sword at something, you can then bash them? Like, you have your shield. You can shield bash them. You've mastered shields. Dude, bash them with your shield. All the time. It's cool. Okay. Skilled. You gain proficiency in any combination of 3 skills or tools of your choice. I think they put it in class origins. Oh, Savage Attacker. Oh, Savage Attacker, just use the 1D&D version of it, because now you can do it on every attack you make on a turn instead of only once per turn. So I'll go back. I know I missed it somewhere. 1D&D version. I don't know. 2 within, melee, oh god. Open, melee, range. Okay, cool. You can shield bash people, great. Skulker. You are an expert at slinking through through shadows. You gain the following benefits. You can try to hide when you are lightly obscured from the creature from which you are hiding. When you're hidden from a creature and miss with a ranged weapon attack, making the attack doesn't reveal your position. And dim light doesn't impose disadvantage on your wisdom perception checks relying on sight. There's a lot of vision mechanics going on with this feat, and I love it. So you can try to hide when you are lightly obscured from a creature from which you're hiding. Which means it is completely dark, and both of you and your enemy have dark vision. It's dim light for both of you here. You are lightly obscured from them because of the dim light condition they have. So you can try to hide out in the open in the dim light from them. Fantastic. Cool. Also, this skill makes you Adept, makes you, if you have dark vision in total darkness, it's actually bright light. It doesn't impose disadvantage on your perception checks. So you can still try to find people that are using the same feat to hide from you, but you're better at seeing them, so you don't pass like ships in the night. So this is a bunch of interplay here. It's amazing. There's a bunch going on here that work with the vision mechanics of 5th edition almost flawlessly. This is an amazing feat, especially on a rogue or like a goblin that can hide as a bonus action. Okay, Skulker in 1D&D increases your dexterity score by 1 to a maximum of 20. All right, it gives you some dexterity scaling. Blind sight. You have blind sight within a range of 10 feet. Like, why is this giving you blind sight? You're an expert at slinging through shadows. You don't like magically get radar from 10 feet of like radar on you. Fog of War. Exploiting the distractions of battle, you have advantage on dexterity checks, stealth you make as part of the hide action during combat. So if you're hiding behind boxes, you get advantage in combat? It doesn't have anything to do with shadows. You're an expert at slinking through shadows. That's the whole description of the feat. It doesn't work with shadows. Why? Why would you change it like this? There's no point. Okay, all of this is crap. The things, if you're going to change it, if you're going to update it for 1D&D, Players Handbook version, plus you can hide as a bonus action. Just add that bullet point on. Like, you can call the feature improved hide, or improved stealth. or hide. Whatever makes you happier. But this works with a bunch of vision stuff. It's amazing. It's amazing. You're playing with the mechanics of just game you built. Don't change it. You don't need to give this a +1 dexterity mod, because it's amazing without that. Yeah, okay. It does need a little bit of update, because when you add this, like the improved stealth onto it, you give people who want to play with the Skulker feat, anyone who wants to play with it can now play with it, because they can hide as a bonus action. I don't get cunning action like rogues, so they can't hide, disengage, and dash all as bonus actions for free. But if you take this as like a new improved monk, for example, then you can hide, disengage, and dash all its bonus actions. So he pretty much has cobbled together the cunning action feature of the rogue. But if you're, say, like a wizard and want to skulk around as a wizard, like you can't really do that in combat unless you have hiding as a bonus action, and you don't get that as a wizard. So you should, to enable the Skulker playstyle, the Skulker feat should have this tacked onto it. Would make it way more fun to play with. Okay. Skulker. Spell Sniper. One of the techniques to enhance your attacks with certain kinds of spells, gain the following benefits. When you cast a spell that requires you to make an attack roll, the spell's range is doubled. So this is really broken on like 120 feet. Spells makes it 240, which doesn't make much sense. Your ranged spells attacks ignores half cover and 3/4 cover. Okay, go. And you learn one cantrip that requires an attack roll. Choose the cantrip from the Bard Cleric from a list. Spellcasting ability modifier is the one for that list. In expert classes, they made it increases your intelligence modifier, intelligence, wisdom, or charisma modifier 1. Okay, cool. It now scales. You bypass cover, so you ignore half cover and cover for your spell with an attack roll. Great. You can cast in melee. Awesome. Increased range. Cast a spell that has a range of at least 10 feet. Requires you to make an attack roll. You increase the spell's range by 60 feet. Okay, so it doesn't double it anymore, but it still increases it by 60 feet, which is still a noticeable improvement. So you can't just like Eldritch Blast thing is like 1200 range anymore, which you could if you took like Distance Spell and Eldritch Spear and then this. Yeah, you can't be a legit sniper rifle with Eldritch Blast anymore. Good change. And you don't get a free cantrip, which I think is good. Spell Sniper, good change. Spell Sniper, use one D&D version. Fantastic. Spell Sniper, Tavern Brawler. Rough and tumble, fighting, using whatever weapons happen to be at hand, you gain the following benefits. You're proficient with improvised weapons and unarmed strikes. Unarmed strikes to use a d4 for damage. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike or an improvised weapon on your turn, you can use a bonus action to attempt to grapple the target. Okay, this is a fun feat. I think Tavern Brawler. Enhanced unarmed strikes. When you hit with your unarmed strike and deal damage, you can deal bludgeoning damage equal to 1d4 plus your strength modifier instead of the normal damage of an unarmed strike. Great. Damage rerolls. Whenever you roll damage die for your unarmed strength, you can re-roll the die if it rolls a 1. You must use the new roll. So this adds like half a point of average damage to your unarmed strikes. Shove. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike as part of an attack action on your turn, you can deal damage to the target and also push it 5 feet away. You can use this benefit once per turn. Okay, furniture as weapons. You can wield furniture as a weapon, using the rules of Great Club for small or medium furniture, and the rules for Club for tiny furniture. This is like a noticeable nerf here. Do I like this? So it didn't change the enhanced unarmed strike damage. Damage rerolls, not very necessary. The shove doesn't. You should allow them to shove. To use an actual shove instead of like this random crap wording. Furniture's weapons is interesting, but it's complicated. And doesn't allow you to get a grapple even when they buffed grappling. And you're not getting a +1 to Constitution or Strength. I'm going to have to go with the Player's Handbook version on this one. Tavern Brawler. Use Player's Handbook version. Add furniture as weapons. Furniture as weapons. Use 1 D&D updated grappling rules. Great. Okay. Tough. Your hit point maximum increases by an amount equal to twice your level when you gain this feat. Whenever you gain a level hereafter, your hit point maximum increases by an additional 2 points. Tough. They didn't change it at all. It's the exact same. Warcaster. You practice casting spells in the midst of combat, learning techniques that grant you the following benefits. You have advantage on Constitution saving throws that you make to maintain your concentration on a spell when you take damage. You can perform the somatic components of spells even when you have a weapon or shield in one or both hands. When a hostile creature's movement provokes an opportunity attack from you, you can use your reaction to cast a spell at the creature. Rather than making an opportunity attack, the spell must have a casting time of 1 action and must target only that creature. So, did they change it? So they just gave it Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma scaling. Yeah. Magic and spells, even when you have weapons or shield in one of both hands. Yeah. Yeah, so use Warcaster. Use 1 D&D version. Because it's just better. Weapon Master. You've practiced extensively with a variety of weapons and gain the following benefits. You can strengthen your dexterity over +1, and then you can gain proficiency in 4 weapons of your choice. Okay. That's freaking confusing and lots to write down. How'd they change it? Did they make it better? Weapon training. You get strength or dexterity score +1. Great. You gain martial weapon proficiency. Fantastic. This can go wrong for like things that don't have just simple proficiencies. And now have to use like a martial weapon instead, but this is good. Just use this instead. Weapon training. Use one D&D version. Fantastic. Cool. Done. Okay. Is that all? Part 2. We're finally in playing the game version of it. Welcome. That's funny. 173 pages into the player's handbook. We're finally into playing the game. Oh boy. Okay. Chapter 7. Using ability scores. 6 abilities provide a quick description. One sec. Chapter 7. Using ability scores. 6 abilities provide a quick description of every character's physical and mental characteristics. Strength, measuring physical power. Dexterity, measuring agility. Constitution, measuring endurance. Intelligence, measuring reasoning and memory. Wisdom, measuring perception and insight. Charisma, measuring force of personality. Is a character muscle-bound and insightful, brilliant and charming, nimble and hardy? Ability scores define these qualities. A creature's assets as well as weaknesses. The 3 main roles of the game, the ability check, the saving throw, and the attack roll, rely on the 6 ability scores. The book's introduction describes the basic rule behind these rolls. Roll a d20, add an ability modifier derived from one of the 6 ability scores, and compare the total to a target number. This chapter focuses on how to use ability checks and saving throws, covering the fundamental activities that creatures attempt in the game. Rules for attack rolls appear in Chapter 9. Ability scores and modifiers. Each of a creature's abilities has a score, a number that defines the magnitude of that ability. An ability score is not just a measure of innate capabilities, but also encompasses a creature's training and competence in activities related to that ability. A score of 10 or 11 is the normal human average, but adventurers and many monsters are cut above average in most abilities. A score of 18 is the highest that a person usually reaches. Adventurers can have scores as high as 20, and monsters and divine beings can have scores as high as 30. Each ability has a modifier derived from the score and ranging from -5 for an ability score of 1 to a +10 for a score of 30. The ability scores and modifiers table notes the ability modifiers for the range of possible ability scores from 1 to 30. To determine an ability modifier without consulting the table, subtract 10 from the ability score and then divide the total by 2, round down. Because ability modifiers affect almost every attack roll, ability check, and saving throw, ability modifiers come up in play more often than their associated scores. Advantage and disadvantage. Sometimes a special ability or spell tells you that you have advantage or disadvantage on an ability check, a saving throw, or an attack roll. When that happens, you roll a second d20 when you make the roll. Use the higher of the 2 rolls if you have advantage, and use the lower roll if you have disadvantage. For example, if you have disadvantage and roll a 17 and a 5, you use the 5. If you instead have advantage and roll those numbers, you use the 17. If multiple situations affect a roll and each one grants advantage or imposes disadvantage on it, you don't roll more than 1 additional d20. If 2 favorable situations grant advantage, for example, you'll still only roll 1 additional d20. If circumstances cause the roll to have both advantage and disadvantage, you're considered to have neither of them and roll 1 d20. This is true even if multiple circumstances impose disadvantage and only one grants advantage, or vice versa. In such a situation, you have neither advantage nor disadvantage. So that paragraph is really important. I'm going to read it again. If circumstances cause a roll to have both advantage and disadvantage, you are considered to have neither of them, and you roll 1d20. This is true even if multiple circumstances impose disadvantage and only one grants advantage, or vice versa. In such a situation, you have neither advantage nor disadvantage. So if you have advantage times 100, and then you are blind, and you have this advantage times 1, it still equals a straight roll. 1d20. So I thought if you have one advantage, cancel out one disadvantage. That's not how it works. 100 you have advantage 100 different ways, and you have disadvantage one way, it still equals a straight roll. This just makes it, interesting. You usually gain advantage or disadvantage when you have advantage or disadvantage in something in the game, such as a halfling's lucky trait, that you reroll the d20. You can reroll only one of the dice. You choose which one. For example, if a halfling has advantage on an ability check and rolls a 1 and a 13, the halfling could use the lucky trait to reroll the 1. You usually gain advantage or disadvantage through the use of special abilities, actions, or spells. Inspiration, see Chapter 4, can also give a character advantage on the checks related to the character's personality, ideals, or bonds. The DM can also decide that circumstances influence a roll in one direction or the other, and grant advantage or impose disadvantage as a result. Proficiency bonus. Characters have a proficiency bonus determined by level, as detailed in Chapter 1. Monsters also have this bonus, which is incorporated in their stat blocks. The bonus is used in the rules on ability checks, saving throws, and attack rolls. Your proficiency bonus can be added to a single die roll or other number more than once. For example, if two different rules say you can add your proficiency bonus to a wisdom saving throw, you nevertheless add the bonus only once when you make the save. Occasionally, your proficiency bonus might be multiplied or divided, doubled or halved, for example, before you apply it. For example, the Rogue's Expertise feature fills the proficiency bonus for certain ability checks. If circumstances suggest that your proficiency bonus applies more than once to the same roll, you still add it only once and multiply or divide it only once. So with my change to Expertise, this doesn't affect it. Like, this will never happen to a roll. Like, you'll never double a proficiency bonus, ever. You'll never double a proficiency bonus ever, I think. That might be an edge case. I don't remember. And you only half it for like Jack of all trades, from the Bard feature. By the same token, if a feature or effect allows you to multiply your proficiency bonus when making an ability check that wouldn't normally benefit from your proficiency bonus, you still don't add the bonus to the check. For that check, your proficiency bonus is 0, given the fact that multiplying 0 by a number is still 0. For instance, if you lack proficiency in the history skill, gain no benefit from a feature that lets you double your proficiency bonus when you make an intelligence history check. In general, you don't multiply your proficiency bonus for attack rolls or saving throws. the feature or effect allows you to do so, these same rules apply. Ability checks. An ability check tests a character's or monster's innate talent and training in an effort to overcome a challenge. The DM calls for an ability check when a character or monster attempts an action other than an attack that has a chance of failure. Whether the outcome is uncertain, when the outcome is uncertain, the dice determine the results. For every ability check, the DM decides which of the 6 abilities is relevant to the task at hand, and the difficulty of the task represented by a difficulty class. The more difficult the task, the higher its DC. The difficulty class chart table shows the most common DCs. So this chart is what I'm going off of and what I explained in my expertise experts video, and when I made the case to stop expertise from doubling proficiency bonus and do the change that I've implemented. To make an ability check, roll a d20 and add the relevant ability modifier. As with other d20 rolls, apply bonuses and penalties and compare the total to the DC. If the total equals or exceeds the DC, the ability check is a success. The creature overcomes the challenge at hand. Otherwise, it's a failure, which means the character or monster makes no progress toward the objective or makes progress combined with a setback determined by the DM. Contests. Sometimes one character's or monster's efforts are directly opposed to another's. This can occur when both of them are trying to do the same thing and only one can succeed, such as attempting to snatch up a magic ring that has fallen on the floor. This situation also applies when one of them is trying to prevent the other one from accomplishing a goal. For example, when a monster tries to force open a door that an adventurer is holding closed. In situations like this, the outcome is determined by a special form of ability check, called a contest. Both participants in a contest make an ability checks appropriate to their efforts. They apply all appropriate bonuses and penalties. But instead of comparing the total to a DC, they compare the totals to their 2 checks. The participant with the higher check total wins the contest. The character or monster either succeeds at the action or prevents the other one from succeeding. If the contest results in a tie, the situation remains the same as it was before the contest. Thus, one contestant might win the contest by default if 2 characters tie in a contest to snatch a ring off the floor. Neither character grabs it. In a contest between a monster trying to open a door and an adventurer trying to keep the door closed, tie means that the door remains shut. Skills. Each ability covers a broad range of capabilities, including skills that a character or monster can be proficient in. A skill represents a specific aspect of an ability score, and an individual's proficiency in a skill demonstrates a focus on that aspect. A character's starting skill proficiencies are determined at character creation, and a monster's skill proficiencies appear in the monster stat block. For example, a dexterity check might reflect a character's attempt to pull off an acrobatic stunt, to palm an object, or to stay hidden. Each of these aspects of dexterity has an associated skill: acrobatics, sleight of hand, and stealth, respectively. So a character who has proficiency in the stealth skill is particularly good at dexterity checks related to sneaking and hiding. The skills related to each ability score are shown in the following list. Those skills are related to Constitution. See an abilities description in the later section for this chapter. For example, examples of how to use a skill associated with an ability. And it just goes over what ability scores correspond to what skills. Sometimes the DM might ask for an ability check using a specific skill. For example, make a wisdom perception check. At other times, a player might ask the DM if proficiency in a particular skill applies to a check. In either case, proficiency in a skill means an individual can add his or her proficiency bonus to an ability checks that involve that skill. Without proficiency in the skill, the individual makes a normal ability check. For example, if a character attempts to climb up a dangerous cliff, the Dungeon Master might ask for a Strength Athletics check. If a character is proficient in athletics, the character's proficiency bonus is added to the strength check. If the character lacks that proficiency, he or she just makes a strength check. Variant, skills with different abilities. Normally, your proficiency in a skill applies only to a specific kind of ability check. Proficiency in ability in athletics, for example, usually applies to strength checks. In some situations, though, the proficiency might reasonably apply to a different kind of check. In such cases, the DM might ask for a check using an unusual combination of ability and skill, or you might ask your DM if you can apply a proficiency to a different check. For example, if you have to swim from an offshore island to the mainland, your DM might call for a constitution check to see if you have the stamina to make it that far. In this case, your DM might allow you to apply your proficiency in athletics and ask for a constitution athletics check. So if you're proficient in athletics, you apply your proficiency bonus to the constitution check, just as you would normally for a strength athletics check. Similarly, when your half-orc barbarian uses a display of raw strength to intimidate an enemy, your DM might ask for a strength intimidation check, even though intimidation is normally associated with charisma. Passive checks. A passive check is a special kind of ability check that doesn't involve any die roll. Such a check can represent the average result for a task done repeatedly, such as searching for secret doors over and over again, or can be used when the DM wants to secretly determine whether the character succeed at something without rolling dice, such as noticing a hidden monster. Here's how to determine a character's total for a passive check. 10 was all modifiers that normally apply to the check. If the character has an advantage on the check, add 5. For disadvantage, subtract 5. The game refers to a passive check total as a score. For example, if a first level character has a wisdom of 15 and proficiency in perception, he or she has a passive wisdom perception score of 14. The rules on hiding in the dexterity section below rely on passive checks, as do the exploration rules in Chapter 8. I always like using passive checks for like wisdom and intelligence stuff, for like starting to like explain scenes that I'm introducing to my party. So the person with the highest perception, passive perception, be like, hey, Bob, you notice that the ground is shaking underneath your feet, like very slightly. And then as like the purple worm gets closer, more and more characters would be able to notice this. If Bob like didn't speak up, like, hey, the ground's shaking, something weird's happening. Yeah. So like I like using passive checks like that. And less for like hidden doors and things that should be actively searched for. Working together. Sometimes 2 or more characters team up to attempt a task. The characters who leading the effort, or the one with the highest ability modifier, can make an ability check with advantage, reflecting the help provided by the other characters. In combat, this requires the help action. See Chapter 9. A character can only provide help if the task is one that he or she could attempt alone. For example, trying to open a lock requires proficiency with thieves' tools, so a character who lacks the proficiency can't help another character in the task. Moreover, a character can help only when 2 or more individuals working together would actually be productive. Some tasks, such as threading a needle, are are no easier with hope. So I'm going to read that again because I think most people have missed this in the player's handbook. The character can only provide help if the task is one that he or she could attempt alone. For example, trying to open a lock requires proficiency with thieves' tools, so a character who lacks that proficiency can't help another character in that task. So I would argue that you can't help with a task unless you have proficiency in that skill. In that skill related to that task as well. Which is a good rule and helps everyone spamming the help action on everything. Group checks. When a number of individuals are trying to accomplish something as a group, the DM might ask for a group ability check. In such a situation, the characters who are skilled up at a particular task help cover those who aren't. To make a group ability check, everyone in the group makes the ability check. If at least half the group succeeds, the whole group succeeds. Otherwise, the group fails. Group checks don't come up very often, and they're most useful when all the characters succeed or fail as a group. For example, when adventurers are navigating a swamp, the DM might call for a group wisdom survival check to see if the characters can avoid the quicksand, sinkholes, and other natural hazards of the environment. If at least half the group succeeds, the successful characters are able to guide the other companions out of danger. Otherwise, the group stumbles into one of these hazards. So I forgot that this existed. I think I'll start using this more in my exploration parts of my game. But I read this. Using each ability. Every task that a character or monster might attempt in the game is covered by one of 6 abilities. This section explains in more detail what those abilities mean and the ways they're used in the game. Strength measures bodily power, athletic training, and the extent to which you can exert raw physical force. Strength checks. A strength check can model any attempt to lift, push, pull, or break something, to force your body through a space, or otherwise apply brute force to a situation. The athletic skill reflects aptitude in certain kinds of strength checks. Athletics. Your strength athletics check covers difficult situations you encounter while climbing, jumping, or swimming. Examples include the following activities. You attempt to climb a sheer or slippery cliff, avoid hazards while scaling a wall, or cling to a surface while something is trying to knock you off. You jump to an unusually long distance or pull off a stunt mid-jump. You struggle to swim or stay afloat in treacherous currents, storm-tossed waves, or areas of thick seaweed, or another creature tries to push or pull you underwater or otherwise interfere with your swimming. So I think trying to jump an unusual long distance is a strength check. Pulling off a stunt mid-jump would be acrobatics. Other strength checks. The DM might also call for a strength check when you try to accomplish tasks like the following. Force open, stuck, locked, or barred door. Break free of bonds. Push through a tunnel that is too small. Hang onto a weapon while being dragged. Hang on to a wagon while being dragged behind it. Tip over a statue. Keep a boulder from rolling. Attack rolls and damage. You add your strength modifier to your attack roll and your damage roll when attacking with a melee weapon, such as a mace, a battle axe, or a javelin. You use melee weapons to make melee attacks in hand-to-hand combat, and some of them can be thrown to make a ranged attack. Lifting and carrying. Your strength score determines the amount of weight you can bear. The following terms define what you can lift or carry. Carrying capacity. Your carrying capacity is your strength score multiplied by 15. This is the weight in pounds that you can carry, which is high enough that most characters don't usually have to worry about it. Push, drag, or lift. You can push, drag, or lift weight in pounds up to twice your carrying capacity or 30 times your strength score. While pushing or dragging weight in excess of your carrying capacity, your speed drops to 5 feet. Size and strength. Larger creatures can bear more weight, whereas tiny creatures can carry less. The size category for each size category above medium, double the creature's carrying capacity and the amount it can push, drag, or lift. For a tiny creature, halve these weights. Variant encumbrance. The rules for lifting and carrying are intentionally simple. Here's a variant if you're looking for more detailed rules for determining how a character is hindered by the weight of equipment. When you use this variant, ignore the strength column of the armor table in Chapter 5. If you carry weight in excess of 5 times your strength score, you are encumbered, which means your speed drops by 10 feet. If you carry weight in excess of 10 times your strength score, up to your maximum carrying capacity, you are instead heavily encumbered, which means your speed drops by 20 feet and you have disadvantage on ability checks, attack rolls, and saving throws that use strength, dexterity, or constitution. So I love this variant. And variant encumbrance is awesome from levels 1 to 5. At level 6, you should really give people a bag of holding. There's plenty of ways for your party's characters to carry around lots of stuff, like mules and mounts and wagons and bags of holding and haversacks, magic haversacks, portable holes. There's bunches of ways for your party to carry around a bunch of stuff. That makes magical sense. The variant encumbrance. So if you have a strength of 8 without variant encumbrance, 15 times 8 is 100. You can carry around 120 pounds worth of stuff with a strength score of 8. That's ridiculous. Like a 40-pound halfling carrying around 100 halfling rogue with an 8 strength carrying around 120 pounds worth of stuff makes no sense at all. Variant encumbrance just makes this a little more realistic. Use variant encumbrance. Level. Use variant encumbrance. Variant encumbrance. It's page. Page 176. Page 176 of the Player's Handbook. Levels. At level 6, try and give your party a bag of holding or similar item. Hole, magic, I forget the name. It's like Henry's Handy Haversack or something. Wonderful. I love this variant. Dexterity. Dexterity. Dexterity measures agility, reflexes, and balance. Dexterity checks. A dexterity check can model any attempt to move nimbly, quickly, or quietly, or to keep from falling on tricky footing. The acrobatics, sleight of hand, and stealth skills reflect aptitude in certain kinds of dexterity checks. Acrobatics. Your dexterity's acrobatic checks cover your attempt to stay on your feet in tricky situations, such as when you're trying to run across a sheet of ice, balance on a tightrope, or stay upright on a rocking ship's deck. The DM might also call for a dexterity acrobatics check to see if you can perform an acrobatic stunt, including dives, rolls, somersaults, and flips. Sleight of hand. When you attempt an act of legerdemain or manual trickery, such as planting something on someone else or concealing an object on your person, make a dexterity sleight of hand check. The DM might also call for a dexterity sleight of hand check to determine whether you can lift a coin purse off another person or slip something out of another person's pocket. Stealth. Make a dexterity stealth check when you attempt to conceal yourself from enemies, slink past guards, slip away without being noticed, or sneak up on someone without being seen or heard. Other dexterity checks. The DM might call for a dexterity check when you try to accomplish tasks like the following. Control a heavily laden cart on a steep descent. Steer a chariot around a tight turn. Pick a lock. Disable a trap. Securely tie up a prisoner. Wriggle free of bonds. Play a stringed instrument. Craft a small or detailed object. Attack rolls and damage. You add your dexterity modifier to your attack roll and your damage roll when attacking with a ranged weapon, such as a sling or a longbow. You can also add your dexterity modifier to your attack roll and your damage roll when attacking with a melee weapon that has the finesse property, such as a dagger or a rapier. Hiding. When you try to hide, make a dexterity stealth check. Until you are discovered or you stop hiding, that check total is contested by the wisdom perception check of any creature that actively searches for the signs of your presence. You can make a search check. You can't hide from a creature that can see you, and if you make noise, such as shouting, a warning, or knocking over a vase, you give away your position. An invisible creature can't be seen, so it can always try to hide. Signs of its passage might still be noticed, however, and it still has to stay quiet. In combat, most creatures stay alert for signs of danger all around. So if you come out of hiding and approach a creature, it usually sees you. However, under certain circumstances, the Dungeon Master might allow you to stay hidden as you approach a creature that is distracted, allowing you to gain advantage on an attack before you are seen. Passive perception. When you hide, there's a chance someone will notice you even if they aren't searching. To determine whether a creature notices you, the DM compares your dexterity stealth check with that creature's passive wisdom perception score, which is equal 10 plus the creature's wisdom modifier, as well as any other bonuses or penalties. If the creature has advantage, add 5. For disadvantage, subtract 5. For example, a first level character with a proficiency bonus of +2 has a wisdom of 15. Has a wisdom of 15, a +2 modifier, and a proficiency in perception. He or she has a passive wisdom perception of 14. What can you see? One of the main factors is determining whether you can find a hidden creature or object is how well you can see in an area, which might be lightly or heavily obscured, explained in Chapter 8. Armor class. Depending on the armor you wear, you might add some or all of your dexterity modifier to your armor class as described in Chapter 5. Initiative. At the beginning of every combat, you roll initiative by making a dexterity check. Initiatives determine the order of creatures' turns in combat, as described in Chapter 9. Constitution. Constitution measures health, stamina, and vital force. Constitution checks. Constitution checks are uncommon, and no skills apply to Constitution checks because the endurance this ability represents is largely passive rather than involving a specific effort on the part of a character or monster. A Constitution check can mold your attempt to push beyond normal limits, however. The DM might call for a Constitution check when you try to accomplish tasks like the following. Hold your breath. March or labor for hours without rest. Go without sleep. Survive without food or water. Quaff an entire stein of ale in one go. So, I know no Constitution checks exist, but I think Constitution modifier should apply to death saving throws. Just because of like the pure description of it. Measures health, stamina, and vital. So it measures vital force. Constitution modifier can be added to death saving throws. Yeah. Do this if you want. Hit points. The Constitution modifier contributes to your hit points. Typically, you add your Constitution modifier to each hit die you roll for your hit points. If your Constitution modifier changes, your hit points maximum changes as well. For example, you had the new modifier from first level. For example, if you raise your Constitution score when you reach 4th level, and your Constitution modifier increases from +1 to +2, you adjust your hit point maximum as though the modifier had always been +2. So you add 3 hit points to your first 3 levels, and then roll your hit points for 4th level using your new modifier. Or if you're 7th level, and some effect lowers your Constitution score so as to reduce your Constitution modifier by 1, your hit point maximum is reduced by 7. Intelligence. Intelligence measures mental acuity, accuracy of recall, and the ability to reason. Intelligence checks. An intelligence check comes into play when you need to draw on logic, education, memory, or deductive reasoning. The Arcana, History, Investigation, Nature, and Religion skills reflect aptitude in certain kinds of intelligence checks. Arcana. Your Intelligence Arcana check measures your ability to recall lore about spells, magic items, eldritch symbols, magical traditions, the planes of existence, and the inhabitants of those planes. History. Your Intelligence History check measures your ability to recall lore about historical events, legendary people, ancient kingdoms, past disputes, recent wars, and lost civilizations. Investigation. When you look around for clues and make deductions based on those clues, you make an intelligence investigation check. You might deduce the location of a hidden object, discern from the appearance of a wound what kind of weapon dealt it, or determine the weakest point in a tunnel that could cause it to collapse. Pouring through ancient scrolls in search of hidden fragments of knowledge might also call for an intelligence investigation check. Nature. Your Intelligence Nature check measures your ability to recall lore about terrain, plants, and animals, the weather, and natural cycles. Religion. Your Intelligence Religion check measures your ability to recall lore about deities, rites, and prayers, religious hierarchies, holy symbols, the practices of secret cults. Other intelligence checks. A DM might call for an intelligence check when you try to accomplish tasks like the following. Communicate with the creature without using words. Estimate the value of a precious item. Pull together a disguise to pass as a city guard. Forge a document. Recall lore about a craft or trade. Win a game of skill. Spellcasting ability. Wizards use intelligence as their spellcasting ability, which helps determine the saving throw DCs of spells they cast. Wisdom. Wisdom reflects how attuned you are to the world around you and represents perspectiveness and intuition. Perceptiveness and intuition. Wisdom checks. A wisdom check might reflect an effort to read body language, understand someone's feelings, notice things about the environment, or care for an injured person. The animal handling, insight, medicine, perception, and survival skills reflect aptitude in certain kinds of wisdom checks. Animal handling. When there is a question whether you can calm down a domesticated animal, keep him out from getting spooked, or intuit an animal's intentions, the DM might call for a wisdom animal handling check. You also make a wisdom animal handling check to control your mount when you attempt a risky maneuver. Insight. The wisdom insight check decides whether you can determine the true intentions of a creature, such as searching out a lie or predicting someone's next move. Doing so involves gleaning clues from body language, speech habits, and changes in mannerisms. Medicine. A wisdom medicine check lets you try to stabilize a dying companion or diagnose an illness. Perception. Your wisdom perception check lets you spot, hear, or otherwise detect the presence of something. It measures your general awareness of your surroundings and the keenness of your senses. Finding a hidden object. When your character searches for a hidden object, there's a secret door or trap. The DM typically asks you to make a wisdom perception check. Such a check can be used to find hidden details or other information and clues that you might otherwise overlook. In most cases, you need to describe where you are looking in order for the DM to determine your chance of success. For example, a key is hidden beneath a set of folded clothes in the top drawer of a bureau. If you tell the DM that you pace around the room, looking at the walls and furniture for clues, you have no chance of finding the key, regardless of your wisdom perception check result. You would have to specify that you are opening the drawers or searching the bureau in order to have any chance of success. For example, you might try to hear conversation through a closed door, eavesdrop under an open window, or hear monsters moving stealthily in the forest. You might try to spot things that are obscured or easy to miss, whether they are orcs lying in ambush on a road, thugs hiding in the shadows of an alley, or candlelight under a closed secret door. Survival. The DM might ask you to make a wisdom survival check to follow the tracks, hunt wild game, guide your group through frozen wastelands, identify signs that owlbears live nearby, predict the weather, or avoid quicksand and other natural hazards. Other wisdom checks. The DM might call for a wisdom check when you try to accomplish tasks like the following. Get a gut feeling about what course of action to follow. Discern whether a seemingly dead or living creature is undead. Spellcasting ability. Clerics, druids, and rangers use wisdom as their spellcasting ability, which helps determine the saving throw DCs of spells they cast. Charisma. Charisma measures your ability to interact effectively with others. It includes such factors as confidence and eloquence, and it can represent a charming or commanding personality. Charisma checks. A charisma check might arise when you try to influence or entertain others, when you try to make an impression or tell a convincing lie, when you are navigating a tricky social situation. The deception, intimidation, performance, and persuasion skills reflect aptitude in certain kinds of charisma checks. Deception. Your charisma and deception check determines whether you can convincingly hide the truth, either verbally or through your actions. This deception can encompass everything from misleading others through ambiguity or telling outright lies. Typical situations include trying to fast-talk a guard, con a merchant, earn money through gambling, hide yourself off in a disguise, dull someone's suspicions with false assurances, or retain a straight face while telling a blatant lie. Intimidation. When you attempt to influence someone through overt threats, hostile action, and physical violence, the DM might ask you to make a charisma intimidation check. Examples include trying to pry information out of a prisoner, convincing street thugs to back down from a confrontation, or use the edge of a broken bottle to convince a sneering vizier to reconsider a decision. Performance. Your charisma performance check determines how well you can delight an audience with music, dance, acting, storytelling, or some other form of entertainment. Persuasion. When you attempt to influence someone or a group of people with tact, social graces, or good nature, the DM might ask you to make a charisma persuasion check. Typically, you use persuasion when acting in good faith, or foster friendship. To foster friendships, make cordial requests, or exhibit proper etiquette. Examples of persuading others include convincing a chamberlain to let your party see the king, negotiating peace between warring tribes, or inspiring a crowd of townsfolk. Other charisma checks. A DM might call for a charisma check when you try to accomplish tasks like the following. Find the best person to talk to for news, rumors, and gossip. Blend into a crowd to get the sense of key topics of conversation. Spellcasting ability. Bards, paladins, sorcerers, and warlocks use charisma as their spellcasting ability, which helps determine saving throw DCs of spells they use. So Brenly Mulligan thinks likes the idea of sorcerers using Constitution as their spellcasting modifier. I haven't really delved into that much, but kind of look him up if you're interested in kind of using that variant. Saving throws. A saving throw, also called a save, represents an attempt to resist a spell, a trap, a poison, a disease, or a simple threat. You don't normally decide to make a saving throw. You are forced to make one because your character or monster is at risk of harm. To make a saving throw, roll a d20 and add the appropriate ability modifier. For example, you use your Dexterity modifier for a Dexterity saving throw. A saving throw can be modified by a situational bonus or penalty and can be affected by advantage and disadvantage as determined by the DM. Each class gets proficiency in at least 2 saving throws. The wizard, for example, is proficient in intelligence saves. As with skill proficiencies, proficiency in a saving throw lets a character add his or her proficiency bonus to saving throws made using a particular ability score. Some monsters have saving throw proficiencies as well. The difficulty class for a saving throw is determined by the effect that causes it. For example, the DC for a saving throw allowed by a spell is determined by the caster's spellcasting ability and proficiency bonus. The results of a successful or failed saving throw is usually also detailed in the effects that allows the save. Usually, a successful save means that a creature suffers no harm or reduced harm from an effect. Chapter 8. Adventuring. Why is there a random D? Delving into the ancient tomb of horrors, slipping through the back alleys of Waterdeep, hacking a fresh trail through thick jungles in the Isle of Dread. These are the things that Dungeons & Dragons adventures are made of. Your character in the game might explore forgotten ruins and uncharted lands, uncover dark secrets and sinister plots, and slay foul monsters. And if all goes well, your character will survive to claim rich rewards before embarking on a new adventure. This chapter covers the basics of adventuring life, from the mechanics of movement to the complexities of social interaction. The rules for resting are also in this chapter, along with a discussion of the activities your character might pursue between adventures. Whether adventurers are exploring a dusty dungeon or the complex relationships of a royal court, the game follows a natural rhythm as outlined in the book's introduction. 1. The DM describes the environment. 2. The players describe what they want to do. 3. The DM narrates the results of their actions. Typically, the DM uses a map as an outline of the adventure, tracking the character's progress as they explore dungeon corridors, or wilderness regions. The DM's notes include a key to the map, describe what the adventurers find as they enter each new area, sometimes the patches of time, and the adventurer's actions determine what happens, so the DM might use a timeline or a flowchart to track their progress instead of a map. Time. In situations where keeping track of the passage of time is important, the DM determines the time a task requires. The DM might use a different time scale depending on the context of the situation at hand. In a dungeon environment, the adventurer's movements happen on a scale of minutes. It takes them about a minute to creep down a long hallway, another minute to check for traps on the door at the end of the hall, and a good 10 minutes to search the chamber beyond for anything interesting or valuable. In a city or wilderness, a scale of hours is often more appropriate. Adventurers eager to reach the lonely tower at the heart of the forest hurry across those 15 miles just under 4 hours' time. For long journeys, a scale of days works best. Following the road from Baldur's Gate to Waterdeep, the adventurers spend 4 uneventful days before a goblin ambush interrupts their journey. In combat and other fast-paced situations, the game relies on rounds, a 6-second span of time described in Chapter 9. Movement. Swimming across a rushing river, sneaking down a dungeon corridor, scaling a treacherous mountain slope. All sorts of movement play a key role in D&D adventures. The DM can summarize the adventurer's movement without calculating exact distances or travel times. You travel through the forest and find the dungeon entrance late in the evening of the 3rd day. Even in a dungeon, particularly a large dungeon or cave network, the DM can summarize movement between encounters. After killing the guardian at the entrance to the ancient dwarven stronghold, you consult your map, which leads you through miles of echoing corridors to a chasm bridged by a narrow stone arch. Sometimes it's important, though, to know how long it takes to get from one spot to another, whether the answer is in days, hours, or minutes. The 2 rules for determining travel time depend on 2 factors: the speed and travel pace of the creatures moving, and the terrain they're moving over. Speed. Every character and monster has a speed, which is the distance in feet that the character or monster can walk in one round. The number assumes short bursts of energetic movement in the midst of a life-threatening situation. The following rules determine how far a character or monster can move in a minute, an hour, or a day. Travel pace. While traveling, a group of adventurers can move at a normal, fast, or slow pace, as shown on the travel pace table. The table states how far the party can move in a period of time and whether the pace has any effect. Fast pace makes characters less perceptive, while the slow pace makes it possible to sneak around and to search an area more carefully. See the activity while traveling section later in this chapter for more information. Forced march. The travel pace table assumes that characters travel for 8 hours in a day. They can push on beyond that limit at the risk of exhaustion. For each additional hour of travel beyond 8 hours, the characters cover the distance shown in the hour column for their pace, and each character must make a Constitution saving throw at the end of the hour. The DC is 10 plus 1 for each hour past 8 hours. On a failed saving throw, a character suffers 1 level of exhaustion. See Appendix A. Mounts and vehicles. For short spans of time, up to an hour, many animals can move much faster than humanoids. A mounted character can ride at a gallop for about an hour, covering twice the usual distance for a fast pace. If fresh mounts are available every 8 to 10 miles, characters can cover larger distances at this pace, but this is very rare except in densely populated areas. Characters in wagons, characters in other land vehicles choose a pace as normal. Characters in waterborne vessels are limited to the speed of the vessel, see Chapter 5, and they don't suffer penalties for fast pace or gain benefits for slow pace. Depending on the vehicle and the size of the crew, ships might be able to travel for up to 24 hours per day. Certain special mounts, such as a Pegasus or a Griffin, or special vehicles, such as a Cooperative Flying, allow you to travel more swiftly. The Dungeon Master's Guide contains more information on special methods of travel. So travel pace. 1 minute, you get 400 feet. An hour, you get 4 miles. A day, you get 30 miles. An effect, you get -5 penalty to passive wisdom perception scores. Normal, travel at 300 feet per minute, 3 miles per hour, and 24 miles per day. Slow pace, travel 200 feet per minute. In an hour, you can travel 2 miles, and a day, you can travel 18 miles, and you're able to use stealth when you travel at a slow pace. Difficult terrain. The travel speed given in the travel pace table assume relatively simple terrain, roads, open plains, or clear dungeon corridors. But adventurers often face dense forests, deep swamps, rubble-filled ruins, steep mountains, and ice-covered ground, all considered difficult terrain. You move at half speed in difficult terrain. Moving 1 foot in difficult terrain costs 2 feet of speed, so you can cover only half the normal distance in a minute, an hour, or a day. Special types of movement. Movement through dangerous dungeons or wilderness areas often involve more than simply walking. Adventurers might have to climb, crawl, swim, or jump to get where they need to go. Climbing, swimming, and crawling. While climbing or swimming, each foot of movement costs 1 extra foot, 2 extra feet in difficult terrain, unless the creature has a climbing or swimming speed. At the DM's option, climbing a slippery vertical surface or one with few handholds requires a successful strength athletics check. Similarly, gaining any distance in rough water may require a successful strength athletics check. Jumping. Your strength determines how far you can jump. Long jump. When you make a long jump, you can cover a number of feet up to your strength score if you move at least 10 feet on foot immediately before the jump. When you make a standing long jump, you can leap only half that distance. Either way, each foot you clear on the jump costs a foot of movement. This rule assumes that the height of your jump doesn't matter, such as jump across a stream or chasm. At your DM's option, you must succeed on a DC 10 athletics check to clear a low obstacle no taller than a quarter of the jump's distance, such as a hedge or a low wall. Otherwise, you hit it. When you land on difficult terrain, you must succeed on a DC 10 acrobatics check to land on your feet. Otherwise, you land prone. High jump. When you make a high jump, you leap in the air a number of feet equal to 3 plus your strength modifier if you move at least 10 feet on foot immediately before the jump. When you make a standing high jump, you can jump only half that distance. Either way, each foot you clear on the jump costs a foot of movement. In some circumstances, your DM might allow you to make a strength athletics check to jump higher than you normally can. You can extend your arms half your height above yourself during the jump. Thus, you can reach above your distance equal to the height of the jump plus 1.5 times your height. Activity while traveling. As adventurers travel through a dungeon or the wilderness, they need to remain alert for danger. and some characters might perform other tasks to help the group's journey. Marching order. The adventurers should establish a marching order. A marching order makes it easier to determine which characters are affected by traps, which ones can spot hidden enemies, and which ones are the closest to the enemies when a fight breaks out. A character might occupy the front rank, one or more middle ranks, or the back rank. Characters in the front and back ranks need enough room to travel side by side, with others in their rank. When space is too tight, the marching order must change, usually by moving characters to a middle rank. Fewer than 3 ranks. If the adventuring party arranges the marching order with only 2 ranks, they are a front rank and a back rank, and if there's only 1 rank, it's considered a front rank. Stealth. While traveling at a slow pace, the characters can move stealthily, as long as they are not in the open. They can try to surprise or sneak by other creatures they encounter. See the rules for hiding in Chapter 7. Noticing threats. Using the passive wisdom perception scores of the characters to determine whether anyone in the group notices a hidden threat. The DM might decide that a threat can be noticed only by characters in a particular rank. For example, as the characters are exploring a maze of tunnels, the DM might decide that only those characters in the back rank have a chance to hear or spot a stealthy creature following the group, while characters in the front and middle ranks cannot. While traveling at a fast pace, characters take a -5 penalty to the passive wisdom perception scores to notice hidden threats. Encountering creatures. If the DM determines that the adventurers encounter other creatures while they're traveling, it is up to both groups to decide what happens next. Each group might decide to attack, initiate a conversation, run away, or wait to see what the other group does. Surprising foes. If the adventurers encounter a hostile creature or group, the DM determines whether the adventurers or their foes might be surprised when combat erupts. See Chapter 9 for more about surprise. Other activities. Characters who turn their attention to other tasks as the group travels are not focused on watching for danger. These characters don't contribute their passive wisdom perception score to the group's chance of noticing hidden threats. However, a character not watching for danger can do one of the following activities instead, or some other activity with the DM's permission. Navigate. The character can try to prevent the group from becoming lost, making a wisdom survival check when the DM calls for it. The Dungeon Master's Guide has rules to determine whether the group gets lost. Draw a map. The character can draw a map that records the group's progress and helps the characters get back on course if they get lost. No ability check is required. Track. A character can follow the tracks of another creature, making a wisdom survival check when the DM calls for it. The Dungeon Master's Guide has rules for tracking. Forage. The character can keep an eye out for ready sources of food and water, making a wisdom survival check when the DM calls for it. The environment. By its nature, adventuring involves delving into places that are dark, dangerous, and full of mysteries to be explored. The rules in this section cover some of the most important ways in which adventurers interact with the environment in such places. The Dungeon Master's Guide has rules covering more unusual situations. Following. A fall from a great height is one of the most common hazards facing an adventurer. At the end of a fall, a creature takes 1d6 bludgeoning damage for every 10 feet it fell, to a maximum of 20d6. A creature lands prone unless it avoids taking damage from the fall. Suffocating. A creature can hold its breath for a number of minutes equal to 1 plus its constitution modifier, minimum of 30 seconds. When a creature runs out of breath, it can survive for a number of rounds equal to its constitution modifier, minimum 1 round. At the start of the next turn, it drops to 0 hit points and is dying. Splitting up the party. Sometimes it makes sense to split an adventuring party, especially if you want one or more characters to scout ahead. You can form multiple parties, each moving at a different speed. Each group has its own front, middle, and back ranks. The drawback to this approach is that the party will be split into several smaller groups in the event of an attack. The advantage is that a small group of stealthy characters moving slowly might be able to sneak past enemies that clumsier characters would alert. A rogue and a monk moving at a slow pace are much harder to detect when they leave their dwarf paladin friend behind. Womp womp. For example, a creature with a constitution score of 14 can hold its breath for 3 minutes. If it starts suffocating, it has 2 rounds to reach air before it drops to 0 hit points. Vision and light. The most fundamental tasks of adventuring, noticing danger, finding hidden objects, hitting an enemy in combat, and targeting a spell, to just name a few, rely heavily on a character's ability to see. Darkness and other effects that obscure vision can prove a significant hindrance. A given area might be lightly or heavily obscured. In a lightly obscured area, such as dim light, patchy fog, or moderate foliage, creatures have disadvantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on sight. A heavily obscured area, such as darkness, opaque fog, or dense foliage, blocks vision entirely. A creature in a heavily obscured area effectively suffers from the blinding condition, see Appendix A. The presence or absence of light in an environment creates 3 categories of illumination: bright light, dim light, and darkness. Bright light lets most creatures see normally. Even gloomy days provide bright light, as do torches, lanterns, fires, and other sources of illumination within a specific radius. Dim light, also called shadows, creates a lightly obscured area. An area of dim light is usually a boundary between a source of bright light, such as a torch, and surrounding darkness. The soft light of twilight and dawn also count as dim light. A particularly brilliant full moon might bathe the land in dim light. Darkness creates a heavily obscured area. Characters face darkness outdoors at night, even most moonlit nights, within the confines of an unlit dungeon or subterranean vault, or an area of magical darkness. Magical darkness is different, but whatever. Blind sight. A creature with blind sight can perceive its surroundings without relying on sight, within a specific radius. Creatures without eyes, such as oozes, and creatures with echolocation or heightened senses, such as bats and true dragons, have this sense. Dark vision. Many creatures in the world of D&D, especially those that dwell underground, have dark vision. Within a specific range, a creature with dark vision can see in darkness as if the darkness were dim light, so areas of darkness are only lightly obscured as far as that creature is concerned. However, the creature can't discern colors in darkness, only shades of gray. True sight. A creature with true sight can, out to a specific range, see in normal and magical darkness, see invisible creatures and objects, automatically detect visual illusions, and succeed on saving throws against them, and perceive the original form of shape changers or a creature that is transformed by magic. Furthermore, the creature can see into the ethereal plane. Food and water. Characters who don't eat or drink suffer the effects of exhaustion, see Appendix A. Exhaustion caused by lack of food or water can't be removed until the character eats and drinks the full required amount. Food. A character needs 1 pound of food per day and can make the food last longer by subsisting on half rations. Eating half a pound of food in a day counts as half a day without food. A character can go without food for a number of days equal to 3 plus his or her constitution modifier, minimum 1. At the end of each day, beyond that limit, a character automatically suffers 1 level of exhaustion. A normal day of eating resets the count of days without food to 0. Water. A character needs 1 gallon of water per day, or 1 gallon of water per day, or 2 gallons per day if the weather is hot. A character who drinks only half that much water must succeed on a DC 15 Constitution saving throw, or suffer 1 level of exhaustion at the end of the day. A character with access to even less water automatically suffers 1 level of exhaustion at the end of the day. If the character already has 1 or more levels of exhaustion, the character takes 2 levels in either case. So, going without water kills you very, very quickly. Kills you in 4 days? You don't drink water? Interacting with objects. A character's interaction with objects in an environment is often simple to resolve in the game. The player tells the DM that his or her character is doing something, such as moving a lever, and the DM describes what, if anything, happens. For example, the character might decide to pull a lever, which might, in turn, raise a portcullis, cause a room to flood with water, or open a secret door in a nearby wall. If the lever is rested in position, though, a character might need to force it. In such a situation, the DM might call for a strength check to see whether the character can wrench the lever into place. The DM sets the DC for any such check based on the difficulty of the task. Characters can also damage objects with their weapons and spells. Objects are immune to poison and psychic damage, but otherwise they can be affected by physical and magical attacks, much like creatures can. The DM determines an object's armor class and hit points. Might decide that certain objects have resistances or immunities to certain kinds of attacks. It's hard to cut a rope with a club, for example. Objects always fail strength and dexterity saving throws, and they are immune to effects that require other saves. When an object drops to 0 hit points, it breaks. A character can also attempt a strength check to break an object. The DM sets the DC for any such check. Social interaction. Exploring dungeons, overcoming obstacles, slaying monsters are key parts of D&D adventures. No less important, though, as the social interactions that adventurers have with the other inhabitants of the world. Interaction takes on many forms. You might need to convince an unscrupulous thief to confess to some malfeasance, or you might try to flatter a dragon so that it will spare your life. The DM assumes the role of any characters who are participating in the interaction that don't belong to another player at the table. Any such character is called a non-player character, NPC. In general terms, an NPC's attitude toward you is described as friendly, indifferent, or hostile. Friendly NPCs are predisposed to help you, and hostile ones are inclined to get in your way. It's easier to get what you want from a friendly NPC, of course. Social interactions have 2 primary aspects: role-playing and ability checks. Role-playing. Role-playing is literally the act of playing out a role. In this case, it is you as a player determining how your character thinks, acts, and talks. Role-playing is a part of every aspect of the game, and it comes to the fore during social interactions. Your character's quirks, mannerisms, and personality influence how interactions resolve. There are 2 styles you can use when role-playing your character: the descriptive approach and the active approach. Most players use a combination of the 2 styles. Use whichever mix of the 2 works best for you. The descriptive approach to role-playing. With this approach, you describe your character's words and actions to the DM and the other players. Drawing on your mental image of your character, you tell everyone what your character does and how he or she does it. For instance, Chris plays Toldrek the Dwarf. Tordek has a quick temper and blames the elves of the Cloakwood for his family's misfortune. At a tavern, An obnoxious elf minstrel sits at Torik's table and tries to strike up a conversation with the dwarf. Chris says, Torik spits on the floor, growls an insult at the bard, and stomps over to the bar. He sits on a stool and glares at the minstrel before ordering another drink. In this example, Chris has conveyed Torik's mood and given the DM a clear idea of his character's attitude and actions. When using descriptive role-playing, keep the following things in mind. Describe your character's emotions and attitude. Focus on your character's intent and how others might perceive it. Provide as much embellishment as you feel comfortable with. Don't worry about getting things exactly right. Just focus on thinking about what your character would do and describe what you see in your mind. Active approach to role-playing. If descriptive role-playing tells your DM and your fellow players what your character thinks and does, active role-playing shows them. When you use active role-playing, you speak with your character's voice, like an actor taking on a role. You might even echo your character's movements and body language. This approach is more immersive than descriptive role-playing, though you still need to describe things that can't be reasonably acted out. Going back to the example of Chris role-playing Tordek above, here's how the scene might play out if Chris used active role-playing. Speaking as Tordek, Chris says in a gruff, deep voice, I was wondering why it suddenly smelled awful in here. If I wanted to hear anything out of you, I'd snap your arm and enjoy your screams. In his normal voice, Chris then adds, I get up, glare at the elf, and head to the bar. Results of role-playing. The DM uses your character's actions and attitudes to determine how an NPC reacts. The cowardly NPC buckles under threats of violence. A stubborn dwarf refuses to let anyone badger her. A vain dragon laps up flattery. When interacting with an NPC, pay close attention to the DM's portrayal of the NPC's mood, dialogue, and personality. You might be able to determine an NPC's personality traits, ideas, flaws, and bonds, then play on them to influence the NPC's attitude. Interactions in D&D are much like interactions in real life. If you can offer NPCs something they want, threaten them with something they fear, or play on their sympathies and goals, you can use words to get almost anything you want. On the other hand, if you insult a proud warrior or speak ill of a noble's allies, your efforts to convince or deceive will fall short. Ability checks. In addition to role-playing, ability checks are key in determining the outcome of an interaction. Your role-playing efforts can alter an NPC's attitude, but there might still be an element of chance to the situation. For example, your DM can call for a charisma check at any point during an interaction if he or she wants the dice to play a role in determining an NPC's reactions. Other checks might be appropriate in certain situations at your DM's discretion. Pay attention to your skill proficiencies when thinking of how you want to interact with an NPC, and stack the deck in your favor by using an approach that relies on your best bonuses and skills. If the group needs to trick a guard into letting them into a castle, the rogue who's proficient in deception is the best bet to lead the discussion. While negotiating for a hostage to release, the cleric with persuasion should do most of the talking. Resting. Heroic though they might be, adventurers can't spend every hour of the day in the thick of exploration, social interaction, and combat. They need rest, time to sleep and eat, tend their wounds, refresh their minds and spirits for spellcasting, and brace themselves for further adventure. Adventurers can take short rests in the midst of an adventuring day and long rests at the end of the day. A short rest is a period of downtime, at least 1 hour long, during which a character does nothing more strenuous than eating, drinking, feeding, and tending to wounds. A character can spend 1 or more hit dice at the end of a short rest, up to the character's maximum number of hit dice, which is equal to the character's level. For each hit dice spent in this way, the player rolls the die and adds the character's constitution modifier to it. The character regains hit points equal to the total. The player can decide to spend an additional hit dice after each roll. A character regains some spent hit dice when finishing a long rest, as explained below. Long rest. A long rest is a period of extended downtime, at least 8 hours long, during which a character sleeps or performs light activity, reading, talking, eating, or standing watch for no more than 2 hours. If the rest is interrupted by a period of strenuous activity, at least 1 hour of walking, fighting, casting spells, or similar adventuring activity, the characters must begin the rest again to gain any benefit from it. At the end of a long rest, a character regains all lost hit points. The character also regains spent hit dice up to a number of dice equal to half the character's total number of them. For example, if a character has 8 hit dice, he or she regains 4 spent hit dice upon finishing a long rest. A character can't benefit from more than one long rest in a 24-hour period, and the character must have at least 1 hit point at the start of the rest to gain its benefits. Between adventures. Between trips to dungeons and battles against ancient evils, adventurers need time to rest, recuperate, and prepare for their next adventure. Many adventurers also use this time to perform other tasks, such as crafting arms and armor, performing research, or spending their hard-earned gold. In some cases, the passage of time is something that occurs with little fanfare or description. When starting a new adventure, the DM might simply declare a certain amount of time has passed and allow you to describe in general terms what your character has been doing. In other times, the DM might want to keep track of how much time is passing as events beyond your perception stay in motion. Lifestyle expenses. Between adventures, you choose a particular quality of life and pay the cost of maintaining that lifestyle, as described in Chapter 5. Living a particular lifestyle doesn't have a huge effect on your character, but your lifestyle can affect the way other individuals and groups react to you. For example, when you lead an aristocratic lifestyle, it might be easier for you to influence the nobles of the city than if you live in poverty. Downtime activities. Between adventures, the DM might ask what your character is doing during his or her downtime. Periods of downtime can vary in duration, but each downtime activity requires a certain number of days to complete before you gain any benefit, and at least 8 hours of each day must be spent on the downtime activity for the day to count. The days do not need to be consecutive. If you have more than the minimum amount of days to spend, you can keep doing the same thing for a longer period of time or switch to a new downtime activity. Downtime activities other than the ones presented below are possible. If you want your character to spend his or her downtime performing an activity not covered here, discuss it with your DM. And then it goes over various rules for crafting, practicing a profession, recuperating, researching, training, etc. Yeah. Those are all good, interesting downtime activities for an adventurer. Some cool art. Chapter 9. Combat. The clatter of a sword striking against a shield. A terrible rending sound as monstrous claws tear through armor. A brilliant flash of light as a ball of flame blossoms from a wizard's spell. The sharp tang of blood in the air cutting through the stench of vile monsters. Roars of fury, shouts of triumph, cries of pain. Combat in D&D can be chaotic, deadly, and thrilling. This chapter provides the rules you need for your characters and monsters to engage in combat, whether it is a brief skirmish or an extended conflict in a dungeon or on a field of battle. Throughout this chapter, the rules address you, the player, or Dungeon Master. The Dungeon Master controls all the monsters and non-player characters involved in combat, and each other player controls an adventurer. You can also mean the character or monster that you control. The order of combat. A typical combat encounter is a clash between two sides, a flurry of weapon swings, feints, parries, footwork, and spellcasting. The game organizes the chaos of combat into a cycle of rounds and turns. A round represents about 6 seconds in the game world. During a round, each participant in a battle takes a turn. The order of turns is determined at the beginning of a combat encounter, and everyone rolls initiative. Once everyone has taken a turn, the fight continues to the next round if neither side has defeated the other. Surprise. A band of adventurers sneaks up on a bandit camp, springing from trees to attack them. A gelatinous cube glides down a dungeon passage, unnoticed by the adventurers until the cube engulfs one of them. In these situations, one side of the battle gains surprise over the other. The DM determines who might be surprised. If neither side tries to be stealthy, they automatically notice each other. Otherwise, the DM compares the dexterity stealth checks of anyone hiding with the passive wisdom perception score of each creature on the opposing side. Any character or monster that doesn't notice a threat is surprised at the start of the encounter. If you're surprised, you can't move or take an action on your first turn of the combat, and you can't take a reaction until that turn ends. A member of a group can be surprised even if the other members aren't. Combat, step by step. 1. Determine surprise. The DM determines whether anyone involved in the combat encounters is surprised. 2. Establish positions. The DM decides where all the characters and monsters are located. Given the adventurer's marching order or their stated positions in the room or other location, the DM figures out where the adventurers are, how far away, and in what direction. 3. Roll initiative. Everyone involved in the combat encounter rolls initiative, determining the order of combatants' turns. 4. Take turns. Each participant in the battle takes a turn in initiative order. 5. Begin the next round. When everyone involved in the combat has had a turn, the round ends. Repeat step 4 until the fighting stops. Initiative. Initiative determines the order of turns during combat. When combat starts, every participant makes a dexterity check to determine their place in the initiative order. The DM makes one roll from an entire group of identical creatures, so each member of the group acts at the same time. The DM ranks the combatants in order from the one with the highest dexterity check total to the one with the lowest. This is the order called the initiative order, which they act during each round. The initiative order remains the same from round to round. If a tie occurs, the DM decides the order among tied DM-controlled creatures, and the players decide the order among their tied characters. The DM can decide the order if the tie is between a monster and a player character. Optionally, the DM can have the tied characters and monsters each roll a d20 to determine the order, highest roll going first. Your turn. On your turn, you can move a distance up to your speed and take one action. You decide whether to move first or take your action first. Your speed, sometimes called your walking speed, is noted on your character sheet. The most common action you actions you can take, described in the Actions and Combat section later in this chapter. Many class features and other abilities provide additional options for your action. The Movement and Position section later in this chapter give the rules for your move. You can forgo moving, taking an action, or doing anything at all on your turn. If you can't decide what to do on your turn, consider taking the Dodge or Ready action as described in Actions in Combat. Bonus actions. Various class features, spells, and other abilities let you take an additional action on your turn called a bonus action. The Cutting action feature, for example, allows a rogue to take a bonus action. You take a bonus action only when a spell ability, spell, or other feature of the game states that you can do something as a bonus action. You otherwise don't have a bonus action to take. You can only take one bonus action on your turn, so you must choose which bonus action to use when you have more than one available. You choose when to take a bonus action during your turn, unless the bonus action's timing is specified, and anything that deprives you of your ability to take actions also prevents you from taking a bonus action. Other activities on your turn. You can include a variety of flourishes that require neither your action nor your move. You can communicate however you are able through brief utterances and gestures as you take your turn. You can also interact with one object or feature of the environment for free during either your move or your action. For example, you could open a door during your move as you stride toward a foe, or you could draw your weapon as part of the same action you use to attack. If you want to interact with a second object, you need to use your action. Some magic items and other special objects always require an action to use, as stated in their descriptions. The DM might require you to use an action for any of these activities when it needs special care or when it presents an unusual obstacle. For instance, the DM could reasonably expect you to use an action to open a stuck door or turn a crank to lower a drawbridge. Reactions. Certain special abilities, spells, and situations allow you to take special action called a reaction. A reaction is an instant response to a trigger of some kind, which can occur on your turn or someone else's. The opportunity attack, described later in this chapter, is the most common type of reaction. When you take a reaction, you can't take another one till the start of your next turn. If the reaction interrupts another creature's turn, that creature can continue its turn right after the reaction. Movement and position. In combat, characters and monsters are in constant motion, often using movement and position to gain the upper hand. On your turn, you can move a distance up to your speed. You can use as much or as little of your speed as you like on your turn, following the rules here. Your movement can include jumping, climbing, and swimming. These different modes of movement can be combined with walking, or they can constitute your entire move. However you're moving, you deduct the distance of each part of your move from your speed until it is used up, or until you are done moving. The special types of movement section in Chapter 8 gives the particulars for jumping, climbing, and swimming. Interacting with objects around you. Here are a few examples of the sorts of things you can do in tandem with your movement and action. Draw or sheath a sword. Open or close a door. Withdraw a potion from your backpack. Pick up a dropped axe. Take a bauble from a table. Remove a ring from your finger. Stuff some food into your mouth. Plant a banner in the ground. Fish a few coins from your belt pouch. Drink all the ale in a flagon. Throw a lever or a switch. Pull a torch from a sconce. Take a book from a shelf you can reach. Extinguish a small flame. Don a mask. Pull the hood of your cloak up and over your head. Put your ear to a door. Kick a small stone. Turn a key in a lock. Tap the floor with a 10-foot pole. Hand an item to another character. Breaking up your move. You can break up your movement on your turn using some of your speed before and after your action. For example, if you have a speed of 30 feet, you can move 10 feet, take your action, and then move 20 feet. Moving between attacks. If you have an action that includes more than one weapon attack, you can break up your movement even further by moving between those attacks. For example, a fighter who can make 2 attacks with the extra attack feature, and who has a speed of 25 feet, can move 10 feet, make an attack, move 15 feet, then attack again. Using different speeds. If you have more than one speed, such as your walking speed and a flying speed, you can switch back and forth between your speeds during your move. Whenever you switch, subtract the distance you've already moved from the new speed. The result determines how much farther you can move. If the result is 0 or less, you can't use the new speed during the current move. For example, if you have a speed of 30 and a flying speed of 60, because a wizard casts a fly spell on you, you could fly 20 feet, then walk 10 feet, and then leap into the air to fly 30 feet more. Difficult terrain. Combat rarely takes place in barren rooms or on featureless plains. Boulder-strewn caverns, briar-choked forests, treacherous staircases, the setting of a typical fight contains difficult terrain. Every foot of movement in difficult terrain costs 1 extra foot. This rule is true even if multiple things in a space count as difficult terrain. Low furniture, rubble, undergrowth, steep stairs, snow, and shallow bogs are examples of difficult terrain. The space of another creature, whether hostile or not, also counts as difficult terrain. Being prone. Combatants often find themselves lying on the ground either because they are knocked down or because they throw themselves down. In the game, they are prone, a condition described in Appendix A. You can drop prone without using any of your speed. Standing up takes more effort. Doing so costs the amount of movement equal to half your speed. For example, if your speed is 30 feet, you must spend 15 feet of movement to stand up. You can't stand up if you don't have enough movement left or if your speed is 0. To move while prone, you must crawl or use magic such as teleportation. Every foot of movement while crawling costs 1 extra foot. Crawling 1 foot in difficult terrain therefore costs 3 feet of movement. Moving around other creatures. You can move through a non-hostile creature space. In contrast, you can move through a hostile creature space only if the creature is at least 2 sizes larger or smaller than you. Remember that another creature's space is difficult terrain for you. Whenever a creature is a friend or an enemy, you can't willingly end your move in its space. If you leave a hostile creature's reach during your move, you provoke an opportunity attack, as explained later in the chapter. Flying movement. The flying creatures enjoy many benefits of mobility, but they must also deal with the danger of falling. If a flying creature is knocked prone, it has its speed reduced to 0, or is otherwise deprived of the ability to move. The creature falls unless it has the ability to hover, or it is being held aloft by magic, such as by the fly spell. Creature size. Each creature takes up a different amount of space. The size category table shows how much space a creature of a particular size controls in combat. Objects sometimes use the same size categories. So I like even adding to this chart, the smallest size category is tiny. I like adding diminutive size chart. Smaller. So 1.25 1.25 Feats. I like adding this. I like bringing this back from other editions of Dungeons and Dragons because it prevents people from using like diminutive things when a tiny object is called for, which can get kind of dumb sometimes. Tiny objects are still like half the size of a halfling, so they're still like bowling ball sized. They're not like ball bearing sized. That's diminutive. Okay. Space. Creature space is the area in feet that it effectively controls in combat, not an expression of its physical dimensions. A typical medium creature isn't 5 feet wide, for example, but it does control a space that wide. If a medium hobgoblin stands in a 5 foot wide doorway, other creatures can't get through unless the hobgoblin lets them. A creature's space also reflects the area it needs to fight effectively. For that reason, there's a limit to the number of creatures that can surround another creature in combat. Assuming medium combatants, 8 creatures can fight in a 5 foot radius around another one. Because larger creatures take up more space, fewer of them can surround a creature. If 5 large creatures crowd around a medium or smaller one, there's little room for anyone else. In contrast, as many as 20 medium creatures can surround a gargantuan one. Variance. Playing on a grid. I know most people play on a grid nowadays, like online, and makes it really easy. So if you play out a combat using a square grid and miniatures or other tokens, follow these rules. Squares. Each square on the grid represents 5 feet. Speed. Rather than moving foot by foot, move square by square on the grid. This means you use your speed in 5 foot segments. This is particularly easy if you translate your speed into squares by dividing the speed by 5. For example, a speed of 30 feet translates into a speed of 6 squares. If you use a grid, often consider writing your speed in squares on your character sheet. Entering a square. To enter a square, you must have at least 1 square of movement left, even if the square is diagonally adjacent to the square you're in. The rules for diagonal movement sacrifices realism for the sake of smooth play. Dungeon Master's Guide provides guidance on using a more realistic approach. If a square costs extra movement, as a square of difficult terrain does, you must have enough movement left to pay for entering it. For example, you must have at least 2 squares of movement left to enter a square of difficult terrain. Corners. Diagonal movement can't cross the corner of a wall, large tree, or other terrain feature that fills its space. Ranges. To determine the range on a grid between the two things, whether creatures or objects, start counting squares from a square adjacent to the one of them and stop counting in the space of the other one. Count by the shortest route. Squeezing into a smaller space. A creature can squeeze through a space that is large enough for a creature one size smaller than it. Thus, a large creature can squeeze through a passage that's only 5 feet wide. While squeezing through a space, a creature must spend 1 extra foot for every foot it moves there, and it has disadvantage on attack rolls and dexterity saving throws. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage while it's in the smaller space. Actions in combat. When you take your action on your turn, you can take one of the actions presented here. An action you gained from your class or special feature, or an action that you improvise. Many monsters have action options of their own in their stat blocks. When you describe an action not detailed elsewhere in the rules, the DM tells you whether the action is possible and what kind of roll you need to make, if any, to determine success or failure. Attack. The most common action to take in combat is the attack action, whether you are swinging a sword, firing an arrow from a bow, or brawling with your fists. With this action, make 1 melee or ranged attack to the making an attack section for the rules that govern attacks. Certain features, such as the extra attack feature of the fighter, allow you to make more than 1 attack with this action. Cast a spell. Spellcasters such as wizards and clerics as well as many monsters have access to spells and can use them to great effect in combat. Each spell has a casting time, which specifies whether the caster must use an action, reaction, minutes, or even hours to cast a spell. Casting a spell is therefore not necessarily an action. Most spells do have a casting time of one action, so a spellcaster often uses his or her action in combat to cast such a spell. See Chapter 10 for the rules on spell casting. Dash. When you take the dash action, you gain movement for the current turn. The increase equals your speed after applying any modifiers. With a speed of 30 feet, for example, you can move up to 60 feet on your turn if you dash. Any increase or decrease to your speed changes this additional movement by the same amount. If your speed of 30 feet is reduced to 15 feet for a distance, you can move up to 30 feet this turn if you dash. Disengage. If you take the disengage action, your movement doesn't provoke opportunity attacks for the rest of the turn. Dodge. When you take the dodge action, you focus entirely on avoiding attacks. Until the start of your next turn, any attack roll made against you has disadvantage if you can see the attacker and you make dexterity saving throws with advantage. You lose this benefit if you are incapacitated, as explained in Appendix A, or your speed drops to 0. Help. You can lend aid to another creature in the completion of a task. When you take the help action, the creature you aid gains advantage on the next ability check it makes to perform the task you are helping with, provided that it makes the check before the start of your next turn. Alternatively, you aid a friendly creature in attacking a creature within 5 feet of you. You feint, distract the target, or in some other way team up to make your ally's attack more effective. If your ally attacks the target before your next turn, the first attack roll is made with advantage. Hide. When you take the hide action, you make a dexterity stealth check in an attempt to hide, following the rules in Chapter 7 for hiding. If you succeed, you gain certain benefits as described in the Unseen Attackers and Targets section later in this chapter. Improvising an action. Your character can do things not covered by the actions in this chapter, such as breaking down doors, intimidating enemies, sensing weaknesses in magical defenses, or calling for a parley with a foe. The only limits to the actions you can attempt are your imagination and your character's ability scores. See the description of ability scores in Chapter 7 for inspiration as you improvise. When you describe an action, not detailed elsewhere in the rules, the DM tells you whether that action is possible and what kind of roll you need to make, if any, to determine success or failure. Ready. Sometimes you want to get the jump on a foe or wait for a particular circumstance before you act. To do so, you can take the ready action on your turn so that you can act later in the round using your reaction. First, you decide what perceivable circumstance will trigger your reaction. Then you choose the action that you will take in response to that trigger. If you choose to move up to your speed in response to it, examples include, if the cultist steps on the trapdoor, I'll pull the lever that opens it. And if the goblins step next to me, I move away. When the trigger occurs, you can either take your reaction right after the trigger finishes or ignore the trigger. Remember that you take only one reaction per round. If you're ready to spell, you cast it as normal, but hold its energy, which you release with your reaction when the trigger occurs. To be readied, a spell must have a casting time of one action, and holding onto the spell's magic requires concentration, explained in Chapter 10. If your concentration is broken, the spell dissipates without taking effect. For example, if you are concentrating on the web spell and ready magic missile, your web spell ends. If you take damage before you release magic missile with your reaction, your concentration might be broken. Search. When you take the search action, you devote your attention to finding something. Depending on the nature of your search, the DM might have you make a wisdom perception check or an intelligence investigation check. Using an object. You normally interact with an object while doing something else, such as when you draw a sword as part of an attack. When an object requires your action for its use, you take the Use an Object action. This action is also useful when you want to interact with more than one object on your turn. Making an attack. Whether you're striking with a melee weapon, firing a weapon at range, or making an attack roll as part of a spell, an attack has a simple structure. 1. Choose a target. Pick a target with your attack's range, a creature, an object, or a location. 2. Determine modifiers. The DM determines whether the target has cover and whether you have advantage or disadvantage against the target. In addition, spells, special abilities, and other effects can apply penalties or bonus to your attack roll. 3. Resolve the attack. You make the attack roll. On a hit, you roll damage unless the particular attack has rules that specify otherwise. Some attacks cause special effects in addition to or instead of damage. If there's ever any question whether something you're doing counts as an attack, the rule is simple. If you're making an attack roll, you're making an attack. Attack rolls. When you make an attack, your attack roll determines whether the attack hits or misses. To make an attack roll, roll a d20 and add the appropriate modifiers. If the total of the roll plus modifiers equals or exceeds the target's armor class, AC, the attack hits. The AC of a character is determined at character creation, where the AC of a monster is in its stat block. Modifiers to the roll. Whenever a character makes an attack roll, the two most common modifiers to the roll are an ability modifier and the character's proficiency bonus. When a monster makes an attack roll, it uses whatever modifier is provided in its stat block. Ability modifier. The ability modifier used for a melee weapon attack is strength. The ability modifier used for a ranged weapon attack is dexterity. Weapons that have the finesse or thrown property break this rule. Some spells also require an attack roll. The ability modifier used for a spell attack depends on the spellcasting ability of the spellcaster, as explained in Chapter 10. Proficiency bonus. You add your proficiency bonus to your attack roll when you attack using a weapon with which you have proficiency, as well as when you attack with a spell. Rolling 1 or 20. Sometimes fate blesses or curses a combatant, causing the novice to hit or the veteran to miss. If the d20 roll for an attack is a 20, the attack hits regardless of any modifiers or the target's AC. In addition, the attack is a critical hit, as explained later in this chapter. If the d20 roll for attack is a 1, the attack misses regardless of any modifiers or the target's AC. Unseen attackers and targets. Combatants often try to escape their foes' notice by hiding, casting the invisibility spell, or lurking in darkness. When you attack a target, as you can see, you have disadvantage on the attack roll. This is true whether you're guessing the target's location or targeting a creature you can hear but not see. If the target isn't in the location you targeted, you automatically miss. But the DM typically just says that the attack missed, not whether you guessed the target's location correctly. When a target creature can't see you, you have advantage on attack rolls against it. If you are hidden, both unseen and unheard, when you make an attack, you give away your location when the attack hits or misses. Texting new players for the campaign we're starting on Thursday, so it'll be fun. Ranged attacks. When you make a ranged attack, you fire a bow or a crossbow, hurl a hand axe, or otherwise send projectiles to strike a foe at a distance. The monster might shoot spines from its tail. Many spells also involve making a ranged attack. Range. You can make a ranged attack only against targets within a specified range. If a ranged attack, such as one made with the spell, has a single range, you can't attack a target beyond this range. Some range attacks, such as those made with a longbow or a shortbow, have two ranges. The smaller number is the normal range, and the larger number is the long range. Your attack roll has disadvantage when your target is beyond normal range and you can't attack a target beyond the long range. Range attacks in close combat. Aiming a range attack is more difficult when a foe is next to you. When you make a ranged attack with a weapon, a spell, or some other means, you have disadvantage on the attack roll if you are within 5 feet of a hostile creature who can see you and who isn't incapacitated. Melee attacks. Used in hand-to-hand combat, a melee attack allows you to attack a foe within your reach. A melee attack typically uses a handheld weapon such as a sword, a warhammer, or an axe. A typical monster makes a melee attack when it strikes with its claws, horns, teeth, tentacles, or other body part. A few spells that also involve making a melee attack. Most creatures have a 5-foot reach and thus attack targets within 5 feet of them when making a melee attack. Certain creatures, typically those larger than medium, have melee attacks with greater reach than 5 feet, as noted in their description. If you are unarmed, you can fight in melee by making an unarmed strike, as shown in the weapon table in Chapter 5. Opportunity attacks. In a fight, everyone is constantly watching for enemies to drop their guard. You can rarely move heedlessly past your foes without putting yourself in danger. Doing so provokes an opportunity attack. You can make an opportunity attack when a hostile creature that you can see moves out of your reach. To make the opportunity attack, you use your reaction to make one melee attack against the provoking creature. The attack interrupts the provoking creature's movement, occurring right before the creature leaves your reach. You can avoid provoking an opportunity attack by taking the disengage action. You also don't provoke an opportunity attack when you teleport or when someone or something moves you without using your movement, action, or reaction. For example, you don't provoke an opportunity attack if an explosion hurls you out of a foe's reach, or if gravity causes you to fall past an enemy. Contests in combat. Battle often involves pitting your prowess against your foe. Such a challenge is represented by a contest. This section includes the most common contests that require an action in combat, grappling and shoving a creature. The DM can use these contests as models for improvising others. 2-weapon fighting. When you take the attack action and attack with a light melee weapon you're holding in one hand, you can use a bonus action to attack with a different light melee weapon that you are holding in the other hand. You don't add your ability modifier to the damage of the bonus attack unless the modifier is negative. If either weapon has the thrown property, you can throw the weapon instead of making a melee attack with it. Grappling. When you want to grab a creature or wrestle with it, you can use the attack action to make a special melee attack, a grapple. If you're able to make multiple attacks with the attack action, this attack replaces one of them. The target of your grapple must be no more than one size larger than you, and it must be within your reach. Using at least one free hand, you try to seize the target by making a grapple check. A strength athletics check contested by the target's strength, athletics, or dexterity acrobatics check. The target's choice chooses the ability to use. If you succeed, you subject the target to the grappled condition, see Appendix A. The condition specifies the things that end it, and you can release the target whenever you like. No action required. Escaping a grapple. A grappled creature can use its action to escape. To do so, it must succeed on a strength, athletics, or dexterity acrobatics check, contested by your strength athletics check. Moving a grappled creature. When you move, you can drag or carry the grappled creature with you, but your speed is halved unless the creature is 2 or more sizes smaller than you. Shoving a creature. Using the attack action, you can make a special melee attack to shove a creature, either knock it prone or push it away from you. If you're able to make multiple attacks with the attack action, this attack replaces one of them. The target of your shove must be no more than one size larger than you, and it must be within your reach. Make a strength athletics check contested by a target's strength, athletics, or dexterity acrobatics check. The target chooses the ability to use. If you win the contest, you either knock the target prone or push it 5 feet away from you. Cover. Walls, trees, creatures, and other obstacles can provide cover during combat, making a target more difficult to harm. A target can benefit from cover only when an attack or other effect originates on the opposite side of the cover. There are 3 degrees of cover. If a target is behind multiple sources of cover, only the most protective degree of cover applies. The degrees aren't added together. For example, if the target behind a creature that gives half cover and a tree trunk that gives 3/4 cover, the target has 3/4 cover. A target with half cover has a +2 bonus to AC and Dexerity saving throws. A target has half cover if an obstacle blocks at least half of its body. The obstacle might be a low wall, a large piece of furniture, a narrow tree trunk, or a creature, whether that creature is an enemy or a friend. A target with 3/4 cover has a +5 bonus to AC and Dexterity saving throws. A target has 3/4 cover if the 3/4 of it is covered by an obstacle. The obstacle might be a porculus, an arrow slit, or a thick tree trunk. A target with total cover can't be targeted directly by an attack or a spell, though some spells can reach such a target by including it in an area of effect. A target has total cover if it is completely concealed by an obstacle. Damage and healing. Injury and the risk of death are constant companions of those who explore the world of D&D. The thrust of a sword, a well-placed arrow, a blast of flame, or a fireball spell all have the potential to damage or even kill the hardiest of creatures. Hit points. Hit points represent a combination of physical and mental durability, the will to live, and luck. Creatures with more hit points are more difficult to kill. Those with fewer hit points are more fragile. A creature's current hit points, usually just called hit points, can be any number from the creature's hit points maximum down to 0. This number changes frequently as a creature takes damage or receives healing. Whenever a creature takes damage, that damage is subtracted from its hit points. The loss of hit points has no effect on a creature's capabilities until the creature drops to 0 hit points. Damage rolls. Each weapon, spell, and harmful monster ability specifies the damage it deals. You roll the damage die or dice, add any modifiers, and apply the damage to your target. Magic weapons, special abilities, and other factors can grant bonuses to damage. When attacking with a weapon, add your ability modifier, the same modifier used for the attack roll, to the damage. A spell tells you which dice to roll for damage and whether to add any modifiers. If a spell or other effect deals damage to more than one target at the same time, roll the damage once for all of them. For example, when a wizard casts Fireball or a cleric casts Flame Strike, the spell's damage is rolled once for all creatures caught in the blast. Critical hits. When you score a critical hit, you get to roll extra dice for the attack's damage against the target. Roll all of the attack's damage dice twice and add them together. Then add any relevant modifiers as normal. To speed up play, you can roll all the damage dice at once. For example, if you score a critical hit with a dagger, roll 2d4 for the damage rather than 1d4. Then add your relevant ability modifier. If the attack involves other damage dice, such as from the Rogue Sneak Attack feature, you roll these dice twice as well. Damage types. Different attacks, damaging spells, and other harmful effects deal different types of damage. Damage types have no rules on their own, but other rules, such as damage resistance, rely on the types. The damage types follow, with examples to help a DM assign a damage type to a new effect. Acid. The corrosive spray of a black dragon's breath and the dissolving enzymes secreted by a black pudding deal acid damage. Bludgeoning. Blunt force attacks, hammers, falling, constriction, and the like deal bludgeoning damage. Cold. The infernal chill radiating from an ice devil's spear and the frigid blast of a white dragon's breath deal cold damage. Fire. Red dragons breathe fire, and many spells conjure flames to deal fire damage. Force. Force is pure magical energy focused into a damaging form. Most effects that deal force damage are spells, including Magic Missile and Spiritual Weapon. Lightning. A lightning bolt spell and a blue dragon's breath deal lightning damage. Necrotic. Necrotic damage dealt by certain undead and a spell such as Chill Touch, Withers Matter, and even the Soul. Piercing. Puncturing and impaling attacks, including spears and monsters bites, deal piercing damage. Poison. Venomous stings and the toxic gas of a green dragon's breath deal poison damage. Psychic. Mental abilities such as the Mind Flayer's Psionic Blast deal psychic damage. Radiant. Radiant damage dealt by a cleric's Flame Strike spell or an angel's smiting weapon sear the flesh like fire and overload the spirit with power. Slashing. Swords, axes, and monsters' claws deal slashing damage. Thunder. A concussive burst of sound, such as the effect of a Thunderwave spell, deal thunder damage. Damage resistance and vulnerability. Some creatures and objects are exceedingly difficult or unusually easy to hurt with certain types of damage. If a creature or an object has resistance to a damage type, damage of that type is halved against it. If a creature or object has vulnerability to a damage type, damage of that type is doubled against it. Resistance and then vulnerability are applied after all other modifiers to damage. For example, a creature has resistance to bludgeoning damage and is hit by an attack that deals 25 bludgeoning damage. That creature is also then a magical aura that reduces all damage by 5. The 25 damage is first reduced by 5 and then halved. The creature takes 10 damage. Multiple instances of resistance or vulnerability that affect the same damage type count as only one instance. For example, if a creature has resistance to fire damage as well as resistance to all non-magical damage, the damage of non-magical fire is reduced by half against the creature, not reduced by 3/4. Healing. Unless it results in death, damage isn't permanent. Even death is reversible through powerful magic. Rest can restore a creature's hit points, as explained in Chapter 8, and magical methods such as a Cure Wounds spell or Potion of Healing can remove damage in an instant. When a creature receives healing of any kind, hit points regained are added to its current hit points. A creature's hit points can't exceed its hit point maximum, so any hit points regained in excess of this number are lost. For example, a druid grants a ranger 8 hit points of healing. If the ranger has 14 current hit points and has a point maximum of 20, the ranger regains 6 hit points from the druid, not 8. A creature that has died can't regain hit points until magic such as the Revivify spell has restored it to life. Dropping to 0 hit points. When you drop to 0 hit points, you either die outright or fall unconscious, as explained in the following sections. Instant death. Massive damage can kill you instantly. When damage reduces you to 0 hit points and there is damage remaining, you die if the remaining damage equals or exceeds your hit point maximum. For example, a cleric with a maximum of 12 hit points currently has 16 hit points. If she takes 18 damage from an attack, she is reduced to 0 hit points, but 12 damage remains. Because the remaining damage equals her hit point maximum, the cleric dies. Falling unconscious. If damage reduces you to 0 hit points and fails to kill you, you fall unconscious. See Appendix A. This unconsciousness ends if you regain any hit points. Describing the effects of damage. Dungeon Masters describe hit point loss in different ways. When your current hit point total is half or more of your hit point maximum, you typically show no signs of injury. When you drop below half your hit point maximum, you show signs of wear, such as cuts and bruises. An attack that reduces you to 0 hit points strikes you directly, leaving a bleeding injury or other trauma, or it simply knocks you unconscious. Death saving throws. When you start your turn with 0 hit points, you must make a special saving throw, called a death saving throw, to determine whether you creep closer to death or hang on to life. Unlike other saving throws, this one isn't tied to any ability score. You're in the hands of fate now, aided only by spells and features that improve your chances of succeeding on a saving throw. Roll a d20. If the roll is 10 or higher, you succeed. Otherwise, you fail. A success or failure has no effect by itself. On your third success, you become stable. See below. On your third failure, you die. The successes and failures don't need to be consecutive. Keep track of both until you've collected 3 of a kind. A number of both is reset to 0 when you regain any hit points or become stable. Rolling 1 or 20. When you make a death saving throw and roll a 1 on the d20, it counts as 2 failures. If you roll a 20 on the d20, you regain 1 hit point. Damage at 0 hit points. If you take any damage while you have 0 hit points, you suffer a death saving throw failure. If the damage is from a critical hit, you suffer 2 failures instead. If the damage equal or exceeds your hit point maximum, you suffer instant death. Stabilizing a creature. The best way to save a creature with 0 hit points is to heal it. If healing is unavailable, the creature can at least be stabilized so that it isn't killed by a failed death saving throw. You can use your reaction to administer first aid to an unconscious creature and attempt to stabilize it, which requires a successful DC 10 Wisdom Medicine check. A stable creature doesn't make death saving throws, even though it has 0 hit points, but it does remain unconscious. The creature stops being stable and must start making death saving throws again if it takes any damage. A stable creature that isn't healed regains 1 hit point after 1d4 hours. Monsters and Death. Most DMs have a monster die the instant it drops to 0 hit points, rather than have it fall unconscious and make death saving throws. Mighty villains and special non-player characters are common exceptions. The DM might have them fall unconscious and follow the same rules as player characters. Knocking a creature out. Sometimes an attacker wants to incapacitate a foe rather than deal a killing blow. When an attacker reduces a creature to 0 hit points with a melee attack, the attacker can knock the creature out. The attacker can make this choice the instant the damage is dealt. The creature falls unconscious and is stable. Temporary hit points. Some spells and special abilities confer temporary hit points to a creature. Temporary hit points aren't actual hit points. They are a buffer against damage, a pool of hit points that protect you from injury. When you have temporary hit points and take damage, the temporary hit points are lost first, and any leftover damage carries over to your normal hit points. For example, if you have 5 temporary hit points and take 7 damage, you lose the temporary hit points and then take 2 damage. Because temporary hit points are separate from your actual hit points, they exceed your hit point maximum. A character can, therefore, be at full hit points and receive temporary hit points. Healing can't restore temporary hit points, and they can't be added together. If you have temporary hit points and receive more of them, you decide whether to keep the ones you have or to gain the new ones. For example, the spell grants you 12 temporary hit points. When you already have 10, you can have 12 or 10, not 22. If you have 0 hit points, receiving temporary hit points doesn't restore you to consciousness or stabilize you. They can still absorb damage directed at you while you're in that state, but only true healing can save you. Once a feature that grants you temporary hit points has a duration, it lasts until they're depleted or you finish a long rest. Mounted combat. A knight charging into battle on a warhorse, a wizard casting spells from the back of a griffin, or a cleric soaring through the sky on a pegasus all enjoy the benefits of speed and mobility that a mount can provide. A willing creature that is at least one size larger than you and that has an appropriate anatomy can serve as a mount, using the following rules. Mounting and dismounting. Once during your move, you can mount a creature that is within 5 feet of you or dismount. Doing so costs an amount of movement equal to half your speed. For example, if your speed is 30 feet, you must spend 15 feet of movement to mount a horse. Therefore, you can't mount it if you don't have 15 feet of movement left, or if your speed is 0. If an effect moves your mount against its will while you're on it, you must succeed on a DC 10 Dexterity saving throw, or fall off the mount, landing prone in a space within 5 feet of it. If you are not prone while mounting, you must make the same saving throw. Your mount is knocked prone. You can use your reaction to dismount it as it falls and land on your feet. Otherwise, you're dismounted and fall prone to space within 5 feet of it. Controlling a mount. While you're mounted, you have 2 options. You can either control the mount or allow it to act independently. Intelligent creatures, such as dragons, act independently. You can control a mount only if it has been trained to accept a rider. Domesticated horses, donkeys, and similar creatures are assumed to have such training. The initiative of a controlled mount changes to match yours when you mount it. It moves as you direct it, and it only has 3 action options. Dash, disengage, and dodge. A controlled mount can move and act, even on the turn that you mount it. An independent mount regains its place in the initiative order. Bearing a rider puts no restriction on the action the mount can take, and it moves and acts as it wishes. It might flee from combat, rush to attack and devour a badly injured foe, or otherwise act against your wishes. In either case, if the mount provokes an opportunity attack while you're on it, the attacker can target you or the mount. Underwater combat. When adventurers pursue sanguine back to their undersea homes, fight off sharks in an ancient shipwreck, or find themselves in a flooded dungeon room, they must fight in a challenging environment. Underwater, the following rules apply. When making a melee weapon attack, a creature that doesn't have a swimming speed, either natural or granted by magic, has disadvantage on the attack roll unless the weapon is a dagger, javelin, short sword, spear, or trident. A ranged weapon attack automatically misses a target beyond the weapon's normal range, even against a target within normal range. The attack roll has disadvantage unless the weapon is a crossbow, a net, or a weapon that is thrown, like a javelin, including a spear, trident, or dart. Creatures and objects that are fully immersed in water have resistance to fire damage. Part 3. The Rules of Magic. Chapter 10. Spellcasting. Magic permeates the worlds of D&D, and most often appears in the form of a spell. This chapter provides the rules for casting spells. Different characters, classes, have distinctive ways of learning and preparing their spells, and monsters use spells in unique ways. Regardless of its source, a spell follows the rules here. What is a spell? A spell is a discrete magical effect, a single shaping of the magical energies that suffuse the multiverse into a specific, limited expression. In casting a spell, a character carefully plucks the invisible strands of the raw magic suffusing the world, pins them in place in a particular pattern, setting them vibrating in a specific way, and then releases them to unleash the desired effect, in most cases, on the span of seconds. Spells can be versatile tools, weapons, or protective wards. They can deal damage or undo it, impose or remove conditions, see Appendix A, drain life energy away, and restore life to the dead. Uncounted thousands of spells have been created over the course of the multiverse's history, and many of them are long forgotten. Some might yet lie recorded in crumbling spellbooks, hidden in the ancient ruins, or trapped in the minds of dead gods. Or they might someday be reinvented by a character who has amassed enough power and wisdom to do so. Spell level. Every spell has a level from 0 to 9. A spell's level is a general indicator of how powerful it is, with the lowly but still impressive magic missile at first level and the earth-shattering wish at 9th. Cantrips, simple but powerful spells that characters can cast almost by rote, are level 0. The higher a spell's level, the higher level a spellcaster must be to use that spell. Spell level and character level don't correspond directly. Typically, a character has to be at least 17th level, not 9th level, to cast a 9th level spell. Known and prepared spells. Before a spellcaster can use a spell, he or she must have the spell firmly fixed in mind, must have access to the spell in a magic item. Members of a few classes, including bards and sorcerers, have a limited list of spells they know and that are always fixed in mind. The same thing is true of many magic-using monsters. Other spellcasters, such as clerics and wizards, undergo a process of preparing spells. This process varies for different classes as detailed in their descriptions. In every case, the number of spells a caster can have fixed in mind at any given time depends on the caster's character's level. Casting and armor. Because of the mental focus and precise gestures required for spellcasting, you must be proficient with the armor you are wearing to cast a spell. You are otherwise too distracted and physically hampered by your armor for spellcasting. Spell slots. Regardless of how many spells a caster knows or prepares, he or she can cast only a limited number of spells before resting. Manipulating the fabric of magic and channeling his energy into even a simple spell is physically and mentally taxing. The higher level spells are even more so. Thus, each spellcasting class's description, except that of the Warlock, includes a table showing how many spell slots of each spell level a character can use at each character level. For example, the third level wizard, Umara, has 4 first level spell slots and 2 second level slots. When a character casts a spell, he or she expends a slot of that spell's level or higher, effectively filling a slot with the spell. You can think of a spell slot as a groove of a certain size, small for a first level slot, larger for spells of higher level. A first level spell fits into a slot of any size, but a 9th level spell fits only in a 9th level slot. So when Umara casts Magic Missile, her first level spell, she spends one of her 4 first level spots and has 3 remaining. Finishing a long rest restores any expended spell slots. See Chapter 8 for the rules on resting. Some characters and monsters have special abilities that lets them cast spells without using spell slots. For example, a monk following the way of the 4 elements, a warlock who chooses certain eldritch invocations, and a pit fiend from the 9 hells can all cast spells in such a way. Casting a spell at higher level. When a spellcaster casts a spell using a slot that is of a higher level than the spell assumes a higher level for that casting. For instance, if Umara casts Magic Missile using one of her second level slots, the Magic Missile is second level. Effectively, the spell expands to fill the slot it is put into. Some spells, such as Magic Missile and Cure Wounds, have more powerful effects when cast at a higher level, as detailed in the spell's description. Cantrips. A cantrip is a spell that can be cast at will without using a spell slot and without being prepared in advance. Repeated practice has fixed the spell in the caster's mind and infused the caster with the magic needed to reduce the effect over and over. The cantrip spell level is 0. Rituals. Certain spells have a special tag, Ritual. Such a spell can be cast following the normal rules for spellcasting, or the spell can be cast as a ritual. The ritual version of a spell takes 10 minutes longer to cast than normal. It also doesn't expand a spell slot, which means the ritual version of a spell can't be cast at a higher level. To cast a spell as a ritual, a spellcaster must have a feature that grants the ability to do so. The cleric and the druid, for example, have such a feature. The caster must also have the spell prepared, or his or her list of spells known, unless the character's ritual feature specifies otherwise, as a wizard's does. Casting a spell. When a character casts a spell, the same basic rules are followed, regardless of the character's class or the spell's effects. Each spell description in Chapter 11 begins with a block of information, including the spell's name, level, school of magic, casting time, range, components, and duration. The rest of the spell entry describes the spell's effects. Casting time. Most spells require a single action to cast, but some spells require a bonus action, reaction, or much more time to cast. Bonus action. A spell cast with a bonus action is especially swift. You must use a bonus action on your turn to cast a spell, provided that you haven't already taken a bonus action this turn. You can't cast another spell during the same turn except for a cantrip with a casting time of 1 action. Reactions. Some spells can be cast as reactions. These spells take a fraction of a second to bring about and are cast in response to some event. If a spell can be cast as a reaction, the spell description tells you exactly what you can do, exactly when you can do so. On your casting times. Certain spells, including spells cast as rituals, require more time to cast, minutes or even hours. When you cast a spell with a casting time longer than a single action or reaction, you must spend your action each turn casting the spell, and you must maintain your concentration while you do so. See concentration below. If your concentration is broken, the spell fails, but you don't expend a spell slot. If you want to try casting the spell again, you must start over. Range. The target of a spell must be within the spell's range. For a spell like Magic Missile, the target is a creature. For a spell like Fireball, the target is the point in space where the ball of fire erupts. Most spells have ranges expressed in feet. Some spells can target only a creature, including you, that you touch. Other spells, such as the shield spell, affect only you. These spells have a range of self. Spells that create cones or lines of effect that originate from you also have a range of self, indicating that the origin of the spell's effect must be you. See Eric's effect later in this chapter. Once a spell is cast, its effects aren't limited by its range, unless the spell's description says otherwise. Components. The spell's components are the physical requirements you must meet in order to cast it. Each spell description indicates whether it requires verbal, V, somatic S, or material M components. If you can't provide one or more of the spell's components, you are unable to cast the spell. Verbal, V. Most spells require the chanting of mystic words. The words themselves aren't the source of the spell's power. Rather, the particular combination of sounds with specific pitch and resonance set the threads of magic in motion. Thus, a character who is gagged or in an area of silence, such as one created by the silence spell, can't cast a spell with verbal component. Somatic S. Spellcasting gestures might include a forceful gesticulation or an intricate set of gestures. If a spell requires a somatic component, the caster must have free use of at least one hand to perform these gestures. Material M. Casting spells requires particular objects, specifically specified in parentheses in the component entry. A character can use a component pouch or a spellcasting focus found in Chapter 5 in place of the component specified for a spell. But if a cost is indicated for a component, a character must have that specific component before he or she can cast the spell. If a spell states that a material component is consumed by the spell, the caster must provide this component for each casting of the spell. A spellcaster must have a hand free to access these components, but it can be the same hand that he or she uses to perform somatic components. Duration. Spell's duration is the length of time the spell persists. A duration can be expressed in rounds, minutes, hours, or even years. Some spells specify that their effects last until the spells are dispelled or destroyed. Instantaneous. Many spells are instantaneous. The spell harms, heals, creates, or alters a creature or an object in a way that can't be dispelled because its magic exists only for an instant. Concentration. Some spells require you to maintain concentration in order to keep their magic active. If you lose concentration, such a spell ends. If the spell must be maintained with concentration, the fact appears in its duration entry, and the spell specifies how long you can concentrate on it. You can end concentration at any time, no action required. Normal activity, such as moving and attacking, doesn't interfere with concentration. the following factors can break concentration. Casting another spell that requires concentration. You lose concentration on a spell if you cast another spell that requires concentration. You can't concentrate on 2 spells at once. Taking damage. Whenever you take damage while you're concentrating on a spell, you must make a Constitution saving throw to maintain your concentration. The DC equals 10 or half the damage you take, whichever number is higher. If you take damage from multiple sources such as an arrow and a dragon's breath, you make a separate saving throw for each source of damage. Being incapacitated or killed. You lose concentration on a spell if you are incapacitated or if you die. The DM might also decide that certain environmental phenomena, such as a wave crashing over you while you're on a storm-tossed ship, require you to succeed on a DC 10 Constitution saving throw to maintain concentration on a spell. The Schools of Magic. The Academies of Magic group spells into 8 categories called Schools of Magic. Scholars, particularly wizards, apply these categories to all spells, believing that all magic functions in essentially the same way, whether it derives from rigorous study or is bestowed by a deity. The Schools of Magic help describe spells. They have no rules on their own although some rules refer to the schools. Abjuration. Spells are protective in nature, though some of them have aggressive uses. They create magical barriers, negate harmful effects, harm trespassers, or banish creatures to other planes of existence. Conjuration. Spells involve the transportation of objects and creatures from one location to another. Some spells summon creatures or objects to the caster's side, whereas others allow the caster to teleport to another location. Some conjurations create objects or effects out of nothing. Divination spells reveal information, whether it is in the form of secrets long forgotten, glimpses of the future, the locations of hidden things, the truth behind illusions, or visions of distant people or places. Enchantment spells affect the minds of others, influencing or controlling their behavior. Such spells can make enemies see the caster as a friend, force creatures to take a course of action, or even control another creature like a puppet. Evocation spells manipulate magical energy to produce a desired effect. Some call up blasts of fire or lightning. Others channel positive energy to heal wounds. Illusion spells deceive the senses or mind of others. They call people to see things that are not there, to miss things that are there, to hear phantom noises, or to remember things that never happened. Some illusions create phantom images that any creature can see, but the most insidious illusions plant an image directly in the mind of a creature. Necromancy spells manipulate the energies of life and death. Some spells can grant an extra reservoir of life force, draining the life energy from another creature, create the undead, or even bring the dead back to life. Creating the undead through the use of necromancy spells, such as Animate Dead, is not a good act, and only evil casters use such spells frequently. Transmutation spells change the properties of a creature, object, or environment. They might turn an enemy into a harmless creature, bolster the strength of an ally, make an object move at the caster's command, or enhance a creature's innate healing abilities to rapidly recover from injury. Targets. A typical spell requires you pick one or more targets to be affected by the spell's magic. A spell's description tells you whether the spell targets creatures, objects, or a point of origin for an area of effect, described below. Once the spell has a perceptible effect, a creature might not know it was targeted by a spell at all. An effect like crackling lightning is obvious, but a more subtle effect is an attempt to read a creature's thoughts typically goes unnoticed, once the spell says otherwise. A clear path to the target. To target something, you must have a clear path to it, so it can't be behind total cover. If you place an area effect at a point that you can't see, and an obstruction such as a wall is between you and that point of origin comes into being on the near side of that obstruction. Targeting yourself. If the spell targets a creature of your choice, you can choose yourself unless the creature must be hostile or specifically a creature other than you. If you are In the area of effect of a spell you cast, you can target yourself. Area of effect. Spells such as Burning Hands and Cone of Cold cover an area, allowing them to affect multiple creatures at once. A spell's description specifies its area of effect, which typically has one of 5 distinct different shapes: cone, cube, cylinder, line, or sphere. Every area of effect has a point of origin, the location from which the spell's energy erupts. The rules for each shape specify how you position its point of origin. Typically, a point of origin is a point in space, but some spells have an area whose origin is a creature or an object. The spell's effect expands in straight lines from the point of origin. If no one blocked straight line extends from the point of origin to a location within the area of effect, that location isn't included in the spell's area. To block one of these imaginary lines, an instruction must provide total cover as explained in Chapter 9. Cone. A cone extends in a direction you choose from its point of origin. A cone width at a given point along its length is equal to that point's distance from the point of origin. The cone's area of effect specifies its maximum length. The cone's point of origin is not included in the cone's area of effect, unless you decide otherwise. Cube. You select a cube's point of origin, which lies anywhere on a face of a cubic effect. The cube's size is expressed as the length of each side. The cube's point of origin is not included in the cube's area of effect, unless you decide otherwise. Cylinder. A cylinder's point of origin is the center of a circle of a particular radius. As given in the spell's description, the circle must either be on the ground at the height of the spell effect. The energy in a cylinder expands in straight lines from the point of origin to the perimeter of the circle, forming the base of the cylinder. The spell's effect then shoots up from the base or down from the top to a distance equal to the height of the cylinder. A cylinder's point of origin is included in the cylinder's area of effect. Line. A line extends from its point of origin in a straight path up to its length and covers an area defined by its width. A line's point of origin is not included in the line's area of effect, unless you decide otherwise. Sphere. You select the sphere's point of origin, and the sphere extends outward from that point. The sphere's size is expressed as a radius in feet that extends from the point. The sphere's point of origin is included in the sphere's area of effect. Saving throws. Many spells specify that a target can make a saving throw to avoid some or all of the spell's effect. The spell specifies the ability that the target uses for the save, and what happens on a success or failure. The DC to resist one of your spells equals 8 plus your spellcasting ability modifier, plus your proficiency bonus, plus any special modifiers. Attack rolls. Some spells require the caster to make an attack roll to determine whether the spell effect hits the intended target. Your attack bonus with the spell attack equals your spellcasting ability modifier plus your proficiency bonus. Most spells that require attack rolls involve range attacks. Remember that you have disadvantage on range attacks if you're within 5 feet of a hostile creature that can see you and that isn't incapacitated. See Chapter 9. Combining magical effects. The effects of different spells add together while the duration of those spells overlap. The effects of the same spell cast multiple times don't combine, however. Instead, the most potent effect, such as the highest bonus from those castings, apply while their durations overlap. For example, if 2 clerics cast Bless on the same target, the character gains the spell's benefit only once. He or she doesn't get to roll 2 bonus dice. The Weave of Magic. The worlds within the D&D multiverse are magical places. All existence is suffused with magical power, and potential energy lies untapped in every rock, stream, and living creature, and even in the air itself. Raw magic is the stuff of creation, the mute and mindless will of existence, permeating every bit of matter and present in every manifestation of energy throughout the multiverse. Mortals can't directly shape this raw magic. Instead, they make use of a fabric of magic a kind of interface between the will of spellcasters and the stuff of raw magic. The spellcasters of the Forgotten Realms call it the Weave, and recognize its existence in the goddess Mystra, but casters have varied ways of naming and visualizing this interface. By any name, without the Weave, raw magic is locked away and inaccessible. The most powerful archmage can't light a candle with magic in an area where the Weave has been torn. But surrounded by the Weave, a spellcaster can shape lightning to blast foes, transport hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye, or even reverse death itself. All magic depends on the Weave, though different kinds of magic access it in a variety of ways. The spells of a wizard, warlock, sorcerers, and bards are commonly called arcane magic. These spells rely on an understanding, learned or intuitive, of the workings of the Weave. The caster plucks directly at the strands of the Weave to create the desired effect. Eldritch Knights and Arcane Tricksters also use arcane magic. The spells of clerics, druids, paladins, and rangers are called divine magic. These spellcasters' access to the Weave is mediated by divine power, gods, the divine forces of nature, or the sacred weight of a paladin's oath. Whenever a magic effect is created, the threads of the Weave intertwine, twist, and fold to make the effect possible. When characters use divination spells, such as Detect Magic or Identify, they glimpse the Weave. A spell such as Dispel Magic smooths the Weave. Spells such as an Anti-Magic Field rearrange the Weave so that magic flows around rather than through the area affected by the spell. And in places where the Weave is damaged or torn, magic works in unpredictable ways or not at all. I get some sweet, sweet artwork here. Chapter 11. Spells. This chapter describes the most common spells in the world of Dungeons & Dragons. The chapter begins with the spells list of the spellcasting classes. Their remainder contains spell descriptions presented in alphabetical order by the name of the spell. So now I'm going to go over some spells, which I think could use some updates. So smite spells, which are gained by mostly paladins. So there is kind of need a buff. Smite spells, which include Searing Smite, Wrathful Smite, Thunderous Smite, Blinding Smite, Branding Smite, Vanishing Smite, Vanishing Smite. And then there's some ranger-specific ones, which are Ensnare, Strike, Hail of Thorns, Branding Smite, Vanishing Smite. Is there another one? Staggering Smite. That's the last one. Staggering Smite. Snaring Strike Hail Thorns, all need a buff. So the buff these need, why they need a buff is because if you're a paladin and you're casting one of these spells, casting one of these spells is just kind of straight up worse than Divine Smiting with that same spell slot. It does less damage, and the effect you get isn't fantastic, and you might miss because it takes your bonus action to concentrate to like cast a smite spell. Then you're concentrating on it, and then you attack, and you might miss. So it might be useless, and someone might hit you, and you might break your concentration. You might just lose the spell without getting an effect, which sucks. There should be some risk reward there. So all these spells can the bonus action to cast, duration 1 minute. Duration 1 minute. Damage they deal a hit equals 1d6 they add 1d6 of the spell damage type per level of the spell. So if you upcast Searing Smite, it would deal 2d6 points of damage and then apply the effect. Like 1d6 per turn of fire damage after on previous turns until they make their con save to put themselves out. So change them all of the damage, and you can use a bonus action to get the effect of the smite again until your concentration ends. So, normally when you cast, let's go look at Searing Smite. So Searing, let's look at Banishing Smite. The next time you hit a creature with a weapon attack, before the spell ends, your weapon crackles with force, and the attack does an extra 5d10 force damage to the target. Additionally, if this attack reduces the target to 58 points or fewer, you banish it. If the target is a native plane of existence than the one you're on, the target disappears, returning to its home plane. If the target is native to the plane you're on, the creature vanishes into a harmless damage plane. While there, the target is incapacitated and remains there until the spell ends, at which point the target reappears in the space it left or the nearest unoccupied space if that space is occupied. So, with my change, the casting time is the same. Range stays the same. Components stay the same. Duration stays the same. But it deals 5d6 force damage instead. And if you, because it's a 5th level spell, it'll do 5d6 force damage instead of 5d10. That's a nerf. Great. When you hit something, the Banishing Smite spell, and reduces 20 to 50 points or fewer, same thing happens. Nothing has changed currently. It gets banished. Banishment happens. Great. On your next turn, if you want to use a bonus action to re-up the Banishing Smite effect as you're concentrating on the spell, you can do that. Then, you can hit another creature and possibly banish it again. So you can have 2 creatures banished. Next turn, you can use a bonus action to reactivate the effect, cast and hit again, and then you can banish 3 creatures. So this gives a reason for paladins to use these smite spells, because otherwise they just use divine smites in these spell slots instead, because divine smite does 2d8 and then adds a d8 per spell level to a maximum of 5d8 damage per like a divine smite. But you can still add to these, so you can stack a bunch of these on top of each, 2 of these on top, divine smite, and this on top of each other, and do a bunch of damage. But that's still what paladins can do anyways. This just makes banishing smites more smite spells more there's more play to them in a combat scenario, because when someone has one of these going, enemies will be like, oh crap, I have to focus that person to knock off their concentration one of these really terrifying spells, or else we're going to get just shellacked with a bunch of damage and effects and fear and thunderous smites and burning, everything's burning up. And it takes 3, so 2d6. So at first level, first divine smite equals 2d8, or a total of 9 DPR. First level smite spell deals 1d6 damage plus effect equals 3.5 DPR. So first level, so it takes 3 rounds of you hitting with your smite spell to equal, to just exceed a little bit of the divine smite's total burst damage. At later levels, 3d8 equals 13.5 DPR, and 2d6 equals 7. So it takes 2 rounds of you hitting with your smite spell to equal divine smite's burst damage. So the question before you divine smite or use a smite spell is, hey, how long is this combat going to last? Will I get more uses out of using my smite spell, or is the burst damage worth it to keep in reserve, or should I cast Bless on my party members just to make everyone better and kind of have a defensive layer? So it adds these interesting choices instead of I should always use Divine Smite because it's always just more damage, and it's pretty much always better to use Divine Smite, or to cast Bless instead of using a Smite spell. If Smite spells aren't castable because they're bad, then no one's going to cast them, but this actually makes them playable. Alright. So that's my Smite spell rant. So auras. Okay. So over here we have cleric spell lists. So cleric spell lists, kind of the only auras they have access to are they have Beacon of Hope, which Beacon of Hope. The spell bestows hope and vitality. Choose any number of creatures within range. For the duration, each target has advantage on wisdom saving throws and death saving throws, and regains the maximum number of hit points possible from any healing. Okay, that's a cool spell. It kind of makes your healing spells do much more than normal. They have Spirit Guardians, which is kind of their area spell, like that follows them and it slows people down and does a bunch of damage and like is very good. Wounds, Blade Barrier, Undead, that's kind of I gets to get Holy. What does Holy Aura do? Holy Aura. I never really read these spells because I never really play at these levels. Holy Aura. Divine Light washes out from you and coalesces in a soft radiance in a 30-foot radius around you. Creatures of your choice in that radius, when you cast a spell, shed dim light in a 5-foot radius and have advantage on all saving throws, and other creatures have disadvantage on attack rolls against them until the spell ends. In addition, when a fiend or undead hits an affected creature with a melee attack, the aura flashes with brilliant light. The attacker must concede on a Constitution saving throw or be blinded until the spell ends. That's crazy amazing, but it's more of like a buff helping spell than an outright like. It's more like it's an area of effect that's like, hey, if we do these other things, this is to help everyone survive. I'm a support character. In the newer editions, Dungeons and Dragons, like Tosh, in the newer books like Tasha's, they've moved some of the Paladin specific aura spells, like Aura of Vitality, Crusader's Mantle. I don't think they moved Crusader's Mantle, but Aura of Vitality, Aura of Life, Aura of Purity, from just being Paladin spells to also being Cleric spells. I think this is a wrong move for them because Paladin spells, being a Paladin should give you access to like more of these sorts of like Crusader's Mantle, for example. Crusader's Mantle. IV. Here's Mantle. Holy Power radiates from you in an aura within a 30-foot radius, blading holiness and friendly creatures. Until the spell ends, the aura moves with you, centered on you. While in the aura, each non-hostile creature in the area, including you, deals an extra 1d4 radiant damage when it hits with a weapon attack. So this spell is focused on like group area buffing to be like, hey, I'm a paladin. I'm casting this spell to increase my allies' damage versus in a bunch of things by emboldening them as a paladin, which is awesome. I don't think cleric should have access to these unless their subclass, like War Cleric, grants it. Yeah, that's my rant on just like the random aura spells and giving them to clerics. I don't think they should. Because there should be a reason to be a paladin. Getting to a high level paladin and accessing these specific spells is awesome. It's also the same with ranger spells, but ranger spells are kind of shit. Because I don't know why. They're changing them and trying to make them better in 1D&D, which I appreciate. Okay, I'm not going to read all these quotes. Is there any like other spells that I think are just need explaining? I guess Destructive Smite I should add to the list. What does that do? I've never really read them. Oh, that's because it's named it's like Spell Draw in the player's handbook. Destructive Smite. Yeah, it's spelled wrong. It should be, if we go to the correct place. Come on, so many freaking spells. It's named incorrectly on the sheet. So it's Destructive Wave, which is very good. Yeah, cool. That's funny, we found a typo. Neat. I'm not going to read all the spells, but they're very fun. Oh, 5th level. Second level conjuration spell for paladins only, which they get at 5th level, which is awesome. Is Find Steed. So you can just like have a warhorse and just like have a steed, and being mounted is very powerful. So like 5th level paladins get an extreme like mobility boost, as they can like just have a warhorse if they want one. With like an intelligence of 6 that you can kind of summon whenever, and it's pretty sweet. I don't see many people using this. Like Xerxes used it in EXU Calamity, but he's the only one who I've seen in Critical Role actually use like kind of this spell and the Find Greater Steed, which is the 4th level, more powerful version of it, which gave him the Pegasus, which is it's a pretty sweet spell for mobilities. And when you cast like a smite or something that targets you, it will also affect your mount's like attacks. So it's even cooler. The smite spell change is even cooler if you like add that into effect. And be like, my mount could use it too. So like your warhouse has like flaming hooves, like or if like your wolf has like a flaming mouth and just like fighting things with like searing smite. It's pretty sick. Okay, that's something I enjoy using a lot. Look at this sweet art. Like, look at it. Pyramidistic Spray. He's just like melting fools over here. It's amazing. Searing Smite. Yeah. It's awesome. Like all like the Smite spells should scale like Searing Smite. It does, at least on the initial attack damage. And then on the failed save, it should just deal the 1d6 and that shouldn't scale with level. So Appendix A, Conditions. Conditions alter a creature's capabilities in a variety of ways. It can arise as a result of a spell, a class feature, monster attack, or other effect. Most conditions, such as blinded, are impairments, but a few, such as invisible, can be advantageous. A condition lasts either until it is countered, the prone condition is countered by standing up, for example, or for a duration specified by the effect that impose the condition. If multiple effects impose the same condition on a creature, each instance of the condition has its own duration. But the condition's effects don't get worse. A creature either has a condition or doesn't. The following definitions specify what happens to a creature while it is subjected to a condition. Blinded. A creature can't see and automatically fails any ability check that requires sight. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage, and the creature's attack rolls have disadvantage. Charmed. A charmed creature can't attack the charmer or target the charmer with harmful abilities or magical effects. The charmer has advantage on any ability check to interact socially with the creature. Deafened. A deafened creature can't hear and automatically fails any ability checks that require hearing. Also, a deafened creature is immune to thunder damage. Frightened. A frightened creature has disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of its fear is within line of sight. The creature can't willingly move closer to the source of its fear. grappled. So they changed grappled in 1D&D. Over here, grappled. And they made it much better. I think you should use this one instead. Grappled is here. While you are grappled, you experience the following effects. Speed 0. Speed is 0 and can't change. Attacks affected. You have disadvantage on attack rolls against any target other than the grappler. Movable. The grappler can drag or carry you. The grappler suffers the slow condition while moving unless you are tiny or 2 or more sizes smaller than the grappler. Escape. While grappled, you can make a dexterity or strength saving throw against the grappler's escape DC at the end of your turns, ending the condition on yourself on a success. The condition also ends if the grappler is incapacitated or something moves you outside the grappler's range without using your speed. Then they changed the guidance spell. Casting time is a reaction now, which you can take in response to you or your ally within 30 feet of you failing an ability check. Range is 30 feet. Components, verbal and somatic. Duration, instantaneous. You channel magical insight to the creature who failed the ability check. The creature can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to the check, potentially turning it into a success. Once a creature rolls the die for the spell, that creature can't benefit from the spell again until the creature finishes a long rest. So this just gets rid of like the guidance spam that was super annoying and people like didn't really have fun playing with. This is just a way better use of the guidance spell. Okay, so grappled condition. Use 1 D&D version. Guidance. Cantrip. Use 1 D&D version. So I guess I should move this up to the spells. And then aura spells on your Paladin spell list should remain catered to Paladins only unless a subclass specifically grants one. Okay. Incapacitated. An incapacitated creature can't take actions or reactions. Invisible. An invisible creature is impossible to see without the aid of magic or a special sense. For the purpose of hiding, the creature is heavily obscured. The creature's location can be detected by any noise it makes or any tracks it leaves. Attack rolls against the creature have disadvantage, and the creature's attack rolls have advantage. Paralyzed. A paralyzed creature is incapacitated to the condition, and it can't move or speak. The creature automatically fails strength and dexterity saving throws. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage, and any attack that hits the creature is a critical hit if the attacker is within 5 feet of the creature. Petrified. A petrified creature is transformed, along with any non-magical object it is wearing or carrying, into a solid, inanimate substance, usually stone. Its weight increases by a factor of 10, and it ceases aging. Whoa, by a factor of 10. Holy crap. The creature is incapacitated, can't move or speak, and is unaware of its surroundings. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage. The creature automatically fails strength and dexterity saving throws. The creature has resistance to all damage. The creature is immune to poison and disease. All the poison or disease already in its system is suspended, not neutralized. We have the exhaustion table. Some special abilities and environmental hazards, such as starvation and the long-term effects of freezing or scorching temperatures, can lead to a special condition called exhaustion. Exhaustion is measured in 6 levels. An effect can give a creature 1 or more levels of exhaustion as specified in the effect's description. So level 1, disadvantage on ability checks. Level 2, speed halved. Level 3, disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws. Level 4, hit point maximum halved. Level 5, speed reduced to 0. And level 6, instant death. If an already exhausted creature suffers another effect that causes exhaustion, its current level of exhaustion increases by the amount specified in the effect's description. A creature suffers the effect of its current level of exhaustion, as well as all lower levels. For example, a creature suffering level 2 exhaustion has speed halved and has disadvantage on ability checks. An effect that removes exhaustion reduces its level as specified in the effect's description, with all exhaustion effects ending if a creature exhaustion level is reduced below 1. Finishing a long rest reduces a creature's exhaustion level by 1, provided that the creature has also ingested some food and drink. So, I like this exhaustion table, except I would switch exhaustion level 3 and exhaustion level 2. I just swap them with each other. Exhaustion. Levels. One. Disadvantage on all ability checks. Makes sense? 2. Disadvantage on all saving throws and attack rolls. 3. Speed halved. 4. What is 4? 4 is hit point max halved. 5. Speed 0. 6. Death. Swapped 2 and 3. That's all I would change. Because speed halved really messes with combat, way more than having disadvantage on all saving throws and attack rolls. Because you can't run away anymore. So it gives you no out. It's like getting away from someone. At the second level of exhaustion, which doesn't make much sense because you're probably running away from something if you've gotten exhaustion from forced march or being without water or being without food or any of those reasons. So moving is extremely important. If you're moving at half your speed, it's probably a death spiral and you're dead by the time you've reached second level of exhaustion at any point. So now it's just a death spiral when you reach having 3 levels of exhaustion instead of just having 2. Poisoned. A poisoned creature has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. Prone. A prone creature's only movement option is to crawl, unless it stands up and therefore ends the condition. The creature has disadvantage on attack rolls. An attack roll against the creature has advantage if the attacker is within 5 feet of the creature, otherwise the attack roll has disadvantage. So I changed this within 5 feet to prone. Prone. Advantage on attacks if attacking. If attacker is within melee range. Not 5 feet. Restrained. Restrained creature's speed becomes 0. Can't benefit from any bonuses from its speed. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage. The creature's attack rolls have disadvantage. The creatures have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. I think they changed this in 1D&D. Stunned. A stunned creature is incapacitated. The creature automatically fails strength and dexterity saving throws, and attacks rolls against the creature have advantage. Unconscious. An unconscious creature is incapacitated, can't move or speak, and is unaware of its surroundings. The creature drops whatever it's holding and falls prone. The creature automatically fails strength and dexterity saving throws. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage. Any attack roll that hits the creature is a critical hit. The attacker is within 5 feet of the creature. Conscious. Conscious. Copy. Paste. And it totally hits attack if the attacker is within melee range. Yeah. Perfect. Appendix B, the gods of the multiverse. Religion is an important part of life in the worlds of the D&D multiverse. When gods walk the world, clerics channel divine power, evil cults perform dark sacrifices in subterranean layers, and shining paladins stand like beacons against the darkness. It's hard to be ambivalent about the deities and deny their existence. Many people in the worlds of D&D worship different gods at different times and circumstances. People in the Forgotten Realms, for example, might pray to Soon for luck in love, make an offering to Joaquin before heading to the market, and pray to appease Talos when a severe storm blows in. All on the same day. Many people have a favorite among the gods, one whose ideals and teachings they make their own. A few people dedicate themselves entirely to a single god, usually serving as a priest or champion of that god's ideals. Your DM determines which gods, if any, are worshipped in his or her campaign. From among the gods available, you can choose a single deity for your character to serve, worship, or pay lip service to, or you can pick a few that your character prays to most often. Or just make a mental note of the gods who are revered in your DM's campaign, so you can invoke their names when appropriate. If you are playing a cleric or a character with the acolyte background, decide which god your deity serves or served, and consider the deity's suggested domains when selecting your character's domain. D&D pantheons. Each world in the D&D multiverse has its own pantheons of deities, ranging in size from the teeming pantheons of the Forgotten Realms and Greyhawk to the more focused religions of Eberron and Dragonlance. Many of the non-human races worship the same god on different worlds. Morden, for example, is revered by the dwarves in the Forgotten Realms, Greyhawk, and many other worlds. The Forgotten Realms. Dozens of deities are revered and worshipped and feared throughout the world of the Forgotten Realms. At least 30 deities are widely known across the realms, and many more are worshipped locally by individual tribes, small cults, or certain sects of larger religious temples. The life and death domains. Many deities in this section should suggest the life domain, particularly if they are closely associated with healing, protection, childbirth, nurturing, or fertility. As described in Chapter 3, though, the life domain is incredibly broad, and a cleric of any non-evil deity can choose it. A number of other deities, mostly evil ones, suggest the death domain, which is detailed in the Dungeon Master's Guide. Most clerics who choose this domain are evil NPCs, but if you want to worship a god of death, consult your Dungeon Master. Greyhawk. The gods of Greyhawk come from at least 4 different pantheons, representing the faith of various ethnic groups that populated the continent of Odric over the ages. As a result, there's a great deal of overlap in their portfolios. Pelor is the Flann god of the sun, and Thodius is the Odric sun god, for example. Dragonlance. The gods of the world of Kryn are three families, 7 gods of good, headed by Paladin and Mishrakal, 7 of Neutrality, headed by Gilleen, and 7 of Evil, headed by Tashiris and Sargonas. These deities have been called by many different names and held in varying levels of esteem by different peoples and cultures through the world's history. But they are the only gods of this world, their place fixed in the stars as constellations. Eberron. The world of Eberron has many different religions, but the most important revolves around a pantheon called the Sovereign Host, and their malign shadow, the Dark Six. The gods of the Sovereign Host are thought to have dominion over every aspect of existence, and to speak with a unified voice. The Dark Six are the primitive, bloody, and cruel gods who offer a dissenting voice. Eberron's other religions are very different from the traditional D&D pantheons. The monotheistic Church of the Silver Flame is devoted to fighting against evil in the world, but plagued by corruption in its own ranks. The philosophy of the Blood of Vol teaches that divinity lies within all mortal beings, and reveres the undead who have secured that immortality. Various mad cults are devoted to the demons and horrors and prisons in Eberron's Underdark, called Kybor, the Dragon Below. The followers of the Path of Light believe that the world is heading toward a glorious future, where the shadows that cloud this world will be transformed into light, and 2 related nations of elves revere their ancestral spirits, the Undying Court, preserved as spirits or even undead forms, and the glorified spirits of the past, the great heroes of ancient wars. This is just a bunch of flavor text. Non-human deities. Certain gods closely associated with non-human races are revered on many different worlds, though not always in the same way. The non-human races of the Forgotten Realms and Greyhawks share these deities. Non-human races often have whole pantheons of their own. Besides Morden, for example, a dwarf's god includes Morden's wife, Buderon, Truesilver, and a number of other gods thought to be their children and grandchildren: Abathor, Clangadin, Silverbeard, Dugmarin, Brightmantle, Duffmarin, Gorm, Golflin, Dwarf. Individual clans and kingdoms of dwarves might revere some, all, or none of these deities, and some have other gods unknown, or known by other names to outsiders. And there's a list of a bunch of pantheons. And there's a bunch of plain stuff in the appendixes. Any of these. Then there's creature statistics for familiars and wild shapes that are pretty close. Inspirational reading. I recommend for inspirational reading and other stuff. I recommend 2 books. 2 books are very good. So the first book I recommend is, if you want to DM, is The Return of the Lazy Dungeon Master by Sly Flourish. And the second one I recommend is Roleplaying Mastery by the GG Master, Gary Gygax himself, the creator of Dungeons & Dragons. If you want to be an excellent role player, read this book. It just kind of describes how it's still relevant to this day, even though it was written in freaking 1987. It was written 6 years before I was born. This guy's cracked. What comes next? Having delved into the depths of character creation, it's time to consider your next steps. The fun of D&D is in playing the game, not just making up characters. Oh, that's fun too. The starter set is a great next step if you want to try your hand at being a Dungeon Master and introduce your friends to the game. If you don't know any DMs, try taking on that role yourself. The starter set is the best place to begin your journey. The D&D basic rules include some of the information provided in this book, along with the material necessary to create your own campaign. After absorbing the starter set, check out the D&D basics rules available as a free download at dungeonsanddragons.com. The monster manual describes the most important monsters in the Dungeons & Dragons universe. The manual is aimed at DMs, but is also a useful reference for players. The Dungeons Master Guide is the ultimate tome of DM lore. There's magic items, optional rules, and guidelines for creating everything from a simple dungeon to an entire cosmos for your campaign. Each year brings the publication of new D&D adventures. These scenarios and campaigns are the perfect way to try your hand at running a D&D game with a minimum of work. Looking for a regular D&D game or prefer dropping in when you have time? Check the store and event locator on our website to see if your local game store is running events such as D&D encounters or D&D expeditions. Bring your game to life with a suite of enhancements from a robust set of players and DM digital tools to accessories like miniature vinyl mats, campaign maps, clothing, and more. It isn't always possible to gather a regular gaming group. In such situations, Dungeons & Dragons board games present an ideal casual play experience. You'll also find a variety of digital games that offer a D&D experience across Mac, PC, tablets, and other mobile devices. And boom. I did it! I read most of it. All of the things that really matter. If you got into this part, if you listened to the whole thing, thank you very much. And should I do more of these? I kind of want to. So I just might do it instead. Well, thank you very much, and I guess is it Thursday yet?